Hour 10 of 54, and the man pushing the snack cart had already run over my knees 11 times. Beer, soft drinks, mineral water, peanuts, melon seeds, ate treasure porridge. I pulled my legs in. He rolled past. Somewhere behind me, a baby was making a sound I did not know a human could make, and the whole carriage smelled like instant noodles that had given up on life. Hard seat. 54 hours, Feng Province to Shifu, upright the entire way. I am 30. I sell construction software. 3 days earlier, I had closed the biggest contract my company signed all year, over 3 million yuan, and toasted a dozen clients by myself until my body tried to leave through my mouth. My manager Chen Wei attended the signing ceremony. He flew home, first class, with Lin Na from finance, who is very good at her job if her job is looking excellent in an airport. There was, apparently, not enough travel budget left for me to get a bed. My laptop chimed. File uploaded. I rolled my shoulders and heard something in my neck make a noise like a door in a horror movie. Back in college, I once rode a slow train 3 days and 3 nights to see a girlfriend and arrived with energy to spare. Then I graduated into civil engineering and gave 4 years to a construction site. The site gave me back a gut, a bad back, and a breakup in a coffee shop with very nice lighting. She said, "I don't want you to come home one day and find me in bed with someone else." That is how you break up with a man kindly. It works about as well as amputating kindly. So I quit, moved to the city, became a software salesman, and bought an apartment at the exact moment in history when that was the worst possible idea. The building is still unfinished. I pay the mortgage anyway. I also rent a room because I am a genius. Then the phone buzzed with the message that actually started all of this. Sales manager, Chen Wei. Tang Hao, report to me Monday on the results, and I'll talk to the boss about it. I read it twice. He spent the entire trip flattering the finance girl. I did the negotiating, the toasting, the technical spec, the follow-up. The train got in Monday night. Work started Tuesday morning. And he wanted me to report to him so he could report to the boss, which in this industry is a technical term meaning he was going to take the whole thing and leave me the receipt. I sat there with a fork in a cup of noodles I had not added water to yet, and I thought about how many credit cards I had maxed out to keep that mortgage alive. And I decided that I was not going to quit today, because I could not afford to quit today. Then a pane of blue glass appeared in the air in front of my face. Host detected to be facing workplace difficulties. Daily intelligence system successfully bound. Host, Tang Hao, 30 years old. Intelligence system, level 1. This level unlocks 1 green intelligence or 2 white intelligences at random each day. Daily intelligence 1. You will be fired when this project ends, without compensation. White. Daily Intelligence 2. The girl in the 3rd row by the window is named Xia Ran. She is a travel blogger with 5 million followers, and she is currently struggling to find video material. White. My elbow knocked the noodle cup off the table. It hit the floor and exploded, dry noodles and seasoning packet everywhere, and I did not notice for about 8 full seconds. The old lady beside me patted my arm. "Young man, you dropped your noodles." "Right, thank you." Yes. I scraped the noodles off the floor of a train and put them back in the cup because I had checked my bank balance that morning and I was not in a position to be proud. Now, 2 pieces of information, one that ruins my life and one I can check in about 4 seconds. I counted 3 rows up. Window seat, right side. A girl asleep against the glass, long black hair, face like a soap commercial, eyebrows pulled together like she was arguing with someone in a dream. On the tray in front of her, a Sony mirrorless camera. This is the tourist line. Half this carriage is here specifically to experience travel slowly, which is a thing you can enjoy when you have chosen it. Fine. So the panel knows things. Let's test the expensive one. I opened WeChat and found Wang Hui from HR, who is 24 and has never successfully kept a secret in her life. "Xiao Hui, I heard the company's planning layoffs?" "Oh no. How did you know?" "Don't tell anyone else, okay? This was reported by your manager. Don't blame us, we were just following orders." "My condolences. Besides you, there are several experienced salespeople responsible for small and medium clients. Does that make you happier?" It did not make me happier. It did confirm in under a minute that the blue window in front of my face was not a stroke. I want to be clear about my mental state at this point. I was not scared. I was doing arithmetic. 3 years I worked for that company. I bowed to clients in 6 provinces. I brought in the deal that let them hold a company-wide celebration. And the commission rules kept changing every quarter, always in the same direction. And now that the money was in the door, they were going to take my chair away. Here is the thing about being handed a cheat at the exact moment you find out you're being thrown away. You don't feel lucky. You feel loaded. Now, before anyone asks the obvious question, I asked it too, immediately, sitting in that seat. If this thing can tell me a stranger's follower count, why not just have it hand me lottery numbers and go home? I tried that, 4 days later, with a ticket I bought on the way back from a flea market. The system gave me the winning numbers for that evening's draw. I bought them. That night, the draw came out, and the numbers were different. Not close. Different. So that is the rule, and I learned it early and cheap. The system tells me exactly what will happen in a world where I do nothing. The second I use it, the future notices, and things that depend on other people's decisions start to wobble. Sealed facts hold, a bottle cap already printed, a criminal already sitting in row 1, a man who has already decided to throw away a folder. But if the whole point of a thing is that nobody knows the answer yet, the universe simply changes the answer. Fine. I did not need the future. I needed leverage. I sat there and looked at Shahran, asleep, 5 million followers, and starving for content. I picked up my noodle cup. I went to the corridor and got hot water, came back with it steaming, held my phone to my ear like I was on a call, and I slowed down as I passed her seat and raised my voice by exactly the amount a man raises it when he does not know how loud he is being. Let me tell you, you have no idea how disgusting my boss is. We went on a business trip together and he took the finance girl back in first class. And then there wasn't enough travel budget for me, so I'm on a slow train, hard seat, 54 hours. When I get back, I'm filming the whole thing and putting it online. Her ear moved. I saw it. Her ear physically turned toward me like a satellite dish. Okay, I'm not talking anymore. My noodles are ready. Bye. I hung up on nobody, went back to my seat, tore open a sausage, and started eating. 4 minutes later, the light in front of me went dark. Hello, my name is Shahran. May I get to know you? I looked up with the confused face of an innocent man. Hello, can I help you with something? I just heard you say your boss flew back and made you take a slow train. I'm a travel blogger. I share travel experiences with my followers. Could I interview you and share your story with everyone? Her ears had gone red. Eavesdropping on a stranger is one thing. Asking to broadcast his misery is another, and she had clearly not slept well about it in the 4 seconds since deciding. It's not impossible, I said. It's just… Oh, what are your conditions? Shouldn't you tell me your name first? She actually reintroduced herself. Ran as in deer, May as in a long road. She stuck her hand out with the specific stiffness of a woman who has rehearsed 6 different ways to yell at a man on a train and is now confused about which one to use. I stood up. I am 1 meter 83. My nose came level with the top of her head, which put her over 170, which was already a problem for my composure. Tang Hao. Gao as in the wooden plum, Hao as in the ferryman. We shook once, 1 second. Respect without funny business. 4 years of enterprise sales teaches you exactly one useful physical skill, and that is the handshake. It's crowded here. Shall we do the interview in the vestibule? Ah, now? Is that not allowed? She ran for her camera bag. She filmed me in the space between 2 carriages with the door rattling, and she was very good at her job. She did not embellish anything. She let me tell it flat, because flat was the whole product. Why would you choose a 50-hour hard seat? What else could it be? I'm poor. The travel budget is limited. Are you traveling alone? No, my manager and our finance department came too. Could you introduce them to everyone? They flew back. First class. I knew what I was doing. The internet can lift you up or it can bury you. And the only way to survive it is to say true things only. What people do with true things is not my department. She saved the file and grinned. Done. I didn't realize you were so photogenic. Then she made me add her on WeChat, and while I was scanning the code, I asked whether I got an appearance fee. She opened her fist. 1 coconut candy. Since the fee is so high, I said, I accept without hesitation. Then I went back to my seat and slept from 3 in the afternoon until midnight, because 40 more hours of this was waiting for me, and because a man can only be interesting for so long on that little sleep. At midnight, the panel woke me up. Daily Intelligence 1. The passenger in the first row of the carriage by the door is a Class A wanted criminal of the Ministry of Public Security with a reward of 300,000 yuan. He will disembark at Shifu City. Green. 300,000 yuan was walking around in my carriage buying mineral water. I want to describe how awake I became. I went from asleep to awake the way a light switch goes from off to on. My debts came to 280,000 yuan outside the mortgage. That number had been sitting on my chest for 2 years, and it was sitting 11 meters away in a hat from a tourist shop. Also, apparently the good stuff is green. I got up and walked toward the front of the carriage. In TV dramas, the criminal always senses the eyes on him, so I did not look at anything. I went into the toilet, breathed for a while, and came out, and on the walk back, I let my eyes drift over the first row on the right for exactly as long as I would look at a stranger. Middle-aged, nothing special about him, a hat with ethnic patterns, the kind you buy at a scenic spot for 40 yuan. That was the problem. He looked like a man on holiday. Back at my seat, I put my head down like I was sleeping and pulled up the ministry's Class A wanted list on my phone. There are not many people on it. I went through every photograph twice and found nobody. I nearly stopped there. Then I closed my eyes and rebuilt his face from memory with the changeable parts deleted. No eyebrows, no beard, ignore skin tone, ignore weight in the cheeks, keep only the things a man cannot change without a surgeon, the eyes. I went back through the photos, looking only at eyes. And there he was, whiter, younger, no beard, different brows, but that nose was the same nose, with more bridge in it, which meant somebody had put money into it, and those cheeks were the same cheeks with less food behind them. 80%, not enough. I did not want to be the man who scrambles a province and then explains himself, so I opened the full notice, and that is when I started sweating. Ministry wanted, notices are boring by design. Identity information, photograph, done. This one had a sentence added at the end, which I have never seen before or since. Shulei, extremely strong counter-surveillance awareness, extremely dangerous. I lifted my head and stretched, and he was turned around, scanning the carriage, and his eyes came across me and stopped for about half a second. I have never been so interested in the ceiling. That was the longest night of my life to that point. I did not move again until 6 in the morning, when people started waking up and a man walking around stopped being a signal. Then I texted Xiaoran. I need to talk to you, third carriage back. She came out yawning in the aisle. What's wrong? There's a passenger in our carriage who looks very much like a Class A wanted criminal. A wanted criminal? I put my hand over her mouth. I have never done that to a stranger before or since. Her eyes went enormous over the top of my fingers. I'm not joking with you. The man on that notice is extremely dangerous. Can we keep our voices down? She nodded. I let go and showed her the phone. Call the police. 300,000. You're rich. She whispered it, but she whispered it the way you whisper on a roller coaster. We're not sure yet. What if they deploy half a province and it's the wrong man and we're the idiots who made a false report? She understood instantly. When you are dealing with the government, it is always better to arrive with evidence. I'll photograph him, she said, secretly. I'm a girl and a travel blogger. Taking pictures is the most normal thing I could possibly do. That was exactly my plan, and I had been trying to work out how to ask. I'll split the reward with you. Oh, so you want a girl to take the risk for you. You said yourself it wouldn't arouse suspicion. Humph, she lifted her chin. Fine, but let's be clear. If he really is wanted, I don't want the reward. I want to film it, and I only release it after the police say I can. No problem. Just watch me. 20 minutes later, my phone had a photograph so clean it could have gone on a passport. She had walked past him, filmed the grasslands out the window, gone to the toilet, come back, and I had been watching for it, and I did not see her take it. I walked 3 carriages back before I called 110, and I added the Shifu area code first, because a criminal at this level is a career for whoever brings him in, and if I was going to hand a man to a police force, I wanted it to be the police force in the city where I lived. The 110 operator did not laugh at me. She took my WeChat and said someone would contact me immediately, and a minute later a man named Officer Zhang added me. I sent the photo. Received. We will immediately arrange for experts to analyze it. Please remain calm and act as usual. We will notify you as soon as we have any updates. Then I sat in a seat on a train with a wanted man 11 meters away and waited, and each hour was a small geological era. I was afraid it was a lie and all this was nothing. I was afraid it was true, and they would miss him, and he would find out who had done it. I fell asleep somewhere in there and dreamed about the top of my life, wealth, a good car, general splendor, and the system woke me up in the middle of it to say the earth would explode tomorrow. I was awake before I understood I was awake. Officer Zhang had messaged 3 minutes earlier, "Call me back from a safe place." I ran through carriages until I found an empty toilet. "Is this Mr. Tong Hao?" A young voice, 30s. "Yes. Can you talk now?" "I'm in the train toilet." "Okay, listen. We combined your photograph with station route footage. The probability that this man is Xu Lei, Class A wanted by the Ministry of Public Security, is 95%. You do not need to do anything after this. Do not tell anyone, not even the train police. Leave everything to us. Understand? Clear. Be careful. You're a Shifu man too. Don't worry. You'll get your reward." I hung up and put my forehead against the toilet wall of a moving train and let my heart run itself out. Then I messaged Xiaoran. "It's real. It happens in Shifu. Keep it absolutely quiet." "Yay! I'm going to be famous. Please be careful if you're filming." "Don't worry. I have a plan. I'm a professional." The train did not reach Shifu until the next evening, so I did the only thing available and forced myself to be bored for 30 hours. And now that the fear had somewhere to go, I finally noticed the train again. The smell, the noise, the specific violence a hard seat does to the base of a spine. At Jin City, most of the tourists got off to catch flights, and the carriage filled up with migrant workers heading further out for jobs, which is the real function of a train like that. A few hundred yuan and you get moved to a city that will pay you. Nobody in that carriage was there for the scenery. At midnight, the panel came back. Daily Intelligence 1. The third Coke bottle on the right side of the next cart has a first prize printed on the cap, worth 3,000 yuan. Green. 3,000 yuan. Dogs. Want. I had no idea when the 300,000 would land. A bird in the hand is worth 2 in a police procedure. I waited 10 minutes and then heard the sound of the heavens, which that night was a woman singing peanuts, melon seeds, 8 treasure porridge, and the row of colas was still there because it was past midnight, and nobody drinks cola at midnight. Then the cart stopped at the first row. It was him. The walking 300,000 reached for the colas, and I watched my 3,000 yuan get picked up by a Class A wanted criminal, and I did a piece of mathematics in my head that went, 300,000 plus 3,000 still equals 300,000. He changed his mind and took a bottle of water. He paid in cash, and while he paid, he turned and looked back down the carriage, and I got my head down fast, but I want you to know that the hardest thing I had to suppress that night was not the fear. It was the smile. "Hello, 1 cola. Young man, the cola isn't cold right now. I'll get you a cold one next time." "It's fine. I have a sensitive stomach. I prefer them warm." "Sweet lady." Wrong. I would have drunk that cola if it had been served at the temperature of soup. The cap had a QR code. I drank the entire bottle standing there, dropped the empty in the bin on my way to the toilet, and kept the cap in my fist. Locked the door. Scanned. My phone was a second-hand unit off a resale app, and its camera had the focusing ability of a boiled egg, so the scan took 30 seconds, during which I aged. A prize wheel appeared and started spinning. Special prize. First prize. Second prize. Thank you for your patronage. It slowed. It stopped on first prize. I punched the air in the toilet of a hard-seat carriage. If that mirror had been even slightly cleaner, I would have kissed it. No tricks, no gimmicks. Fill in your details, choose your withdrawal method. I chose WeChat deliberately because my credit card repayment date was the next day, and if that money landed in my bank account, the bank would eat it before I finished blinking. I borrowed that money from them with my own 2 hands. They can wait a little longer. The screen said approval within 24 hours, and I thought, big companies really are different. At 10 the next morning, my phone chimed. 2,700 yuan. They had taken tax. Of course, they had taken tax. I sat there on a hard seat in the middle of a country and looked at 2,700 yuan, which was not a life-changing sum of money, and I felt the floor of my life move up by 1 centimeter. Not because of the amount, because it had worked. Because the blue window was real, and it paid. Then my stomach started making noises, because a can of milk is not a meal. The attendant came through with hot food. "How much are the boxed lunches?" 40 and 60. 160, I said. and a bottle of water, the mountain spring one. A 60 yuan train lunch is worth about 18 yuan anywhere with a door. I had been eating instant noodles for 2 days. I have had meals in restaurants with tablecloths that moved me less. Then the announcement said we had entered Jing province and Shifu was coming. I studied the attendance for signs. Nothing. No earpieces, no bulges, none of the television version, which probably meant the Shifu police had not told the train at all and intended to take him on the platform. I texted Xiaoran. Be careful. Don't worry, it's all set. 1. Don't alert the criminal. 2. Do not interfere with the capture. 3. Protect yourself. Cute.jpg. Stable. Welcome to the ancient capital, Shifu. The train slowed. I looked at the first row and saw nothing unusual, and I decided that was fine, that the carriage was too crowded to do anything in, and I felt genuinely relieved. Because at some point in the previous 2 days, I had stopped being a man with nothing to lose. That is the part nobody warns you about. The second you have a future, you become extremely interested in not dying. I stood up to get my luggage and thought, honestly, half joking, that it would be nice if this system could turn me into a superhero. Don't move. I looked up. Both of the wanted man's arms were already twisted behind him. The passengers around him had turned into plainclothes officers between one breath and the next, which is a thing I had assumed only happened in scripts. Hurry up, people at the front want to get off. What's the rush? They're catching criminals up there. Nonsense, you watch too much television. Holy crap! It really is. Outside the window, rows of armed police, and the whole carriage went quiet at once. They took him out through a corridor of them. I looked at Xiaoran's seat. Empty. Officer Zhang messaged as I stepped onto the platform. The operation went smoothly. Once verified, someone will contact you to distribute the reward. I could not get my face under control. Hey, what are you looking at? You look so happy. Xiaoran had appeared next to me with her coat over her suitcase, and it was still 30 degrees in Shifu in the evening, and I had to work very hard to keep my eyes at the level of her face. Nothing. The police just messaged that it went smoothly. Give me your account number. I'll send you your half. She waved a small action camera at me. No need. I already got my reward. Like I said, the money's all yours. You actually filmed it? Where were you? The opposite carriage. I went over beforehand and shot it from the front. You dare! I was right next to the staff break room. If anything went wrong, I was going straight in. I gave her a thumbs up with total sincerity. We walked out of the station together and I bought her dinner, because when someone does you a favor of that size, you buy them dinner. And because I had 2,700 yuan and the confidence of a man who has recently seen a prize wheel land where he was told it would. She wanted pao mo, bread torn into soup, 20-something yuan a bowl, and I had been braced for something with a view. Are you sure? She made a fist and waved it under my nose. What, you think I didn't rip you off enough? I'll let you off this time. I'm coming back to rip you off properly after your bonus lands. I took her to a residential block and picked the oldest, ugliest restaurant on the street, the kind that is still full at 8 at night, and she ate the entire bowl, including the pickled garlic that comes on the side, which locals do not always finish. That was so good. I was going to die if I ate one more instant noodle. You can eat anything? Silkworm pupae, snail noodles, stinky mandarin fish, beef offal hot pot. This is just a bit oily. I once had a colleague eat snail noodles at his desk, and I could smell it for 3 days. I said so. She looked at me the way a professional looks at an amateur. At 10, I said it was getting late and offered to call her a car. Her eyes crinkled. Are you kicking me out already? You could also choose not to leave. Haha, no, I'll get my own taxi. She got in it. I splurged and got one too, dragging a suitcase back to a 3-bedroom rental apartment where I have one of the 2 small rooms. The other small room belongs to a woman who works nights and is basically a roomer. The master bedroom belongs to a university couple who go back to campus whenever there's a dorm inspection. I sat in the dark living room with paper and a pen and added up my life. The mortgage, 1,280,000. Outside that, 280,000 in loans and cards, some of them already going bad. I had reached the stage of using new cards to pay old ones and had genuinely lost count. Another month or 2, and I was going to stop caring. And if a developer can walk away from a building, I can walk away from a bank. 280,000. enough to buy 6 kidneys if you shop around. 300,000 clears all of it and leaves 10,000 over, unless it drags to the end of the month with interest, in which case it doesn't. I turned off the lights and sat on the sofa in the dark and waited for midnight, and I want to point out that I had already, on day 3, become a man who arranges his evening around a scheduled hallucination. Daily Intelligence 1. Tomorrow, the company will celebrate monthly output exceeding 100 million by holding a golden egg smashing event. The first prize, a set of SK skincare products worth 5,000 yuan, is hidden in the golden egg on the far left of the first row. White. Daily Intelligence 2. There will be a temporary malfunction on Metro Line 3 tomorrow morning. To avoid being late, it is recommended that the host choose to drive to work. White. Great suggestion. Please do keep making suggestions. Why not recommend I drive my spare car for a ride-hailing app while I'm at it? But the first one made me sit up. On the business trip, Lin Na from finance had mentioned, out loud, in front of me, that she used a 5,000 yuan skincare set and that it was excellent but expensive. She complained about it, and then a prize appeared that was exactly it in an event my manager was organizing. I had been planning to find an excuse not to come in at all, to sit at home and let Chen Wei walk into that room and discover how much he did not know about his own contract. Now I had to go to work. I texted the boss directly. Mr. Zhao, our manager asked me to invite you to the conference room tomorrow at 9:30 to report on this contract. Please attend. I read that message back before sending it and noticed that for the first time in 3 years, there was no crawling in it anywhere. Then I stood up to go to bed, and the front door opened, and a young couple came through it and pinned each other to the wall. The college couple. Back early. I coughed. The girl screamed. There was 30 seconds of rustling, and then the light came on. Uncle, it's you. Why didn't you turn the light on? You scared me to death. I didn't expect you back today. Hee hee. We snuck out after the dorm check. Fine. I'm going to my room. Remember to close the door properly. Through the wall, I heard her say, Uncle, next time you bring your boyfriend home, we'll close the door properly too. Just wait, I thought. Then I lay in the dark in a rented room with 2,700 yuan and a promise of 300,000 more, and I made a decision that I want to be honest about, because it was not noble. They were going to use me and throw me away. Fine, that is a normal thing for a company to do. But I had a cheat now, and if you have a cheat and you still swallow it, what exactly is the cheat for? I got to the office at 8. Work starts at 8:30. The lobby had one cluster of people in it, setting up a folding table covered in gold-painted eggs, and standing next to it, supervising, was my manager. Manager, you're up early, I said. Around me, a few people laughed and then stopped laughing. I have to explain the joke. It does not survive translation cleanly, but the word for a manager and a certain word for a dog are one vowel apart if you are careless, and I had been extremely careless on purpose. Sorry, I said. I mixed you up with a client. The client's surname is Go. Go, as in the Go family. Chen Wei's face went the color of an old bruise. He had put me on a train for 2 days and gotten back a man who insulted him in a lobby before 9 in the morning, and I watched him decide it was not worth it, because I was already dead in his head. Fine, fine. Go do your work. Organize the contract and report to me later. I turned to the admin girl instead. Xiaojia, what's this event? Am I eligible? She handed me a little wooden mallet. Of course you're eligible. You're a major contributor to us breaking 100 million. You're here, so go ahead. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Chen Wei got between me and the table so fast he nearly took the tablecloth with him. Wait until everyone arrives before you start smashing. And then he glanced at the front door. That look was worth more than the system message. I'll go first, I said. If we all queue up later, it disrupts work. I picked up the mallet and moved it around over the eggs like a man who does not know what he wants. Which one should I choose? Manager, what do you think? How would I know? Usually the big prize is in the middle. That's right. I'll take the middle one. I moved over the middle egg, and he exhaled through his nose, and I watched a grown man's shoulders come down 2 centimeters. Forget it, I said. Let's leave the grand prize for someone else. And I brought the mallet down on the far left egg in the front row. Crack. Paper slip. I picked it up, read it, and looked directly at Chen Wei while I did. Let's see what I won. Wow, first prize, an SK skincare set. Several admin girls swarmed. Really? Let me see. You're so lucky, that's the only one. There was nothing I could do, I said. I originally wanted to give the chance to someone else, but heaven decided to favor a man who sacrifices himself for others. Zhao Jia hit me on the arm. Stop joking around. Give it to me. You don't even have a girlfriend. Why wouldn't I want it? I don't have one now. I might not have one later, and worst case, I sell it. Manager, don't you agree? Yes, he said, in the voice of a man chewing glass. You'd better get to work now. It's not time for work yet. I want to see how everyone else's luck is. Then I used the excuse that the front row looked wrong with a gap in it, took an egg from the back, moved it into the front left position, and stood there making small talk with the admin department for 10 minutes. Then heels came through the door, fast, talk, talk, talk. Lin Na arrived out of breath in the full uniform of a woman who is going to have a very good morning, hair slightly off, cheeks pink. Today was so unlucky, she said, glancing at Chen Wei. The subway broke down. It took half an hour to fix. You've worked hard, he said. Go and rest. No, I want to draw a prize first. I handed her the mallet before he could speak. Yes, this event was specially prepared for us by the manager. She missed whatever signal he tried to give her. She smashed the front left egg and picked up the slip, beaming. Let's see how my luck is. The smile came off her face like a sticker off a wet window. A thermos? What am I supposed to do with this junk? You could give it to our manager, I said. For his goji berry tea. She threw the slip into his chest and walked off, and I turned around and went to my desk, because I had a meeting to prepare and because you should always leave while the room is still yours. At 9:30, I was in the conference room with the equipment already set up. The boss came in with his round, friendly face, the one I had spent 3 years reading as kindness, and I looked at him and thought, Zhao, the skin peeler. Zhao Tang, I hear you played a major role in securing this order. It's all thanks to our manager. I just did odd jobs. The door opened. Chen Wei came in and stopped. Boss, what are you doing here? The boss blinked. Didn't you have Tong Hao notify me? Oh dear, I said. I must have misunderstood. The manager said he wanted to report on the results of this project, and I assumed he meant report to you. The boss put down his teacup. Fine, I'm here now. Let's do it all at once. Chen Wei's brain audibly changed gears. All right, Tong Hao, you report the results to Mr. Zhao. The manager led the negotiation, I said. I'm not clear on many of the details. He should report. Stop arguing, both of you. Chen Wei, come here. I'm asking you something. And that was that. I've reviewed the contract. What customized features did the client request? I don't quite remember the specifics. I can have Tong Hao open the technical solution later. How much R&D resource will the customization need? Well, time was tight. We haven't had a chance to get an estimate from R&D. The boss's palm hit the table. You know nothing? How did you sign this? Are you going to cover the losses? Then he turned to me. Tong Hao, you tell us. He knew exactly what I was doing. He simply had not expected Chen Wei to be quite so empty when opened. I already spoke with the R&D manager, I said. We've done similar customization for 2 other clients. It requires about 10 person days of adaptation. As for the specific content, I have the requirements list, and I emailed it to you this morning. Do you need me to go through it? His expression came down about 30%. No need. Just confirm the requirements with R&D. Thank you for your hard work. You can go back. At the door, I turned around. One more thing. I was on a train for 2 days over the weekend. I'd like to take tomorrow and the day after off. Chen Wei opened his mouth. The boss stopped him with a hand and smiled at me like an uncle. I have no problem with this. Just send the application to your manager. I said thank you and left, and I did not hear the rest of that conversation until much later, but I can tell you exactly what it was, because it happened to me. The boss told Chen Wei to approve it. Company policy says leave of more than 2 days requires the general manager's approval. So if Chen Wei approved it himself, the leave was procedurally invalid, and then I would have 2 days of unauthorized absence on my record, which is a legal reason to fire a man with nothing. That is what the smile was. That is what I have no problem with this, was. I went back to my desk, filed my expense claim from the trip, and got it rejected inside 20 minutes. Reason for rejection? No itemized list of dishes for the client dinner. I got up and walked into the finance department and pushed the door open with more shoulder than the door required. Why are you blocking my claim? I said to Hefang, our finance director, who was doing something to her eyelashes in a small mirror. She put the mirror down. You spent over $3,000 on one meal for guests. That's clearly over budget. How am I supposed to reimburse that? A dozen clients came. They're in Feng province. You cannot be unaware of prices in Feng province. The regulations state that above 2,000 requires an itemized list. One more try, calmly. I was toasting more than a dozen people alone. I drank myself into a condition where I could not stand. A young man from the client's side felt sorry for me and paid the bill, and I transferred him the money after I sobered up. At what point in that sequence was I collecting a printout? I don't care. I only follow the company's regulations. And that was the sentence that did it. Hefang, I said, are you asking for it? She stood up so fast the chair moved. Speak properly. Now you want to talk about regulations. Let me ask you something. What right does Lin Na, an ordinary staff member in your department, have to fly first class? Did you reimburse that? She and Chen Wei attended the signing ceremony only. Show me their itinerary. Let me see what they claimed. I'm talking to you. Why are you talking about other people? Fine. Let's talk about you. I had a breath ready for this. How many times a year do you revise the finance regulations? Do you notify other departments when you revise them? Have you ever counted how many times our salespeople have to redo an expense claim? Once or twice is our carelessness. Every single time is your incompetence. And the service department, they're all young women. Every time they go out to fix a client's problem, you approve the standard of a roadside hotel. Have you ever once considered their safety? Why is it that everyone in your department stays in 5-star hotels when they travel? Are output departments considered inferior in this building? Her face went so red it looked painful. She wanted to answer. She had nothing to answer with, and worse, she was afraid of what else I might say, because what I had said was the shallow end. I turned to the rest of the room, which had gone completely silent. I need to see the reimbursement notice before I leave work this afternoon. Otherwise, nobody chased the payment on this project. Let's clean up the finance department first. Nobody spoke. I walked out past a crowd that had gathered at the door. Behind me, I heard her shout, "What are you looking at? Are you all dead?" And then the sound of a woman running to the boss's office with tears already deployed. Back at my desk, my sales colleagues came over the way men come over to look at a car crash. How? You're amazing. You dared to go straight at Abbess Jingqi. It seems riding a green train turns you into a man. I'll try it sometime. With your frame, you wouldn't survive an extra minute washing your feet. I let them run for a while and then said, it's just a case of reaching the limit. We work hard to bring in revenue, and then we come back here to be harassed by these people. You'd better watch out for being targeted. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Anyway, I'm infamous now. If anything unfair happens to any of you, tell me and I'll stand up for you. I ended it there, on purpose, because Chen Wei was coming back, and I wanted the last sentence in the room to be mine. There is an old online poll. If you won 10 million, would you quit your job? Most people say no. Without 10 million, you are livestock in an office. With 10 million, you are the office police. I was operating at approximately 2,700 yuan of confidence, and it was already going well. At 6 in the evening, the reimbursement notice came through. My leave was approved by my manager, and 3,000 yuan hit my bank card. I backed up everything on my voice recorder to my computer because the system had told me they were going to fire me, and I had been keeping that recorder running in my pocket every hour of every day since. Then, I went to the seafood market and bought a fish and a kilo of prawns. The college couple were on the sofa. The girl came off it like a launched cat. Uncle, you've struck it rich. You're buying seafood. You haven't eaten? Eat with me. That's so embarrassing. It's fine. I can't finish it. Then we won't stand on ceremony. Li Yang, you do the fish and prawns. I'll do the rice. The boy could cook. He did the fish properly, the prawns properly, and she made shredded potato and a tomato egg soup, and the three of us ate 3 dishes and a soup at a plastic table in a rented apartment, and I had a very good time. Then they made me sit down and did the washing up, which embarrassed me more than the boss had all day. I listed the SK skincare set on the resale app in my room. Then I lay there and watched the clock. At midnight, host has been detected to have ensured that a worker complied with labor laws. System upgraded to LV2. The level of intelligence obtained from refreshes has a probability of increasing. Targeted intelligence is obtained monthly. Intelligence can be provided within a range specified by the host. Daily intelligence 1. At the third stall in the second row of the Shifu Jiaotong University flea market, there is a worn-out USB drive with the school's name on it. A hidden file inside contains a key for 0.1 Bitcoin. Green. Daily intelligence 2. Tomorrow's 5 million lottery numbers. Let me deal with the second one first, since I already told you how that ended. I bought the ticket the next day out of curiosity. The numbers changed. That was the experiment. That was the result. And I never tried it again. But the upgrade. I read that first line about 6 times. I had ensured that a worker complied with labor law. Which worker? I had taken leave and I had left the office at 6. I was the worker. The system's mission was not to make me rich. The system's mission appeared to be labor law. And once I saw it, I could not stop seeing it. It bound itself to me, on a train, at the exact minute I learned I had to be back at a desk on Monday morning after 54 hours in a hard seat. Which sounds simple, which is not simple at all in this country, in this decade. Overtime, deducted wages, unpaid social insurance, unpaid housing fund. Name a company that does none of it. Weekends off are a rumor people tell each other. If it were not for this thing, I would not have had the confidence to leave the office at 6 even once. And the wording said something else. It said, ensured that a worker complied, not the host complied, which meant I could level this thing on other people's working conditions. There are 2 ways to make somebody else obey labor law. One is to become a labor lawyer, and being right in a labor case does not mean winning, and winning does not mean collecting, and also, I do not know any law. The other is to become the boss. I lay in the dark in a rented room owing 280,000 yuan and thought, so the system found the most thoroughly used up beast of burden in the building and hired him to fix the barn. Fine. I would need capital first. Bitcoin was $120,000 that day. 0.1 is $12,000. About 80,000 yuan. Risk-free, sitting on a table at a student flea market. I was on campus at 8 in the morning, which was the wrong time because the flea market did not start until 10. It was also high summer, and the female student population of Shifu Jiaotong University was dressed accordingly, and I crossed that campus with my eyes fully open in a way I am not proud of. I asked a student about opening hours. As he left, he muttered, I've never heard of university teachers taking a pay cut. Why are teachers coming here to buy second-hand goods? Thank you. I had breakfast in the school canteen, which after graduation, you understand, was the cheapest clean food you will ever eat. And then I walked around a campus that was not mine and felt the specific peace of an adult inside an ivory tower he does not have to live in. At 10, the stalls went up. Second row, third stall, a bare straw mat holding a place, and nobody at it. So I browsed. Second-hand books, clothes, dorm blankets, a bonsai skeleton model from the medical school, petri dishes being sold as ashtrays by the biology department, and one reinforced concrete bench that the civil engineering department had brought out from somewhere, which I refused to speculate about. By noon, the third stall was still empty, and I was standing in direct sun, refusing to leave for food in case somebody bought a USB drive for 8 yuan. At 1, a girl arrived with a suitcase, silver-rimmed glasses, long black hair to her waist, pale blue dress. She unrolled her things onto the mat, and a crowd formed around her in approximately 9 seconds, which told me everything about who she was on that campus. I had to physically insert myself into it. Luckily, the crowd was busy. They wanted the old novels and the figurines, because buying a goddess's used copy of a mystery novel feels like a spiritual connection, and buying her old USB drive does not. Jiang Ye, you like mystery novels too? Sell me this one. How much for the Cardcaptor Sakura figure? I'll take it. There were also 2 or 3 attempting to buy second-hand clothing, and one very large young man who wanted a shirt, at which point she swept every item of clothing back into the suitcase and closed it. I picked up the USB drive from the corner, 8 gigabytes, scratched, engraved with the name of the Shifu University of Information Science and Technology. Hello, how much for this? She looked genuinely surprised. Ah, that belonged to one of my seniors. She said she bought it second-hand. It's really old, it's only 8 gigs. Do you still want it? Yes, of course it was old. When Bitcoin first existed, people mined it for fun on machines they later threw away, and then the price went from $10 to $100 to $1,000 to $120,000, and by the time anybody noticed, they could not remember where they had put the key. There is a man in America who bought 2 pizzas with 10,000 of them. Everyone thinks that story is funny. It is not funny. This drive was a souvenir the school gave to outstanding graduates in my year, I said. Unfortunately, I wasn't good enough to get one. I came across it today, so I'd like to keep it, to make up for the regret. She lit up. Oh, so you're an alumnus collecting it? I was worried you'd take it home, and it wouldn't work. Just take it. I had a bad moment. Do you have any other USB drives? No, nobody uses them anymore. I only found this one by accident in a cabinet. That was him. I scanned her code and paid 50 yuan. If it's a collection, we need a sense of ceremony. Call it 50. She laughed. Then I'll accept payment for my senior's sentiment. I said thank you and got out of that crowd and went home, and on the way, I bought that lottery ticket, and at home, I plugged the drive into my computer and turned on hidden files. 1 text document, 1 string of characters. I downloaded a wallet and pasted the string into the private key field. Import. The scan took a very long time. 10%, 25, 50, 100. Balance, 0.1 Bitcoin. I called a high school classmate who does finance. Junzi, I've got 0.1 Bitcoin. Sell it for me. Where did you come from, kid? I've never heard of you playing this game. I mined it as a joke in college. I was tidying up and found the key. Damn. Your luck is incredible. Send it over. I'm still at work. I'll do it in a bit. 3 hours later, 98,000 yuan landed in my account. He sent the transaction record, price, exchange rate, everything. He never mentioned a fee, so I sent him 8,000 because he had also solved the far more annoying problem of getting dollars back into yuan, and because a man who does you a favor and does not ask should be paid before he has to ask. 98,000 yuan. I sat in a rented room and looked at a number that was 1/3 of my entire debt and did not celebrate because the phone rang. Why is the dog manager calling me? I said out loud and answered it. Tong Hao, why did you spread rumors online that I had an affair with Lin Na, just to get revenge for a train? I held the phone further from my head. Manager Liu, you need evidence for a claim like that. What exactly do you mean by online? When did I say your name or hers? Stop playing dumb. The whole internet is running a video called Heartless Manager Takes His Mistress in First Class While Making His Employees Sit in a Hard Seat. Clients are calling to ask what happened. Delete it immediately, or you'll be getting a lawyer's letter. I opened the app while he was still shouting. I did not even have to search for her account. It was the trending topic. Wow. I scrolled the comments. Almost nobody cared about me. The country had zeroed in on the gossip. Netizens had already found photographs of Chen Wei and Lin Na at the airport, dug up her history, dug up his family situation, and were now working through both of them with the thoroughness of a state investigation. So you're talking about Xiao Ran's travel vlog? I said. In that video, I said the manager and the finance manager left by plane first. I did not say your names. Netizens dug that up themselves. What does that have to do with me? You! If you don't clarify this, I'll fire you immediately. You don't need to come in. I'll also hold you responsible for leaking company secrets. I'm waiting for you to fire me. But the compensation for illegal termination and the project bonus must not be reduced by a single cent. Also, I didn't know that you flying home had become a company secret. Pursue it if you want. I'll see you in court. I hung up and blocked him. He called back on WeChat, so I blocked him there too. I did not do that out of temper. I did it because a man who is shouting at you is a man who is not yet allowed to be recorded saying anything useful, and I wanted him to have to do the next part in writing. I sighed at my own phone. I lit this fire. I cannot put it out. Serves them right, though. It is gratifying. I messaged Xia Ran. Wow, it's trending. Dude, you're only seeing this now? I didn't expect it to go this viral. It's thanks to you that I got my revenge. Win-win. I gained a lot of followers. By the way, my fans want me to travel to Shifu next, so I'm coming to rip you off. No problem. 85 kilos. You can handle it. Midnight. Daily Intelligence 1. Thunderstorms are expected in Shifu City tomorrow night. An unidentified dragon-shaped flying object will appear in the sky at 8:15 p.m., sparking a wave of discussion on the internet. Green. Daily Intelligence 2. Your roommate, Song Mei, is doing poorly lately. I ignored the second one. The first one I sat with. The easy play is obvious. Rent a good camera, get the clearest footage in the country, sell it to media for a few thousand yuan. But I had just watched a 2-minute vlog dismantle a manager in front of the entire Chinese internet. That is not worth a few thousand yuan. That is worth a persona. Because if a system is going to hand me strange facts for the rest of my life, I am going to need somewhere to put them where being right is an asset instead of a question. I went out to the balcony and photographed the sky. Bright moon, almost no stars because a city eats them. When I was a kid in the countryside, the Milky Way looked like a river somebody had hung up. I posted the photo with a caption. According to the stars observed tonight, tomorrow at the hour of Gu, Shifu will see a thunder dragon undergoing tribulation, accompanied by thunder and rain. Fellow Taoists, please take care. Then I changed my username to Uncertainty Dweller. The account had never posted before. 200 views in an hour. Are you obsessed with reading novels? I even checked the forecast. It does say rain tomorrow. I did not reply. A man building an image does not argue with the peasants. Then I rented a camera. 300 a day, plus 800 for 2 hours of instruction from the studio owner, who is apparently a nationally recognized photographer, which I did not care about at all. I cared about sharp footage of something in the sky. The staff found it very strange that I wanted to photograph aircraft during a thunderstorm, recommended a mid-range camcorder with a tripod, teleconverter, and infrared filter, and asked nothing further. The expert was a woman in her 30s in jeans and a rolled-up white shirt who looked at the clock and said, "It's 10:20. We finish at 12:20 exactly. What occasion? What subject? Around 8, aircraft in the sky. There might be lightning. You're filming aircraft in a thunderstorm. Are you sure aircraft take off during thunderstorms? I want this image. Worst case, I'll wait a few days at the airport." Her lip did a thing. Fine, you paid, you decide. That was the best 800 yuan I spent that month. I had never touched professional equipment. In 2 hours, she made me competent. And she taught me one thing I had not expected, because I had assumed I would simply point the camera upward. Even shooting the sky, you compose. Foreground, middle ground, background. Where the subject sits in space is the whole photograph. The object was dragon-shaped. Shifu is a city of ancient architecture. The most photographed structure in it is the Great Yan Pagoda, an ancient tower and a dragon in a thunderstorm. I was set up in the square by 7, rain cover on the camera, poncho for me, under a completely clear sky, surrounded by tourists in Hanfu. Just after 8, the sky went over, and the wind turned 100 skirts into flags. At 8:10, the thunder started, and the rain came down like a decision, and the square went into chaos. I stood there in a poncho, alone, motionless, next to the statue of the monk Xuanzang, matching him. Lightning tore the sky in half, and somebody screamed, "Dragon!" I turned the camera and looked up. There was a huge dragon-shaped black shape moving through the cloud, and when the light came again, you could see the claws. The wind took my hood off. Rain hit the back of my head like gravel. I did not have a hand to spare, so I let it, with both hands on the camera, walking the lens across the sky to keep the thing in the top third of the frame where it belonged. Then a second bolt went off, silver-white light with blue in it, the black dragon. The tower that has been standing there for over 1,000 years, 3 elements, 1 frame. I was shaking. And standing in the rain at the base of that pagoda, I finally understood why photographers travel to the far end of the world and wait for months in the cold for one image. Because when you get the thing you came for, all of it is paid off at once. If that footage did not go viral, there was no justice in the world. Young man, in this rain, where are you going to find pretty girls to photograph? Hurry up and go. Square security had noticed me. He had assumed the obvious about a man alone with a long lens in a wind that was doing that to skirts. I'm going now. I was filming a flying object in the sky. He was not convinced, and I did not have time to fix his opinion of me. I packed up. Getting home took 2 hours. Every ride app had a queue of over 100 people. The subway had gone to exit only. I walked half an hour in a poncho carrying rented equipment through a thunderstorm to reach a station that would let me in, and somewhere in that half hour, I made a decision. The next money I got, I was buying a car. A man without a car is a man without legs. I got in after 10. My phone had a dozen missed calls, all from the boss. I turned on call recording and answered. Hello? Tong Hao, How have you been resting these past 2 days? If you haven't rested well, I can give you a few more days off. I have never heard that man be pleasant, certainly not to a person who had ignored 12 of his calls. No need. Let's follow the company's regulations. I'll be back tomorrow. I heard about the situation. Chen Wei did go a bit too far, but the company also has its difficulties. Paying everyone's salary on time is already the company's best effort. Just get to the point. He was so startled he did not even get angry. Could you release a video clarifying that everything you said was fabricated? We've received a lot of calls from clients. I laughed at him. I could not help it. So that you can then send me to prison for defamation. And with that much information already circulating, what exactly would my clarification accomplish? How could that be? You have to trust the company. Once you've clarified, leave the rest to us. I have a clear conscience. I described what happened. What the internet did afterward is not what I wanted, but you can only blame Chen Wei for not being clean. Then I asked the question I actually wanted answered. Aren't Chen Wei and Lin Na the parties involved here? If the company separates itself from an employee's private behavior, this shouldn't hurt the company much, should it? I've said before, the company is like a big family. We will not abandon any employee. Even if you were in the same situation today, the company would not abandon you. I sat there dripping on my own floor and did the arithmetic. He was not protecting Chen Wei out of loyalty. Nobody protects a man that hard for free. Chen Wei was holding something. Then do as you please, I said. It has nothing to do with me. Tell me your terms. How much money do you want? There it was. If I named a number, the recording of me naming a number would be online by lunchtime with everything before it cut off. I told you it has nothing to do with me. I'm hanging up if there's nothing else. He finally lost it. Do you even want to work at this company? If this isn't resolved, don't come in tomorrow. And then, because the threat did not feel big enough to him, I remember your mortgage payment is over $6,000 a month. Think about how you're going to pay that. And if the company sues you, even if you win, can you afford the legal fees and the time? If you want to fire me, pay my severance and my project bonus first. As for suing me, I'll say it again. Whatever. He started up again and I cut him off. You're taking up my off hours and you still owe me overtime for it. Let's talk tomorrow. Bye. Then I ate something standing up and sat down to edit 2 hours of thunderstorm footage with the video editing skills of a man who sells software. 10 minutes into that, I changed my mind. Professional matters should be handled by professionals. Sharan messaged first. Your Shifu is trending, an unidentified flying object. Did you see it? I not only saw it, I filmed it. I sent the raw file. Wow, this is so clear. Can I start? No, cut it for me. I need to sell it for money. Stingy. I'll give you an hour. Sister Ron is so generous. Come on. While I waited, I checked the resale listing for the skincare set. Is it genuine? Give me 1,000. I'll take it, even if it's fake. High-quality replica. I'll take it for 500. It's for my partner. You damn liar. You sell counterfeits. Don't believe me. Can I have it for 3,005? I need to verify offline. I see you're also in Zifu. I stared at that last one and had a very ugly thought, which was, 3,005 for a trip across town. Is that worth my time? Then I caught myself. Tong Hao, you have not paid off a single loan. 3,005 is half a month's salary for you. That is the trap. A poor man gets a little money and immediately starts despising small money, and then his ability does not keep up with his appetite, and then he is poor again by Thursday. I replied and arranged to meet the buyer that Sunday. At 11, Shaoran video called me. The footage came back with cool-toned grating, the dragon looking twice as heavy, and music that had been cut so that the crescendo landed exactly on the frame with the lightning and the tower and the shape between them. I had been standing there when it happened, and I still watched it 4 times before I posted it. Then I put it up under Uncertainty Dweller and went to sleep and let the country do the rest. Daily Intelligence 1. This Sunday, during the TF Boys' 10th anniversary concert, a truck carrying support materials for one member's fan club will be involved in a traffic accident, causing a large-scale traffic jam. There will be no injuries, but his fans will be completely suppressed by the other 2 fan groups during the concert. Green. Daily Intelligence 2. Tomorrow morning, after 8:30, a photocopy of an account book showing manager Chen Wei bribing clients to boost company performance at the boss's instruction will appear in the trash can downstairs at the company. Green. So that was what Chen Wei was holding. The boss had made him carry the bribes personally, which is what bosses do, and Chen Wei had kept a ledger, which is what men who carry bribes personally do if they are not completely stupid. He had made himself unfireable and radioactive at the same time. But my attention went to the first one, because the first one was a business. The fan bases of that group are not friendly with each other. They compete openly at every event, and being visibly outnumbered in a stadium is a real humiliation that thousands of people prepare for months in advance. And on Saturday, 1/3 of that stadium was going to discover that their lightsticks and boards were sitting in a truck in a traffic jam. If you cannot prove you love him with a little money, how do you prove you love him at all? I opened the wholesale site and found a shop that specialized in fan support goods. Dear customer, the support items for that fan club's 10th anniversary event were ordered from us. We still have 2,000 leftover pieces. How many would you like? All of them. One condition. They have to reach the Shifu Olympic Sports Center by Saturday morning. 2 days might not be enough. We can add money. No problem. I'll arrange it right away. We'll ship by air. 2,000 pieces at 8 yuan each, resold at 20, no, 50, which rounds up, in my head, to 100,000 yuan. Money really is a language everyone speaks fluently. In the morning, I checked Uncertainty Dweller and found several hundred comments and 2,000 followers, and I was very glad I had muted notifications overnight. The comments had started as people being impressed by the footage. Then somebody scrolled back one video. Holy crap, are you serious? Everyone, look at the previous video. He predicted it. In the very first post. Wow, a master. Master, please tell me when I'll find a partner. Next life. Media accounts were messaging me for permission to repost. I put a line on my profile saying reposting is welcome as long as you credit the source, because I wanted the reach, and because people were going to repost it whether I agreed or not, and I did not have the energy to be the copyright police. Then I went and stood outside my own office building at 8 in the morning, watching a trash can. At 8:30, Chen Wei came out, smoking, holding a document folder, pacing. He walked one length of the building and came back. He did that 3 times. Then he threw the cigarette on the ground, stepped on it, dropped the folder in the bin, and went upstairs. I waited 2 minutes to be sure he was in a lift, then jogged over and went through it. Wow, I had assumed the numbers would be uncomfortable. The number for the Commerce Department head at one construction group alone was over 1 million yuan, on a deal I knew was worth just over 3 million total. Half of it. They had given away half of it. I had wondered for a long time why a group that size needed to spend 3 million on software when the actual licenses came to a few 100,000. Chen Wei had presented that deal as a case study to the whole company. I had assumed his methods were simply superior. They were. This was the method. I put the folder in my bag, turned on the voice recorder, put it in my pocket, and walked into the building. The receptionist gave me a thumbs up and then dropped her voice. Be careful. Don't panic. Chen Wei arrived, saw me at my desk, and came across the floor with his hand already out for the slam. Tong Hao, how dare you show your face here? I leaned back and crossed my legs. I haven't done anything shameful. What is there to be ashamed of? Then I grinned at him because I could not resist, and it is possible I am not a good person. Manager, you're truly enviable. A red flag flying at home and colorful flags outside. Why don't you share your experience with everyone? You especially like sharing. He called me something I will not repeat. I stood up. You bastard, say that again. His face did about 4 things in sequence and settled on, you just wait. And then he left the room in the manner of a man whose legs have decided for him. 10 minutes later, he was back and smiling. Tong Hao, the boss wants you. You went crying to your master that fast? The rest of the sales floor had just arrived and was watching an employee say that out loud to a manager who did not respond. The boss poured me tea personally, which is a thing that has never happened to me before, and which meant the price had gone up. Tong Hao, what have you thought about what we discussed? I said everything yesterday. If you want to fire me, give me a termination letter and pay what I'm owed, severance and project bonus. His eye twitched. The company is having a tough time. Can't you be a little more understanding of our situation? 1 wheel off your Maybach would cover me. He stopped pretending. In that case, there's a company in Tibet that needs software training. Go there. I refuse. My contract states my position is major account sales and my permanent work location is Shifu City. Then I let it hang for a second. Of course, sales requires short business trips, but the clients I'm currently responsible for have no such need. If you insist on sending me, provide reasonable travel expenses. And then, because he had spent 20 minutes on the phone the previous night reminding me exactly how much my mortgage was, I looked at him and said it slowly. Anyway, I'm currently all alone, so I can do whatever I want. He actually flinched. You? What do you want to do? Don't be impulsive. I laughed. What are you thinking? I mean, I'm single. I don't mind if you insist on the business trips. You won't be traveling anymore, he said fast. Hand over your client resources first. The company has other arrangements for you. No problem. My annual targets will need to be adjusted accordingly, of course. You can support me if you're willing. He did not want to say another word. Chen Wei will talk to you later. You can go. I got to the door, opened it, and then put my head back in. I know you want to get rid of me. Just give me what I'm owed. Why bother with all this? Chen Wei came to collect my client information that afternoon, and I handed him a single document. He looked at a page containing company names, contact persons, and phone numbers. Is this all the data you have? That's all. With your abilities, Manager Liu, this is more than enough. He ground his teeth. You're doing very well. Here is what I did not hand over. I had a second document. Personality traits and interests of every relevant person in each client organization, from the software users up through the decision maker to the man who actually signs. Business model of each client. An assessment of how well our product fit each of their operations, which is not a salesman's job at all. I had it because I spent 4 years on a construction site before I ever sold anything, and because I wanted a better close rate and taught myself. If the person who took over my accounts turned out to be a friend, I would have handed it to him. If not, my sympathies. After that, I entered the strangest phase of my working life, which was being paid a full salary to browse the internet, and I want to report that it was not as fun as I had imagined. Then my phone rang, and I took it to the stairwell and went up a floor, out of habit, because I did not want to be caught not working at the job that was firing me. Hello, is this Mr. Tong Hao? A young woman's voice. Yes? Great. Do you remember the USB drive you bought at the Jiaotong University flea market? Did you delete any files on it? Everything in me stopped. She had remembered the Bitcoin. Bitcoin is anonymous. She could not prove anything. I made my voice bored. Zhang Yue, it's you. I haven't opened it yet. Is something wrong? Here's the thing. There are some of my photos on that drive. Could you send me the files? I paused. Photos? Beautiful young woman. Old USB drive. Photos. My brain went where any man's brain goes, at speed. Even through a phone, I could hear her turn pink. It's just ordinary photos, recording my school life. I'm graduating soon. I wanted a memento. No problem. I can return the drive to you. If they did not want the Bitcoin, everything else was negotiable. No need. You wanted it as a souvenir and you paid for it. Fine. It's at home. Add me on WeChat and I'll send them tonight. And then, since I had her on the line, I remembered Saturday. By the way, I want to hire a few students for a part-time job on Saturday. Do you have classmates you could recommend? Perfect timing. I used to be president of our student union. Let me ask the younger students. What kind of job? What hours? How much? Her tone changed the instant I said the word job. She went from a girl on a phone to a woman taking a brief. 5 people. Setting up a stall at the Olympic Sports Center Plaza, noon until 8, with 2 hours of breaks for meals, 300 each. 8 hours minus 2 hours of breaks. I did that arithmetic on purpose. 300 is a bit above market for students, and if you pay a person properly, they work like a person. Okay, that shouldn't be hard to fill. I'll contact people and message you. Walking back down the stairs, I heard a man and a woman arguing 1 flight below. You've ruined my reputation. The whole internet is cursing me. Give me 200,000 and I'll move to another city. Otherwise, I'm not done with you. Dream on. I don't have 200. My wife is trying to divorce me. You're the one who ruined my life. When you were sleeping with me, why didn't you think about the fact that you had a wife? I stood on the stairs and enjoyed myself thoroughly for about 40 seconds. What, you want to take action? If you don't give me the 200,000, you'll regret it. Who's there? Chen Wei shouted up the stairwell. I came down grinning. Sorry, continue. I was just passing through for a smoke. Tong Hao, it's all your fault. Lin Na came at me with actual claws, and Chen Wei had to physically hold her back. Keep your voice down. What if you attract people? Isn't this embarrassing enough? What am I afraid of losing face for now? How can you be so spineless? Go and hit him. Why are you pulling me? I have faced angry clients, angry bosses, and one angry customs official. I have never been as intimidated as I was by that woman in that stairwell. Manager, I said, backing off, you're the one who understands the bigger picture. Please continue. Pretend I was never here. At 6, I left on time, and I noticed that my system experience bar had moved from 1 to 2, which is to say that a full day of a man leaving work on time is worth 1 point, and the bar needs 100. Leaving work on time by myself was going to take about 4 months to reach the next level. I really did need to be a boss. Then Officer Zhang called and invited me to dinner. Not a ceremony. Dinner. I could not work out the angle, so I went. A street barbecue with plastic stools, which I approved of, and I recognized him across the crowd without being told, because some men stand in a group differently. Zhang Jing, I invited you mainly to thank you personally. Your information was a great help. Isn't it every citizen's duty? Of course, I also had selfish motives, such as the reward. You'll get the reward. Shifu caught Atong this time. Everyone here is proud. Then he raised his glass properly. Because of it, I'm about to take a big step forward. If you ever run into a problem you can't solve, come to me. As long as it's legal, I'll help. What, Officer Zhang? Too formal. Call me Lao Zhang. You said a big step. He tried to look modest and failed. A little. I'll be running criminal investigation for the city. He was maybe 35. There's something else important. Do you want to hear it? Is it my bonus? That's going through approval. Tomorrow, leaders from the Municipal Bureau are coming to your door personally to present you with a certificate of honor, the TV station too. I did not care about a certificate. I cared enormously about the phrase, to your door. Then let's have them do it at my company. He looked at me for a second and then laughed because he understood perfectly. I'll back you up, I know. I went home, packaged Jiang Yue's files, and sent them. I had intended to format the drive immediately. Instead, I opened the folder because I am a human being and not a very impressive one. 4 years in order. Her parents at the school gate, still a round-faced kid. Military training in camouflage, in which she is clearly the reason the entire male half of that year got sunstroke. Then the clothes get better, and the face gets sharper, and the naive thing goes out of the eyes year by year until she becomes the person I met at a flea market. Then I deleted them properly because keeping a stranger's photographs is one of the smallest things a man can do. Daily Intelligence 1. The company's core product, graphic quantity calculation, will be down for a week next week due to a conflict between a module that secretly collects user information and the operating system, which will cause huge losses to the company. Green. Daily Intelligence 2. Qian Bo, the company's R&D director, is considering leaving after learning tomorrow that he has been given a 20% pay cut. White. Both about the company. This thing had gone from telling me about bottle caps to handing me a company's throat, and I had not asked it to. Let me explain what graphic quantity calculation is, because everything after this depends on it and it will take 20 seconds. You build a three-dimensional model of a building in the software. The software tells you how much of every material each stage of construction needs. Concrete, rebar, formwork, everything. That number is what people bid on, get paid on, and argue about. In construction, it is not a nice to have. It is the tape measure. If your tape measure is wrong by 0.5% on a project with a 5% margin, you have given away 1/10 of your profit, and you will not find out for a year. Our version of it was the company's cash machine. Over 10,000 yuan a copy, hundreds of thousands of copies a year, and fewer than 50 people in R&D keeping it alive. When I was a technician on site, I heard the commercial staff complain constantly that it kept getting more expensive and slower every year, and buy it anyway, every year, because there was nothing else. Now I knew why it was slow. They had been stuffing modules into it to harvest user data, and for an enterprise product, user data is the client's commercial secret. I did not hate that company enough to want it dead. I did, however, want that product. Because if you write one piece of software, selling 100 copies and selling 100,000 copies costs you nearly the same amount to make. That is the entire business. And Qian Bo, whose salary they had just cut 20%, was the man who had built it. He is a rare thing. He understands engineering, and he understands the client's business, which almost nobody does, and he is the sort of person who fixes things because they are broken. He and I had worked together a lot and had never once had the standard sales versus R&D fight, which in our industry is close to a religious war. Sales says R&D builds garbage. R&D says sales promises things that do not exist and then leaves. Everybody in the country was getting a pay cut that year. Most people gritted their teeth because the next job would be no better. I intended to be the next job. At 9 on Friday morning, Guangda Software welcomed the trader, Mr. Tang Hao. The trader, Mr. Tang Hao, could not open the door with his access card. I had one rebellious evening, and now I can't get in the building? Then I saw Wu Qing from the service department coming down the corridor, eating a steamed bun, and I greeted her like a lifeboat. Qing, swipe the door. Mine's not working. She got the bun into one cheek. Let me see. It's open. Great. I was one step into the doorway when a hand came across it. Tang Hao, you've been fired. You're not welcome here. So it was you who killed my access card. You are no longer a company employee, Chen Wei said with real pleasure. You have naturally lost access control privileges and all your accounts, including the OA system and email. So please, go back. I had been expecting this since Tuesday, but not this crudely. Fire me, but give me a written termination letter, severance pay, and the project bonus I'm owed. Go back first. We'll give it to you next week when administration starts work. Absolutely not. If I walked away now, the record would show a man who stopped coming to work. Then I need to film this first, to prove I came to work today and was prevented from entering, so that if we end up in court, there's a clear explanation. His face changed, and his hand came up over my phone. No, there are company secrets here. You can't film. Your affair with Lin Na is a company secret. Now the front door is a company secret. Are there really that many company secrets in this building? We were physically wrestling over a phone in a doorway when the lift opened and about 15 people came out of it, several of them in uniform. Captain Zhang Jing was among them, walking with his head slightly down, behind an older policeman with the specific gravity of a man who has been senior for a long time. Behind them, a woman with a video camera already running. It was the photography teacher, the one who had charged me 800 yuan for 2 hours. Today, she was in simple clothes, with none of the presents, and she was working. Captain Zhang Jing got between us fast and physically separated me from Chen Wei, then turned. Chief, this is Tang Hao, who provided us with the intelligence. The bureau chief frowned at both of us. What are you doing? And Chen Wei, from somewhere, found courage. This is one of our employees. He was fired for violating company regulations. He's unwilling to accept it, and he's trying to force his way in. Behind him, the boss had come out to see what the noise was, saw his manager explaining to the chief of the Municipal Public Security Bureau that the man being honored was a troublemaker, and went the color of paper. The boss came forward fast to smooth it over. Just a minor internal matter. Please, officers, speak freely. Then Captain Zhang Jing said, since we've run into it, let's clarify it here. And the boss opened his mouth to concede, and Chen Wei got there first. Tang Hao was absent without cause on Tuesday and Wednesday. According to company regulations, he should be dismissed. Didn't I ask you for leave? You approved all the procedures. Company policy states that leave of more than 2 days requires the general manager's approval. My approval doesn't count. There it was, the whole architecture of it, laid out in a corridor, in front of the police, by the man who had built it. I took out my voice recorder and wound it to Monday morning. I have a recording here. Everyone listen. Chen Wei's face went completely gray, and I realized he thought I was about to play him and Lin Na in a stairwell in front of the chief of police. There's one more thing. I took the train for 2 days over the weekend, and I need to take 2 days off tomorrow and the day after. I have no problem with this. You can just send the application to your manager. 15 people listened to the general manager of the company approve my leave in his own voice. Chen Wei exhaled so hard I heard it. Fortunately, it was not about him. As for whether I got fired, he no longer cared in the slightest, because the whole thing had been the boss's design. Captain Zhang Jing said to the boss in a level voice, verbal promises have force. Your company's stated reason for dismissal does not stand. Then the chief, who had now understood the entire situation, turned to Zhang Jing. Captain Zhang, call the inspection team this afternoon and tell them to keep an eye on this. Why are these entrepreneurs always looking for crooked ways to get ahead? Yes, chief. I watched my boss's legs stop working properly. Give me another chance. I will handle this matter properly. There's no need to trouble the inspection team. The chief ignored him entirely and turned to me. Xiao Tang, you are a great contributor. We will definitely not let you suffer any injustice. If you are not satisfied with how this is handled, tell Captain Zhang at any time. Thank you, Chief. The boss recovered enough to suggest, with a fawning face, that they all go into the conference room to talk. The chief looked annoyed. Those who are not involved, please go inside. We need to speak with Xiao Tang. Then I stood in my own lobby with a smile that felt like a bad passport photo and filmed a promotional video under the guidance of a woman who had once taught me for 800 yuan. Afterwards, nobody lingered. They left me a certificate naming me a 5-star good citizen and went. When I came back in, the entire floor swarmed. Tang Hao, even an official that senior came to take a photo with you. What did you actually do? You didn't save the world, did you? No, you only save wayward girls. I spotted a wanted criminal on a train, I said. That's all. Holy crap, you're lucky. I declare that from now on I only travel by train. Hard seat. It took me a long time to get them off me. Then I sat at a workstation in front of a computer I no longer had permission to log into and discovered, to my genuine annoyance, that I felt sad. 3 years. Most of it unpleasant. And I was reluctant to leave. Human beings are perverse animals. Tang Hao, the boss asked me to talk to you about leaving. The HR manager was in the doorway. Fine, let's find a meeting room. He put the terms on the table. Since the project isn't finished, we'll have your project bonus. Severance will be N+1 according to labor law. If there's no problem, let's sign. If I had been the man I was 2 weeks earlier, I would have thanked him. N+1 from that company would have been a miracle. The project isn't finished, I said, but the remaining stage is delivery, which has nothing to do with sales. I should receive at least a 90% proportion of the bonus. As for severance, labor law states that N+1 applies to lawful termination. This is clearly unlawful dismissal without legitimate cause. That is 2N. He looked pained. Our company has never given N+1 in its entire history. How can I give you 2N? I'm not going to make things difficult for you. If you can't make the decision, go and find someone who can. He looked relieved to be dismissed. Okay, please wait a moment. He came back in 11 minutes. Tang Hao, sign. The boss has agreed to all of it. Compensation, project bonus, and this month's salary will all be paid before you leave work today. 3 years of service, 6 months of salary as compensation. Last year's average was 7,000 a month, so 42,000. Project bonus at 90%, 21,000. Plus this month, about 66,000 yuan. I signed it, and then I stood on the pavement outside a building I had walked into for 3 years, holding a bag, feeling nothing in particular. The last time I walked away from a workplace, I left a construction site with a bucket and came to the city with no idea what happened next. This time was different, and the difference was not the money. You've already escaped the sea of suffering. Broader are you lamenting about? If anyone should be lamenting, it's us, the cattle, still stuck in it. Chen Bo was standing next to me, with the expression of a man who has just come out of a manager's office at speed. I had been planning to call him that evening. Instead, I said, "Come and eat with me. I'm leaving. It's traditional." I had also planned to take my sales friends out that night, but sales and R&D do not share a table well, and this conversation needed 1 table and 2 people. We found a quiet restaurant in a mall and ordered stir-fries and no alcohol because he had to go back to work in the afternoon. He got about 4 bites in before he sighed. I'm afraid I won't be able to stay at that company much longer. Have you found something? With your skills, you won't get kicked out like me. The problem is, I don't want to do it anymore. Not only did they cut my salary, the job itself is a nightmare. Really? You're the man holding that department together. Anyone would be cut before you. He laughed at himself. All the guys under me got cut. How could I possibly be exempt? And it isn't really the money. You've heard, the boss forced us to add code to the quantity calculation to harvest client information. Same with the garbage products in the other departments. He drank tea like it was something stronger. The code is a mountain of crap now. We spend every day fixing bugs. The whole thing might crash tomorrow. Not tomorrow, I thought, next week. But the way he said it told me the important thing, which was that he had not done it deliberately and was not planning to, which meant I could talk to him. I toasted him with tea. Have you ever thought about going out on your own? I'm a man who buries himself in technology. I'm destined to be an employee my whole life. If I went out on my own, would you come with me? He looked up. He looked at my face for about 3 seconds, and whatever he saw there made him smile. I knew it. This meal was a recruitment operation on my former employer's premises. I'm leaving anyway, I said. You and I are the two people in that R&D department worth respecting, so I'm buying you a meal. Of course, if you're ever thinking about leaving, I'd like to be the first person you consider. Fine. We can discuss details if I have a real idea. Right now, I don't even know what you want to do. But let me be clear in advance. I have a family. I don't have the resources to take risks with you. Don't worry, you'll be treated well. I did not push. I had nothing yet. A man with nothing who tries to close a deal that day is a man who has just told you exactly how much he has. I only needed a seed in the ground. That evening, I ate with the sales team, who spent 3 hours abusing the boss, telling filthy jokes, and demanding that I take them all with me when I made it, which I promised, cheerfully, and meant. A salesperson who knows a company's business inside out is one of the most valuable objects on earth. When I had the conditions, I was going to come back for every one of them. At the end, somebody proposed a second venue. I could not talk them out of it, so I told them to be careful and went home alone, because I had exactly one hard rule at that point, and it was that I was not going to spend Captain Zhang Jing's goodwill bailing drunk salesmen out of a police station in week 1. At home, I opened the app and found that Uncertainty Dweller had 300,000 followers. One day. Given time, I thought, I could probably make a living just selling things on a live stream. Then I fought sleep until midnight. Daily Intelligence 1. A new Xiaomi dealership will open in Dongcheng tomorrow, holding a car purchase lottery. The first golden egg on the left in the second-to-last row contains a 10% price voucher. Green. 10% price voucher. That phrase is doing an enormous amount of work. It means you pay 10%. Which means, on the top of their range, you buy a car for a bit under 60,000 yuan. I checked my bank card. 150,000, mostly Bitcoin proceeds, plus the severance from a company that had tried to fire me for nothing 8 hours earlier. The car cost 529,900. That is the entire problem with getting rich. You have to already have the money in order to be handed the money. I went through everyone I knew who could produce 400,000 yuan in cash by 9 the next morning and arrived at a list of 0 people. Then I thought of one. Xia Ran is a minor internet celebrity. She might have cash. We had known each other 11 days. I steeled myself and typed, "Sister Ran, are you there? White Xia Ran is already asleep. Now it's black Xia Ran. Want to discuss something? What? Be careful.jpg. Lend me some money to resell something. I'll pay you back within a day. I thought you were only after my body, but it turns out you were after my money. How much?" She had not said no. I went for it. Is 400,000 okay? Your reputation with me is only worth 300,000. That is exactly the reward on the criminal, and I want to note that she had done the same arithmetic I had in the same order from the other side. Then, before I could answer, however, I've decided to value our friendship at 100,000. Send me your account details. I knew I had been played, and I did not care even slightly because it was the first time in my life anyone had lent me that much money. Miss Rand's kindness is beyond repayment. I can only offer my body. She sent a knife emoji. This is the first time I've lent this much. This is my retirement savings, accumulated penny by penny. If you don't pay it back, you're dead. If I can't pay it back, I'll take care of you in your old age. 400,000. I set an alarm and slept like a man with a plan. I was the first customer through the door of that dealership at 9. Half the sales staff were still eating breakfast. One saleswoman noticed me and came over with a smile she had put on with the uniform and had clearly decided I was a man who looks at cars the way people look at museums. Ranjie, is it? Take me to see the top model. She stopped walking for half a second and recalculated. 5 of them in a row in 5 colors. My brain produced exactly one word, and the word was buy. A few years ago, a car that accelerated like that cost the price of an apartment building. She began reciting the specification. No need, I know it, I just need the color. That is one genuinely excellent thing about new energy vehicles here. One price nationwide, no haggling, no theater. Lightning yellow, space silver, parrot green, obsidian black, pearl white. That one. Lightning yellow. I am not a complicated man. She grabbed my arm with both hands. Are you ordering today? I am. Is there any event for the opening? A lucky draw. Minimum is 10 free services, and there's a chance at a 90% discount voucher. If you order now, you're first. And if I actually win it, you can't expect me to buy a second car. If you took a loan, we sign a new contract. If you paid cash, we return the cash. Last thing, stock? Her face fell and then caught. The lightning yellow one has the fixed carbon fiber wing and the vented hood. The price is much higher. Buy. 580,000. She pushed hard for installments, and I refused, which convinced her completely that I was the son of a coal mine owner from northern Shanxi, and I did nothing to disturb that. Then I did not look at the car. I went to the lobby for the lottery. Understand my position. I had just handed over 580,000 yuan, 400 of which was a woman's retirement savings. The whole sales floor came to watch because word had gone round about what Ranjie had just sold. I'm always lucky at smashing golden eggs, I said. I hope I don't win the grand prize. Ranjie, pink to the ears. You're my benefactor. I hope you do. I counted twice. Second to last row, first on the left. 10% purchase voucher with the dealership seal on it. Wow, it actually worked. The manager confirmed it, and then, unexpectedly, added 5 more free services because I was their first customer and it was a lucky start for the store, and asked me to introduce my friends. You are going to be disappointed, I thought. Everyone I know is broke. 580,000 out, 522,000 back in. Nothing smells better than money. I got to the Olympic Sports Center at 11. The plaza was already full of young women photographing each other in groups. My rented stall came with a sunshade, and there were police patrolling, because the local government gets nervous about crowds, and is correct to. I looked at the neighboring stalls. Snacks, drinks, snacks. Nobody selling support goods. Excellent, I thought. I get to earn this alone. Should I raise the price to 100? Because here is the thing. When the fan club's own supplies fail to arrive, they will not have a choice. And when the choice is 100 yuan or your idol, which one is more important? At noon, Jiang Yue arrived with 5 students, 3 boys and 2 girls, none of whom looked like they had ever had a bad thought. Mr. Tang, thank you for the photos. I'll help you sell too. You only need to pay them. She was worried about her juniors and had dressed it up as a favor to me. I thought you were afraid I was a scammer and came to supervise. She went red instantly. No, you're a good person. I just came to help. I didn't say anything. Are you implying something? The delivery driver's call saved her. 20 minutes later, it looked like a business. I taped up the payment codes. Today's job is simple. Sell these, all the same price. Then I paused. Just to check, none of you are fans of this group? Every boy and I turned to look at the 3 women. Jiang Yue was serene. The other 2 went pink. Neither Xiaotian nor I are. Normally nobody would care, but we were standing beside a plaza containing several thousand young women in wedding dresses at 11 in the morning, and proximity to that does something to a person. Good, 100 yuan each, no bargaining. Huh? Jiang Yue said. Fan clubs give these out for free. You're not lowering the price, you're raising it? Sell as I say. This is called willing buyer, willing bait. The tall boy tried. Bro, even the most brainless fan won't pass up a freebie to pay a premium for ours. Do as I say, and however sales go, you get paid the same. 2 hours later, we had sold nothing. I bought cold drinks and handed them round, and Jiang Yue took hers and said, worried, how about we lower it? There are probably fans who'd buy but can't face the queue, and the price is scaring them off. It's fine. We sell to people who need it. Those weren't our customers. Then, call me Tong Hao. Mr. Tong sounds like an accountant. 2 girls in white dresses arrived. The dresses had been bought online at a price point where the seams have opinions. Why are all of yours orange? How much? 100 each. 100? Why don't you rob me? I'm calling the police. Have we broken a law by marking prices clearly? Your brother performs in Shifu once. These are custom. If they don't sell today, we're stuck with them. The taller one started softening. Why don't we buy here? She said to her friend. There's nothing else. But we're nearly out of money and we haven't booked a hotel. And didn't the fan club say they'd distribute? My sister's in the fan club. They were supposed to start at 2. It's nearly 3. They bought 2 sets of glow sticks and a board. 300 yuan. The students exhaled like a burst tire, because if we had sold nothing, they were going to be too embarrassed to take the money. Then more came. Most balked. Enough did not. Within an hour, we had 5,000 yuan, which covered the goods and the wages, and Jiang Yue kept looking sideways at me the way you look at a man who has just done a card trick. Then several very well-dressed girls arrived, and the one in front lifted her chin at the stall. Who's the boss here? My heart went up. The party in question had arrived. You wanted me? What's up? How many support items do you have left? Give me a discount. I'll take them all. I did the arithmetic out loud. There should be about 1,900 sets left. She waved a hand. Fine, 50 each, all of them, so you don't have to sell them one at a time. Zhang Yue's mouth came open. 1,900 times 50 is 95,000 yuan for objects that cost 8. I said, my original intention was to provide a convenience for young ladies who don't want to queue. If you buy the lot, you're going against my original intention. You're so kind-hearted. It's 100 yuan. Just tell me how much you want. 150. The girl behind her nearly came over the table. Don't go too far, or we'll overturn your stall and call the police to arrest you. The one in front put an arm out and stared at me. You think you can take me on today? So what? She ground her teeth. Fine, 150. 290,000 yuan hit my phone with a little sound. Hurry up, I said to the students. Get these packed for the young ladies. Don't waste their time. They packed everything with the dazed efficiency of people who have just watched 2,000 yuan of merchandise turn into a car. So this is how money is made, one of them said, out loud, to nobody. Then the fan club leader turned around with her face carefully blank. Could you send a few of the boys to help us carry this? We're all girls. Sorry, I said. The goods have been delivered. We have no obligation to carry them. They took the boxes in pairs and left. I watched them go and thought, you can obviously carry those. Clean up, I told the students, and I'm buying dinner. You vote. Eat whatever you want. They voted for hot pot, which is what students vote for, and I offered to drive. The 3 boys immediately said they would take a taxi and let me drive the 3 girls, which is the sort of gallantry that has a small price tag attached, and I said I would reimburse the fare. In the car park, Cheng Xiaoya saw the car from 30 meters and stopped walking. Wow, that's the top spec. The real one's cooler than the photos, especially the lightning yellow. If somebody bought me one, I'd let them be my sugar daddy for 4 years of college. My face did something. I walked over. The door unlocked itself. I gestured for them to get in. Cheng Xiaoya looked at me with the face of a person who has just heard her own last sentence again. Boss Tang, don't tell me this is your car. It is. I bought it today. I haven't put the plate on yet. I had a whole sentence ready about how it was just a toy, and I did not swallow it fully, but I did not use it, because not caring is the loudest way to show off. Cheng Xiaoya went scarlet and dragged the other girl into the back seat, leaving Zhang Yue the front. Behind me, the 2 of them started a whispered conversation at a volume that was not a whisper. Weren't you looking for a sponsor for exactly this car? Why not consider Boss Tang? I was talking nonsense. My mum would kill me. Besides, Tang Hao wouldn't even look at me. Only a stunning beauty like Senior Zhang would be worthy of a rich, young, sort of handsome, shrewd merchant like him. I glanced right. Zhang Yue was red from her ears down her neck. I cleared my throat. Seatbelts, we're off. At dinner, the entire table wanted to know why a few thousand fans had voluntarily paid 150 yuan for 8 yuan objects. Trade secret, I said, no comment. Cheng Xiaoya, who was still recovering from her earlier remark, giggled and said, Boss Tang, if you tell me your trade secret, I'll tell you Senior Zhang's relationship status. It's not a good idea to trade other people's privacy for information you want, little sister. She started to argue, saw Zhang Yue looking at her with no expression at all, and wilted like a salad. Sorry, Senior Zhang. Zhang Yue turned to me and apologized on behalf of the group in one clean sentence, and it was in that 30 seconds that I understood that she was not just a pretty student. She had a whole floor of a building in her head. I paid them. 300 each as agreed, plus 100 bonus because we cleared the stock. Zhang Zichun, the tall boy, spoke first. Brother, look at what you're saying. You made money because you had foresight. Part-time work is worth 100 or 2 a day. 400 is very good, and we owe Senior Zhang for telling us. I filed his name away. Whatever he was calculating, he was the first to stand up and say the polite thing, which means he can read a room. Then I sent 1,000 to Zhang Yue privately. Thank you. Without you, I'd never have found 5 students with no bad intentions in 2 days. I already said I was working for free. Actually, I should thank you. My juniors are from ordinary families, and they study hard. I hope you'll consider them in future. I looked at that message for a moment. A student union president who negotiates for her juniors' future employment while eating hot pot. We argued over the money by text across a table while the students at that table planned how to spend 400 yuan. At the same university, 400 yuan is half a month of food for one of them and one piece of clothing for another, and they were sitting next to each other. In the end, she took 400, the daily rate, and nothing more, and said she would buy me dinner instead. When it ended, I offered to drive the girls back to campus. I'll take them by taxi, she said. It's not good for you to be driving that car around. She was right, and I had not thought of it, and she was 22. Back at home, I was looking up how to rent a charging space when I noticed my phone had 40 unread messages in the group chat for my unfinished apartment building. I went to the site today. There were a few workers outside clearing rubbish. Nobody inside. At this rate, when do we take possession? Let's all go and find the developer. Didn't they say the government allocated funds to guarantee delivery? Could it have been swallowed? We're going to the sales office to protest tomorrow at 9. Anyone coming? Register. +1, +2. I typed +78. I bought that apartment from a large developer specifically because it was large, and then learned that the larger the company, the faster the capital chain snaps. The structure is finished. Fitting and finishing is maybe half the remaining cost, which is not much, because the actual construction cost of an apartment is a small fraction of what you pay for it, which is why the government stepped in with a dedicated fund to get buildings finished. I did the arithmetic on my own life again. 60,000 spent that day, 290,000 earned, 390,000 total, enough to clear the credit cards. I did not clear them. I let the money sit and work, and treated the delay as an investment in the bank's patience. I did send Xiaoran 410,000. So fast? How about you lend it to me again? I'll give you 20% of the profits. No, I haven't slept a wink since last night. Do you know what an opportunity you just missed? She transferred 10,000 back. I don't want the extra. I just want my own little bit of money. Then consider the 10,000 an investment in a future billionaire. Okay. When Boss Tang is the richest man in the world, make me the richest woman in my county. Midnight. Daily Intelligence 1. On Monday, ByteDance Group will announce it is establishing a research and development center in Shifu, taking over the Tianchen building, an empty office tower in the suburbs of the Economic Development Zone, with an expected initial occupancy of 5,000 people. Daily Intelligence 2. The general manager of the Binjiang residential complex developer is planning to transfer the funds earmarked for guaranteed property delivery overseas. My experience bar had gone up 4 points because I had employed 6 people for 1 legal day. 4 points. The bar needs 100. The sample was too small to work out what actually moved it, but it moved, and that was enough. The second item was my own building, my own money, which explained why nobody was working on site. That one was easy. I called Captain Zhang Jing in the morning, told him I had been at the protest and overheard the project manager on the phone about transferring the guarantee funds, and let him take it from there. It was a lie about how I knew and the truth about what was happening, which is a distinction I was going to be making a lot from then on. He got serious immediately. Are you sure? This is no joke. I heard it from the bathroom. He seemed to be on the phone and let it slip. Money moving at that scale isn't hard to trace. I'll contact the economic crimes team. If it's true, you've done me another huge favor. If it's fake, don't arrest me. Just say I made a false report. If it's fake, you might escape death, but you'll be severely punished. At least 3 barbecues. Then the first item. 5,000 well-paid engineers arriving in a suburb where currently nothing exists. Obviously, you buy property. Except the announcement was in less than 2 days, and buying and transferring an apartment takes longer than that. And more importantly, I could not afford a whole apartment in cash, and my credit was not going to survive contact with a bank. So what can you do in 1 day with limited money? Rent shops. I slapped my own leg in a rented room at 1 in the morning and congratulated myself out loud. The Tianchen building is in a remote spot. Every retail unit around it was going to be empty and desperate. And renting a remote empty unit costs 1 month deposit and 3 months up front, and that is all. When ByteDance announced, those units would become the only food supply for 5,000 people with money, and I would not even have to open a business. I could collect transfer fees for handing over the lease. And a lease can be signed in 1 afternoon. Except I also had to be at a protest in the morning. So I went to the protest at 8, bought several cases of energy drinks and handed them out to the owners, said in the group chat that I had something urgent and had to leave first, and left. Nobody minded. Out of a 500-person owners group, a bit over 100 showed up, and most of the rest were happy to inherit whatever we won. Then I had to sell some skincare. The buyer had asked to meet in an alley in the high-tech zone. I spotted them from the car. A woman in a beige knit sweater holding the hand of something small in a pink dress. If I had to describe the woman in one word, it would be composed. If I had to describe the child, she was about 3, round-faced, and had clearly been assembled by a committee that only cared about cheeks. "Sorry to keep you waiting," I said, getting the box out of the passenger seat. Something came up. "We just arrived too," the woman said. The child looked up at her mother with an expression of judicial severity. "Mummy is lying. We've been waiting for so long. The teacher said lying is wrong." I squatted down. "So if it were you, what would you say?" She took a breath and delivered the following, at speed, as one word. "If it were Nana, Nana would say, although we have waited a long time, Nana is a generous child and will not hold it against you, but Uncle should also be a person of his word in future. Nana is a very good child. Uncle won't be late again." I stood up, confirmed the transfer had landed, and said goodbye, and I had one foot in the car when I heard the child behind me. "Mummy, Uncle's car is so pretty. I want to ride in Uncle's car. Other kids have their daddies driving them. Nana doesn't." The woman said, gently, without any change in her voice, "How about Mummy takes you in a taxi? Uncle has his own things to do." I stopped. "Where are you going? If it's on my way, I can give you a lift." "Nana is going to Tianxi building to learn to draw." I looked it up. Tianxi building is next door to the Tianchen building. "I'm going to Tianchen anyway." "They're neighbors." "No need, really. We can take a taxi. There's no need to trouble you." "Mummy, let's ride in Uncle's car. Nana wants to be driven to school too." She gave in with a small, apologetic smile and a dimple that appeared for about a quarter of a second. Her name was Qin Xuan. On the drive, I learned the rest, because she volunteered it flatly, the way people do when they have said a thing enough times that it has stopped being a wound and become a fact. Her husband died 2 years earlier, sudden death from overwork. He died at home rather than at his desk, so it was not classified as a work injury, so there was no compensation. Their child was 1 year old. She was an administrative supervisor at a company, and the skincare set she was buying was a birthday present for her mother-in-law. I must have shown something on my face because she said, "I only lost my husband of 3 years. She lost the child she raised for 30. I could not think of a single thing to say to that. After a while, I said, "With your qualifications, finding someone else shouldn't be difficult." "Isn't it hard raising a child alone?" She checked the mirror to make sure Nana was busy and then said, "The child is too young. I'm afraid she'd be mistreated in a new family. And I don't want to experience the pain of losing someone again." Then she changed the subject deliberately, tucked a piece of hair behind her ear, and asked what I was doing at the Tianchen building. "Looking at whether there are any suitable shop units to rent." "Rent a shop?" She turned in the seat. "That area is desolate. There are no large companies and no big residential communities. It's an investment in the future. Maybe it'll develop tomorrow." She went quiet. She had just met me, and she was too polite to say the sentence she was thinking, which I could read on her face in full, and which was, "This is a rich boy playing with his father's money, and if he only loses a few $100,000, his family will survive it." She did ask, carefully, what business I intended to run. "Nothing. Rent good locations, then take transfer fees once there's foot traffic." Her eyes went wide. "You want to consolidate the units into a commercial cluster and rent them out as a block?" "No. Just rent them, sign long, and wait." She looked at me with the expression of a person watching someone eat glue, opened her mouth, closed it, and gave up on saving me, which I deserved, and which was extremely useful, as it turned out, because when we got there, she said, tentatively, "I know a bit about contracts. I don't have much to do while Nana is in class. How about I help you review them?" I said yes immediately, and I want to be honest that at that moment my reasoning was that having a beautiful woman standing next to me in a negotiation is good for the negotiation and pleasant for me. That reasoning lasted about 15 minutes. The first landlord lived nearby and came over fast. I discussed the rental period, monthly rent, payment schedule, and deposit, which I believed to be the whole list. Qin Xuan stopped me before I signed. She confirmed the property rights. She added a cap on rent increases. She got a penalty clause for breach that made the landlord blink. And then she persuaded the man that the first 6 months should be a fit-out period at half rent, and he agreed, and I watched it happen from about a meter away. By lunchtime, I had 8 units of varying sizes. The 2 I actually wanted, the 2 closest to Tianchen and the largest, were not done. The contact for both was an agent, and agency process takes days, and ByteDance announced tomorrow, at which point every one of those agents would suddenly discover they had misunderstood the price. Qin Xuan watched me fail to hide this and got a small, sly look, the dimple appearing and vanishing. I have a way. Let's pick Nana up first. After lunch, I'll get you the owner's contact details. We fetched Nana, who took my hand on one side and her mother's on the other and skipped between us, which made me think of my sister. She used to follow me around calling me brother in a ridiculous voice. She is a primary school teacher in another city now, with a husband and a son, and I mostly speak to her when there is something to discuss. I still remember crying at her wedding when I said the line about her brother always being her support. Life is not a drama. Everyone gets their own road. After lunch, we went to the building's property management office. That's private information. They won't hand it over, I said. Should I go and buy a pack of cigarettes first? She rolled her eyes. Most of the reception staff are women. Who are you buying cigarettes for? Just come. Then she pointed at a sofa. Sit there. Don't go anywhere. I watched her go to the front desk and say something to the girl on duty. Refusal, clear from the shoulders. Then she pointed at me on the sofa and said something quietly into the girl's ear. The girl's head snapped round and she stared at me. Then the two of them had a 10-minute conversation, which they appeared to enjoy enormously, during which they glanced at me approximately 9 times and covered their mouths. The girl typed something. Qin Xuan walked back. Hurry up, what are you standing there for? Outside, I got in front of her. What exactly did you say? Why were you pointing at me? Why are you so shy? Is it wrong for the girl to think you're handsome? We have the number, let's go. Tell me what you said. It's a secret, ha ha ha. I asked 4 more times and got nothing, and found myself missing the HR girl at my old company who could not keep a secret for a full minute. Older women are a completely different technology. Both owners came that afternoon. The first went smoothly. 200 square meters, 1 month deposit, 3 months up front, 5 years, $4,000 a month. The second was the one I wanted. 500 square meters, best position, and an owner in his 40s who had clearly been trading things his entire adult life. He put the pen down and offered me a cigarette. Young man, I know you're serious, and I know what this place is worth, but I can't make the decision right now. Let's put the contract aside. I'll go home and discuss it with my wife and give you an answer. He had smelled the hurry on me. Boss Joe, are you unhappy with the price? I have work during the week and can't come over. How about I add $200 a month? Let's sign today so nobody makes a second trip. Brother, you're very generous, but I have my difficulties. My wife decides the big things in our family. Anyway, the shop isn't going to run away. If you're busy during the week, come back next weekend. I promise I'll hold it for you. More money was not going to fix it. More money was the problem. Every yuan I added told him something. And then a hand took mine. Honey, since he doesn't want to, let's go somewhere else. The yoga studio can be anywhere. He isn't picky. I felt a small pressure on my fingers, which was the woman I had met that morning telling me to keep up. My wife is the most considerate, I said. I'll listen to you. Let's look around some more. Maybe we find something cheaper and we can use the difference to buy you a bag. Then, to the landlord, since my wife has changed her mind, we'll meet again someday. Hey brother, I didn't say I wouldn't rent it to you. It's just a day or two. Qin Xuan poured petrol on it without pausing, grabbing my arm and shaking it. Honey, let's go. Let's find another place. I promised my friends I'd finish the fit out this month and invite them over. And we still have to renovate after we book. Trust me, honey, I'll definitely get it started this month. Then, over my shoulder, Boss Joe, I'm sorry, my wife's in a hurry. I got about 4 steps. Hey, brother, what's the rush? He was in front of us. Since you're in a hurry, I'll make the decision myself. We'll sign now, and you don't have to pay any more. I looked at Qin Xuan. Wife, what do you think? If we can book here, let's book here. It's closer to home. Yes, this beautiful lady is right. Living close to home is much more convenient. We signed. We came out of the print shop. She watched him walk to the end of the street, and only when he turned the corner did she let go of my arm, going red. I stood there with exactly one thought in my head, and it was not a business thought. Then she rounded on me. Tell me honestly, what are you actually going to do with these units? Like I said this morning, hold them and sublet when the area develops. She puffed her cheeks out, ground her teeth, and pinched my arm hard. Ow, that hurts. If I'd known you'd say that, I wouldn't have helped you. Stop pretending. You cannot play a brainless, spoiled brat. There is a reason you're in this much of a hurry. Then she narrowed her eyes. Is there a development coming? A new zone? I don't know either. It's not that. You only rented units closest to the Tianchen building, which means a company is moving into that building, and the company is large, and the average salary is high. I gave a small, guilty laugh because she had done it in 11 seconds with no information. She sighed. All right, even if it's true, it has nothing to do with me. I just want to raise Nana properly. Let's go get her. There's one more thing, she turned around. I still have to put the transfer notices up on the shops. She looked at me for a long moment. So you're in a hurry for this news, she said. Let's go. And she walked to the print shop ahead of me, briskly, and we papered 8 units in 40 minutes without exchanging a single further piece of information about anything. Then, without discussing it, we both went and picked up Nana. That night, the panel said an online lending company called Daila was going to be raided by Shanghai police the next day for cross-border money laundering and illegal debt collection. I had considered borrowing from those people once, back when I was short, and had backed off after an hour of reading. They run the old usury tricks and the modern interest rate tricks at the same time. They tell you 18% while you repay principal every period, so the real annualized rate is at least double that, and everyone signs it anyway because they are drowning. Then I thought about it properly. If they are raided tomorrow, they do not file with the credit bureau tonight, and nobody is going to volunteer to inherit that book of loans. I downloaded the app. The homepage advertised 24-hour review, instant disbursement. Excellent. Excellent service. My only concern is that you go out of business before you approve me. I uploaded my identity. Limit, 36,000. I uploaded salary slips, 58,000. I uploaded every credit card, including one that had recently gone delinquent, which I would not have done to a legitimate lender, 126,000. Then I sat there and thought, what else do I have? The car. No registration certificate yet, still on a temporary plate. The apartment. Unfinished, no title deed. I uploaded the purchase contracts for both anyway. Your loan limit is 470,000. Their risk model was, and I say this with admiration, completely insane. I confirmed, and it entered review, maximum 12 hours. I did not know whether the police were going in at 9 in the morning or 4 in the afternoon. I put my hands together and said out loud, Almighty God of systems, please bless this company that it may survive long enough to disperse. The other message that night was that Qin Xuan was going to be dismissed within 3 days for being unable to adapt to the company's overtime culture because she leaves on time every day to collect her child. That is not a scandal. That is Tuesday. That is what the labor market does to a woman with a family, everywhere, constantly. At my old company, there was a female engineer who worked on a project 3 days before giving birth and came back 3 months after, and then talked about it at every internal sharing session for years, and 2 graduates quit on the spot during one of those sessions, and her own position rose beautifully throughout. I lay there and made a decision that I told myself was strategic. I was going to hire Qin Xuan, and it was strategic. She had upgraded a lease contract in front of me in 9 minutes. She had gotten a stranger's private data out of a property office using a method I still do not know. She could run the inside of a company. It was also, obviously, the system. Employ people. Comply with the law. Level up. I told myself that was the reason for about 2 more days. The next morning, Qianbo called. Tang Hao, have you heard? Chen Wei has been arrested. I sat up so fast I hurt my neck because I had a bribery ledger in my bag, and if he was already down for that, my plan was a wasted photocopy. Lin Na accused him of rape. She's posted a video. Oh, I watched it. Credit where it is due. It is a pity she was not in the entertainment industry. In the video, she weeps and describes a manager who used his position to pressure her, and how she resisted, and how on a business trip he forced himself on her and threatened to put it online, so that she submitted out of fear for her reputation and was gradually worn into being his mistress. If I had not watched Chen Wei follow that woman around like a spaniel for 2 years, I would have believed every second of it. It was already trending. The Shifu police had put out a notice asking people not to spread rumors, which is the internet equivalent of asking rain to stop. I left a comment under the largest video from Uncertainty Dweller. The female benefactor in this humble temple has shifty eyes and an uncertain gaze, as though speaking something untrue. My phone caught fire. Girls help girls. The brokenness in her eyes cannot be acted. That charlatan pretending to be a Taoist should be sentenced with him. But there really is no other evidence, and she said nothing before or after, only when the affair was exposed. It doesn't make sense. 2 rational comments in the whole thread, both being buried alive. And now I had a problem, because I had a recording of those 2 in a stairwell in which she admits she seduced him first and demands 200,000 yuan. Producing evidence that clears your enemy is not a heroic act, it is an inconvenient one. Then I decided I would rather nail him for something he actually did. A false conviction would be a lie that stands forever. A bribery conviction is a truth that takes his boss with him. I called Captain Zhang Jing. His voice came out of the phone already exhausted. You're calling at this hour, and it's not about that lovey-dovey pair at your company, is it? Oh. Your former company. Has the criminal investigation captain of a sub-provincial city really been reduced to personally handling a civil dispute? You know how sensitive that whole area is right now, and this has produced an enormous public outcry. I'm caught in the middle. Then follow procedure. I would love to. The man and the woman have conflicting accounts. The events are historical. There is no evidence at all, and there are many suspicious points in her testimony. Shouldn't he be released then? Innocent until proven. In this type of case, having her testimony puts us in a very passive position. And with the pressure right now, and the prosecutor's office being what it is, you understand my meaning. What if I have evidence that her motives are impure? As long as there's evidence, I'm not the captain of criminal investigation for nothing. Can public opinion really interfere with the judiciary? Then, suspicious. I believe you have evidence. I'm a little skeptical that you're willing to hand it over. You 2 are mortal enemies. I just couldn't bear to see you working so hard, Brother Zhang. Lunch? I'll book a place. No, let me book it. Putting the evidence aside, you helped me a lot yesterday. My stomach did something. You mean the Binjiang complex? That's right, I'm busy here. Let's talk at noon. At lunch, he poured my tea for me before I sat down, which from a police captain is either affection or a trap. Brother, you're my lucky star. It's embezzlement and asset transfer. How is that such a huge help to a criminal investigation, Captain? You don't understand, he said, with visible smugness. That complex was promised by the city leadership in front of media. It's a political achievement project this year. If it had actually gone wrong, the consequences would have been unimaginable. This time, I've got the attention of the top man at the city government. And then I understood why he had been so quick and so serious, and also that Shifu is a sub-provincial capital, and its top official has real weight in the province, and that Captain Zhang Jing's next promotion was currently sitting in that man's inbox. Then he put his cup down. All right, business. I played him the stairwell. He listened to it 3 times, frowning. This basically proves Chen Wei's innocence, but it isn't enough to charge Jing with false accusation and extortion. We need Chen Wei's cooperation. Here's what we do. Lend me your recorder. I'll take it back to the team for analysis. Leave the rest to me. If we're going to handle this type of case, we handle it properly. I want to give Chen Wei justice, and I want to bring her to justice too. I gave him a thumbs up for that, and then, because the man had just talked himself into a good mood, I took the second folder out of my bag and pushed it across the table. Take a look at this. He read 4 lines and said a word that I did not expect from a man in his position. Then he looked at me with a very complicated expression. I'm starting to suspect you have some kind of detective system, but if you did, it would be a waste to have given it to you. It's all coincidence. Do you know what this ledger represents? These are department heads at state-owned enterprises. They hold administrative rank. Their ranks aren't high, but who knows what's behind them. So Captain Zhang plans to stop here? He said nothing for a long time. He looked at the table. Then he picked up his teacup and drank the whole thing. Damn it. The city leadership is going to clean up the state-owned sector. If we don't take a side now, when? I applauded, softly. Truly a good policeman of the people. Then he stared at me, and his face changed. Tell me, what is your purpose in taking such extreme measures against your former company? For the sake of justice, we will never break the law. He switched back to grinning in one frame. If you break the law, I won't be lenient with you. Nobody in this world is more law-abiding than me. I do not even dare to break the labor law, I did not say. And at that exact moment, my phone made a noise. Alipay received 360,000 yuan. Captain Zhang Jing looked at my phone, then at me, with a half smile. You just lost your job. How did you get such a large sum? Why don't you let me see the source of funds and check whether it's legal? I would like to describe the next 4 seconds of my internal life. Taking a loan you have no intention of repaying is, at minimum, legally interesting. And within about 6 hours, the news of that company being raided would be everywhere. And this man, who had already twice received precise information from me about things I should not know, was extremely good at his job. I picked up my phone and threw it across the table at him. Here, diligent Captain Zhang, check the transfer records, see if there's anything wrong. He laughed and pushed it back without looking. I'm not your girlfriend. Why would I check your phone? Besides, if I actually wanted to, I could pull anything about you from the station. And if I actually did that, would we still be friends? Let's not talk about friends yet. Even brothers keep clear accounts. When is my bonus? And I've given you a lot of leads. Shouldn't you give me something in return? Approved. It'll be in your account in a couple of days. As for the other leads, all you gain is my personal friendship. No, friendship with a criminal investigation captain could easily land me in jail. I changed the subject at exactly the right moment, because 2 more sentences and I would have started to explain something. I sat in that restaurant after he left and watched his car go past the window, and only then did I let myself slump. My shirt was soaked all the way through. I had been coasting on the fact that he was friendly. He is not a neighborhood officer. He runs criminal investigation for a city of millions. I was going to have to get much better at this. Which, in the end, was the argument for a company. If I stayed a man who buys low and sells high on secret information, then one day somebody arranges a traffic accident for me and it is written up as a traffic accident. If I am the chairman of a group employing tens of thousands, directly, and hundreds of thousands upstream and downstream, and paying tax that shows up in a provincial report, then a traffic accident for me shakes the country. Also, a chairman knows things in advance for a living. Nobody finds that strange. That afternoon, my building's owners group learned that the developer's general manager had been detained. That evening, Guangda's core products started dying, exactly on schedule, and by the next morning, the entire construction industry knew. Their graphic quantity calculation software began conflicting with the operating system, and it did not merely fail, it blue-screened customers' machines. Estimators across the Northwest sat down on a Tuesday morning and watched their computers die. Some of the younger ones, who had never seen a blue screen, assumed their machines were broken and reinstalled the operating system, which deleted every piece of work they had. There is a particular quality to the rage of a 23-year-old who has just destroyed 6 weeks of drawings, and it is a renewable resource. By lunchtime, Guangda software boss suspected of bribery was trending. By evening, Guangda software blue screen garbage was trending next to it. I want to note the sequence. The bribery arrest and the product collapse were completely unrelated events that landed within 30 hours of each other. I only arranged the first one. The boss was taken out of a conference room in front of his entire management team. His last words as a free man, according to 3 separate people who told me later, were that he needed to find his lawyer, and the officer said, "Such a big boss, you've been watching too many Hong Kong movies." Qian Bo called me that evening. How? I don't think the company gets past this. The company is the company, and you are you. I built that product from nothing. I watched it grow step by step. I can't bear to just watch it fall apart. I could not feel what he felt. I understood it, though, and I told him that maybe you can only make something that good if you put feeling into it, and that this particular feeling was going to be wasted. I know, he said, but I'd be disappointed in myself if I didn't try. I'll do what I can and leave the rest to fate. I hung up and understood that the clock had started. 1 whale falls, 10,000 things live. Guangda dying meant a market of over $1 billion yuan a year in the Northwest with nothing in it. Every regional competitor in the country was going to sprint for it. They would need months to adapt their products to the specific pricing and deduction rules of each Northwestern province, which are all different, and which is the entire reason a local company could ever exist. Months is not very long. But it was long enough if I moved now, and if I got the core people, and if I got the code. That evening, I gave myself a headache with a notebook. People first. Finance, administration, human resources are basic. R&D is the thing. Sales and service can be built later. Hardware is nothing. Rent an office, buy computers, keep it cheap. Client-side software needs no servers. Put every yuan into R&D salaries. Build a minimum product, prove the core function, then raise money. At 8, I looked up and realized I had been sitting in the same position for 4 hours, and I checked the system panel, expecting to have gained a point, since Qin Xuan was now technically working for me. The bar had gone down, from 4 to 3. I stared at that for a while, and eventually worked out that not employing anyone for several days apparently costs you. Then Qin Xuan called, sounding delighted. Tang Hao, we've had a lot of inquiries about the units today, especially the big one. Someone's already offered 300,000 for the transfer. I'll send you today's quotes and the contacts. Look when you have time. I checked the clock. Don't tell me you've been working since 6. Oh, what's wrong? Is there a problem? Didn't I tell you that you would not be doing overtime? Don't worry. I'm willing to work overtime, and you don't need to pay me for it. I breathed in through my nose. You're busy working. Who's with Nana? I sent her to her grandmother's for the day. Her grandmother isn't in good health. She can't do it often. So you haven't eaten? No. You, right now, immediately, stop all work and wait for me to come and take you to dinner. I took her to a Western place I had walked past for years and never entered, back when I first came off the site and could not find a job. Real ingredients, no theater. 2 steaks, a bottle of red I could not identify, a few small things, a bit over 1,000 yuan. To the company's first employee, I said, consider today your onboarding ceremony. She smiled and touched her glass to mine, and then I put the fork down and got to it, because this was the thing I actually wanted to say out loud to another human being for the first time. In my company, there is one rule. Everyone obeys labor law. 5 days, 8 hours. It does not get broken except in genuine emergencies, and if overtime is truly necessary, it gets paid. I've recorded the 2 hours you did today. When finance exists, you'll be paid for them. She looked at me like I had started speaking Portuguese. If you were a rich kid, spending money to act out some fantasy of universal harmony would be fine. But you said all your money was earned yuan by yuan. Why are you spending it this recklessly? Does obeying labor law mean wasting money? She sipped the wine and gave me a look. As a boss, obeying labor law is throwing money away. If you obey and your competitors don't, what do you compete with? You're describing the model where landlords worked peasants, I said. The longer they work, the more you get. And then I opened my mouth to fool her and instead started convincing myself. When a person puts every hour into labor, they have no time to learn and no time to live. They become a numb machine with no capacity for innovation. Take programmers. The actual writing of code is maybe 2 hours of a day. The rest is thinking. If a man does 9 to 9, 6 days a week, his brain is permanently under load, so of course he only knows copy and paste, and of course he never brings you a newer technique or a better algorithm. Take a writer who only ever writes and never watches a play, never sees anyone, never touches society. He will produce enormous quantities of extremely boring writing. Her eyes had changed. That's very idealistic, she said. The reality is that many companies only survive by taking income that belongs to their staff. Then we make products with high added value. My former company's core product did over 1 billion yuan a year and was maintained by a few dozen people. Why can't those few dozen people be well paid? It's that bosses would rather put money into scale, into buildings, into more headcount than hand hard-earned money to workers. Science and production efficiency have roughly doubled every few years, and working hours have gone up instead of down. Don't you find that a little funny? I raised my glass. Personally, I cannot change what society thinks, but I would like to do what I can inside my own walls. Would you like to join this? She touched her glass to mine, drank the entire thing in one go, and looked at me without blinking. I do. You fell for it fast? You don't think this is a pyramid scheme? With your incoherent logic, you'd starve in a pyramid scheme, she said. I just felt that you meant it. Yes, I thought. I am sincerely working for the happiness of my employees, and definitely not for any other factor. I sent her the short-term plan on her phone and then told her not to open it. Eat. We look at it tomorrow. This is your first test. She smiled at that. Okay, whatever you say, my dear boss Tang. Both of us had been drinking, so I put her in a taxi and took a designated driver home. And the driver looked at my collar and my face in the mirror and said, "Boss, are you playing the keeping a mistress game?" I did not dignify that. The next intelligence told me that a police big data system had flagged me for anomalous transfers, and that Captain Zhang Jing had quietly removed the flag. I sat with that a while, not because of the flag, because of the removal. It was not friendship, or it was not only friendship. A man in his position does not delete a flag for a barbecue. It meant he had decided I was more useful outside a room than in one, and that is not the same as being safe. The second item was that there was a little raccoon jade seal card in the bathroom ceiling of my rented flat. I understand instant noodles. I do not understand what a collectible card is doing in a system that had just handed me a bribery ledger. When I was small, rich kids bought noodles by the box for those cards. I had no pocket money, so I volunteered to open the packets for them, bought the noodles off them at 30 cents, and resold them at 60, and my father beat me nearly to death over it because he was afraid I would go crooked, thus ending the career of a business prodigy at age 9. I searched it. 20,000 yuan. And the jade seal is not even the expensive one. There is a gold series where a single character goes for over 400,000. That was the moment I felt genuinely uneducated about the world. My flatmates were asleep. I carried a stool into the bathroom and popped a ceiling panel, which is a skill years of renting gave me alongside unblocking toilets because calling a repairman is expensive and full of tricks. I reached past a layer of dead cockroaches and one deceased rat and came out with a black plastic bag. Inside, in a clear box, the card. Also several glass marbles, one of them plain, which was the most valuable kind when I was small. A motor out of a toy car. 5 yuan 40 in old notes, some child's entire treasury. The landlord's family lives abroad and the dates work. Some boy hid his fortune above a bathroom light 20 years ago and never came back for it. I am sorry, it is mine now. Tang Hao, how much longer? I need to shower. I stuffed the bag in my pocket, reseated the panel without a sound, washed the dust off my hands, and went out with bulging pockets past a flatmate who drew her own conclusions and said so. I needed to move house. I did not sell the card. 20,000 yuan was no longer a meaningful sum to me, which is a sentence I could not have said 2 weeks earlier. And its real value was as a gift. Every man who collected those cards as a child is now somewhere in the middle of a company. Handing one of them that card is not vulgar. It converts to cash instantly, and it is childish in a way that opens people. Somewhere down the line, I was going to need a favor. The next thing the system gave me was a tea house in the old town called Qingming Xuan, where a man kept an Akita, and the bowl he fed the dog out of was a genuine Hao Folk Kiln blue and white, worth 300,000 yuan. Feeding a dog out of an antique. I went at 10. It is not really a tea house. It is a shop front with square tables outside, sitting at the exit of the largest antique market in Shifu, which means every dealer in the city walks past it after the morning market. Boss, a pot of black tea, Jin Hao Mei if you have it. The dog was asleep on its back in the corner, with a blue and white bowl half under it. The owner came out, kicked the dog gently, turned the bowl over, and cleaned up the spilled food. You little brat, you knock over your own food source every day. I looked at the dog. Narrow skull, drooping ears, curly coat. If you told me it was a mongrel, I would believe you before you finished the sentence. That's a nice-looking dog. Right? I don't know much about dogs. It was my son's. He doesn't want it anymore. I heard it's some kind of show breed. So, he wanted to sell the dog, not the bowl. I can tell you don't like dogs, I said. I'm soft-hearted. I can't stand seeing animals suffer. Why don't you sell it to me? But my son gave it to me. If your son saw you mistreating it, he'd rather it went to someone who loves dogs. All right, how much? 1,000? What are you thinking? My son says it's a show dog, worth tens of thousands. He held up 2 fingers. 2,000? 20,000. 20,000 for a mongrel. But 20,000 for a bull worth 300 is arithmetic even a beaten man can do. Then give me the dog's toys, bed, and food bowl. No problem. Buy the dog and you get all of it free. Then I hesitated for 1 second, and in that second the whole picture arrived. He had been too generous, too fast about the objects. It's a deal, I said carefully. I'll pay 20,000 for your dog and everything else. Hey brother, what are you dawdling for? You buy the dog, I give you all this junk. I looked at him with half a smile and dropped my voice. Are you fishing for me? He did not even blink. Hey, young man, you're quick. And at that exact moment, a young man with a backpack came straight across the street toward the tea house. This kid has been watching me for a while, the owner said quietly. Since you don't want it, don't ruin my business. So I went back to my table, poured myself a cup, and enjoyed a performance. The young man squatted by the dog, patted its head, glanced at the bowl, and then very casually fiddled with it. Boss, this dog is adorable. It's definitely worth more than 2,000. This gentleman really doesn't know its value. Then he glared at me in warning. I drank my tea. 20,000, no bargaining. That expensive? My son says it's a show dog. I don't know much about dogs, but this doesn't look like one. The coat isn't right. Didn't you say you don't understand dogs? What's the use of what it looks like? Then the owner waved him off like a fly. Buying or not? If not, don't get in my way. I'll buy it. One condition. Give me the toys, the bed, and the food bowl. The dog is used to them. No problem. Once you've bought my dog, I'll decide, and I'll give you all of it. At which point I coughed. They both looked at me the way you look at a man who has murdered your father. Could you add a pot of hot water? Why are you making a fuss now? We'll add it after the transaction. Yeah, would it kill you to drink later? I crossed my legs. Then you two continue. The transfer went through. The owner handed him the leash and a cardboard box of toys. Give me the food bowl, too. It's used to it. The rice bowl? It's in the box. Look for it. The young man pointed at the blue and white bowl. The owner smiled beautifully. I can't give you that. That's a treasure. I'm only using it for the dog temporarily. It is not a dog bowl. You're kidding me. What are you saying? I've already given you the dog bowl you asked for. Then I don't want your dog. Give me my money back. The owner rolled up his sleeves, which revealed a full sleeve of tattoos and arms that had done actual work. Go and ask around on this street. See if anyone has ever gone back on a sale with me. The young man went red, then white, then said we were in it together, and left. And the owner shouted after him that his dog was worth 20,000 and he should take it with him. Keep it for warding off evil spirits at your funeral, the young man said, and was gone. Then the owner led the dog back to the corner, arranged it so the bowl was pinned under its body, and spent a genuinely long time adjusting the angle at which the bowl was visible. I watched him do that and said, Are you going to add my water or not? Adding it, adding it. While he poured, I said, quietly, That bowl of yours is a fake, isn't it? He put the pot down. You're an expert. You can even tell that. That's the only time in my life I got fooled. And then, because he had nobody else to say it to, he sat down opposite me and told me. He had been buying in the mountains and stayed at a farmhouse, and recognized instantly that the bowl the family used to water their cat was old. So he offered to buy the cat in order to take the bowl with it. The farmer refused, said he had feelings for the cat. He paid 20,000 yuan for a cat. 3 friends looked at the bowl and said it was fine. Then, a television appraisal show came to town, and he thought he would generate some publicity. The experts on air said it was fake and offered to smash it live, and he shamelessly went back on his word to save it. Experts aren't always right, I said. That's what I thought. Then I commissioned 3 separate agencies, all fake, he sighed. I hunt geese all day, and I never expected to be pecked in the eye by one. So you copied the farmer and built this setup to catch beginners. He changed the subject. Young man, you've got a good eye. I just thought that if it were real, you wouldn't be that casual with it. What if you got carried away one day and broke it? He gave me a wry smile. I consider myself an expert. Clay texture, foot rim, glaze. I forgot about people's hearts. That broken bowl has sat here for years while professionals walked past it every morning, and none of them ever asks too many questions. They all know there's no free lunch. I want to be clear here because it matters later. I had already worked out that the 20,000 was not the wound. He had recovered that money in a single day of fishing. The wound was that he had been certain and been wrong and had lost his ability to trust his own eyes, which, in his profession, is the whole man. Next time you lie to people, use something else, I said, putting my cup down. I'll take this broken bowl for 2,000. He stared. You know it's fake. Why would you want it? Boss, you don't actually still believe it's real, do you? I put a sneer on it. I'm buying a gift for my future father-in-law. If that bowl fooled your eyes, that old man won't notice until the day he dies. You'd only spend 2,000 yuan, wife? That old man is only worth 2,000. And why should I give it to you? I took out my phone, opened my account page, and turned it around. He looked at a 1 million-plus follower count on a man who had come in for tea. You think you're doing one of those store visit accounts where you can force people to sell to you? I stood up, stretched, and looked down at him. If I posted what happened here today, conservatively, a few million views. As for what happens to you after that, do I need to spell it out? Are you threatening me? I'm making friends. I'll pay 2,000 for a high-quality replica. You don't lose anything, and I don't believe you don't have other replicas. His face went through several arrangements and settled on something almost hopeful. I'll give it to you, but I want one definite answer. Is it real? And I understood exactly what he was asking, which was whether the last 4 years of his life had been an error or a conspiracy. How would I know? I said. You couldn't figure it out with your qualifications. You don't think I'm some kind of expert, do you? The hope went out of him. If I had wanted to swindle him for a genuine bowl, that would have meant he had been right all along and the experts were blind. That was the version he wanted. He waved a hand. Fine, take it. Consider it friendship. I always feel like the thing is mocking me. And so I walked down an old street carrying a bowl in a state of quantum uncertainty, in a gift box which the man had thoughtfully provided and which still had dog food on it. I walked the length of the antique street twice and then went into the biggest shop front on it. Not the market with the stalls. The one where every shop has a style and nobody sells anything out of a basket. A young woman in a cheongsam met me. I said I was selling a Hao folk kiln blue and white bowl, and she put me in a private room and made tea. The old man who came in had a magnifying glass, a gray Zhongshan suit, and hair the color of ash, and he had the specific air of someone who has decided to be impressive. I said nothing at all and pushed the box across, because I did not know a single rule of that industry, and aloof is free. He took the bowl out with both hands, put it on velvet, looked with his eyes, then with the glass, inch by inch, and then took a glove off to touch a detail with a fingertip. Judging from its condition, your item is flawless. However, he looked up, and I was leisurely drinking tea, so he did not finish the sentence. He whispered to the girl instead, and she left. Internally, I was not calm. The system does not lie. But the man who gave me that bowl had spent his life in antiques and had consulted 3 agencies. Then again, I had paid nothing. I was risking a gift box. Half an hour later, a man in his 40s came in who did not belong in that room at all. He looked like a lecturer. Professor Ho, could you take a look? The old man stood up when he entered, which told me more than any appraisal. Professor Ho used his eyes, his hands, and a portable electron microscope. Then he picked the bowl up and smelled it. I sat there, wondering if he could smell the dog food. 10 minutes later, he put it back in the box, took a handkerchief out, wiped his forehead, and said, "It's genuine." But, the old man started, I know what you want to say, the degree of oxidation. Under certain harsh conditions, it is possible to form a halo that exaggerated. It involves chemistry I am not going to explain to you. Then he packed his equipment, said, you two can discuss the rest. With my endorsement, it's guaranteed authentic, and left. I did not understand the chemistry either. I understood one thing. The system is never wrong. If it is wrong, the world is wrong. Somewhere across town, a man who had lost faith in his own eyes was sitting outside a tea house with a dog and no bowl, and I silently mourned for him, and kept the bowl. How much would you like to sell it for, sir? 300,000. The old man stroked his beard, having instantly understood that I had done homework. Without Professor Ho's endorsement, this would be a worthless fake. I believe you had others look at it first. 300,000, not a yuan less. Whatever happened before, it is real now. There is more than one Professor Ho in this country, but an object that looks fake and is real may be the only one of its kind. Then I put the bowl back in the box and stood up, which is the only negotiating technique I fully trust. Then you have to let me make a profit. Professor Ho's fee is not low. I picked up my things and walked. Hey, wait a minute. What, is this a shady establishment? If it were a shady establishment, he said wearily, it wouldn't be an old man like me stopping you. Young man, 280,000. Deal. I agreed so fast his face changed because he had been prepared to go higher and had been caught out by an amateur being too lazy to find a second professor who understood both chemistry and porcelain. 280,000 yuan landed. I walked out into the sun, and before I could put my phone away, another 240,000 landed. Captain Zhang Jing's message arrived a second later. The reward, 300,000 minus 60,000 of tax. I stood on an antique street in the middle of a weekday, having earned more in 90 seconds than in the previous 3 years, and I called Chen Bo and told him to come and have lunch. He arrived, furious. That bug can't be fixed quickly unless we wipe every one of those modules they bolted on and start again. You're still thinking about fixing bugs? The boss is in jail. Who's in charge? Nobody. Everyone's pressuring finance to pay salaries early. Sales doesn't dare decide anything. Total chaos. It's me and a few core people still working on it. That company did not deserve that man. I let him complain for the entire lunch because he needed to, and then I asked one question. Is it possible to obtain a commercial license for Guangda's graphic quantity calculation source code? You still want to do this? You know what that product earns, and if you strip out all the bloat, its actual capability is more than sufficient. His eyes changed. I watched a man stop grieving and start designing. We could continue from the version from 2 years ago. Everything added since then is data harvesting and upsell modules, no real value. I've heard the same from customers. 4.0 was the best release. Except your update policy force upgrades them the moment they connect. Then the problem. The interface from 2 years ago is hideous. It looks like software from the Windows XP era, and we don't have time because the second word gets out that Guangda is gone, every competitor in the country starts building Northwest editions. UI is a small problem. You just need a real designer. Engineers and product managers make ugly things. That's not an insult, it's a fact about engineers. By the end of that lunch, we had a product blueprint, and Qian Bo had, without either of us saying it out loud, agreed to work for me. All of which depended on getting a commercial license from a dead company, which is a sentence I would have laughed at a month earlier. But nobody would touch Guangda's products now. If you bought from them, you would be suspected of taking a bribe. The license was going to cost them nothing to give, and gain them nothing to keep. Then the system told me that Zhao Min, the daughter of the boss, had obtained her father's authorization and was going to sell the company as a package. I went the next morning. The lobby receptionist was the only person in that building with any energy left. Brother Tang, what brings you here? Are you here to demand unpaid wages too? I've settled with the company. I'm here to talk to the boss. The boss got arrested. You didn't know? I'm here to see the young boss. She gave me an enormous thumbs up. Wow, Boss Zhao only arrived this morning. Could you pass on a message? Just go up yourself. I'm busy grabbing concert tickets. At which point, I understood the state of that company completely. The woman in the general manager's chair was in a black blazer with her hair pinned up carelessly. She looked up. Tang Hao? Which was surprising because I had never met her. Sit down. I've been going through every employee file since last night. You memorized everyone in one night, including a former employee. A small trick. And I'm particularly interested in former employees who had unpleasant experiences here. My heartbeat did something. My first suspicion, she said, arms crossed, was that you betrayed the company. 1, you have a grudge. 2, you were commended by the police. So what does Mr. Zhao plan to do? Then the ice came off her face. But you're also the first person I stopped suspecting. You were never qualified to be given projects Chen Wei managed. I've read every deal you closed. He never treated you as one of his own. You had no access to his bribery. So I wasn't even qualified to be a suspect. Most importantly, something sarcastic came into the smile, I visited Chen Wei. He said the evidence that cleared him of the rape charge was submitted by you and that he is very grateful. A man who repays evil with kindness toward his own boss would hardly destroy the company. I had not planned that. I handed over that recording for a completely different reason, and it bought me the one thing I could not have bought. Just call me Min. This company isn't lasting much longer. What do you need? If you don't plan to continue in graphic quantity calculation, I'd like a commercial license for the source code. Such arrogance. With your background, can you actually produce the funds? This makes me suspect you were involved after all. Don't forget it started with your interview on a train. I just don't want a good product ruined like this. Then I gave her the version that was true. Bo and the others are still fixing that bug in a company with no boss, and I remember what customers said about that product. As for funds, I've scraped together what I could. She believed most of it. Chen Wei had done my character reference for me. You've got a good plan. The company's going bankrupt anyway, so giving it to you costs nothing. With a company this size, if we held on a bit longer, do you believe that yourself? Holding on drains the cash. Then, if you'd come an hour earlier, I might have agreed. Not now. Unless you can produce tens of millions to compensate me. So you found a buyer. Which meant one thing. A buyer only values that license at tens of millions if he intends to be the only company in the country holding it. Yes, their conditions are very sincere. What if I only want the version from 2 years ago, with the interface completely redesigned? I don't want to take the risk. I'm the one begging someone to acquire us. Then I've troubled you today. I stood up because there was nothing else in the room, and what I actually walked out with was worse than a failure. Somebody with real money was buying a dead company as a shell to enter this market. Wait a moment. I turned around. Do you know what Guangda Software's vision was? I said it without thinking. Let there be no engineering quantity in the world that is difficult to calculate. She looked at me strangely. How do you remember that? You only joined a few years ago. Don't forget, I worked on a construction site. I was a core user of that product. I know better than anyone how much it helped the people doing estimates. Then I added the true part. Guangda's boast from back then actually came true. I had not personally used the software. I was in engineering, not commerce, and I had heard it from the men next to me, and what they said was that Guangda had shouted a loud slogan and then delivered on it, and then got big and forgot why. My father asked me the same question when I visited him yesterday, she said. She laughed at herself. When he founded this company, I was 3. You could say I grew up alongside it. I didn't know any of it. Of course you didn't, I thought. You went abroad for school at 15. Then she straightened up. I can give you a letter of authorization, but you must agree to one condition. Say it. This is not disclosed to anyone before Monday morning, which told me when the sale contract was being signed. No problem. And the price? How much severance did you receive when you left? 42,000. She looked at me, and something in her face went sideways. Then 42,000. So the true bloodline of Guangda is in me? It's just for peace of mind, she said. I'm going abroad after the sale. I'll probably come back when my father is released. I asked, because it seemed rude not to. How is he? For this type of case, if you cooperate, the penalty for the bribe giver is relatively light. The lawyer estimates 3 years. A lot of people are involved, so the verdict is a long way off. There's no point in me staying. I walked out of that building holding a letter of authorization that had cost exactly the amount they had paid me to leave. The last time I walked out of there, I was carrying severance. This time, I had given it back and taken the company's heart in exchange. I did not celebrate. I messaged Qianbo. This afternoon, copy the source of version 4.0 off the server. You want me to steal code? Are you joking? I'm not telling you to steal it. I'm telling you to keep it safe, in case something unexpected happens. So? It's confidential. Monday. Because the acquiring party was going to do exactly what an acquiring party does, which is lock the core repository the moment the ink dries. The system gives one targeted question a month. You ask it something, and it answers within your level. I asked it for a technology, obtainable by someone like me, that would improve the calculation efficiency of that software. It thought for 10 full minutes, which it had never done before, and then produced the title of an academic paper on a self-adaptive, multi-resolution architecture for real-time graphics processing, said it would improve efficiency by 70%, and added that the technique had large potential in mechanical and aerospace simulation. I stared at that. I scored 78 in high school English and barely scraped a pass in the university Band 4 exam. Handing me that title was like handing a dog a violin. Also, those papers live behind databases that cost more per year than my car. So I typed the title out letter by letter and sent it to the one person I knew with a university library account. Could you download this paper for me? The PDF came back in 4 minutes. Sent. This was written by a PhD student at our university. Do you want to contact him? The author was Chinese, at Shifu Jiaotong University, in the same city. I had been braced for a Swiss professor. Could you help me arrange a meeting? I've heard of him. I'll try. I'll let you know. I opened the paper and understood approximately none of it, including several of the figures, but I extracted the one fact I needed, which was the name Ding Han. Then I called Qian Bo. I sent you a paper. Look at it when you have time and see if it helps. Silence for a full minute. Damn, where did you get a foreign paper like this? Never mind that. Did it help? Do you think I'm a god? You think I understand a paper that's specialized at a glance? I'll study it, but don't get your hopes up. Why? The journal it's in is technically indexed, but the impact factor is terrible. Ambitious researchers don't publish in journals like that. Don't conclude before you've read it. He called back that evening. I don't know why this was submitted to a garbage journal. It looks promising. Mainly, I need to talk to the author. You have a knack for this. I suddenly have confidence in your entrepreneurial thing. And Zhang Yue messaged 3 minutes later. He's free tomorrow. Come any time. I also confirmed the paper was completed by him independently. She walked me across campus and half the students looked at us. What do you want with Dr. Ding? He's a bit strange. How strange? I've only heard he's very unsociable and that his advisor and his fellow students don't think well of him. They say he has a bad character. Then we shouldn't judge him yet. His advisor is presumably no ordinary man. Very accomplished, nearly a Yellow River scholar. Then think, with that influence, if he genuinely disliked a student, would that student still be enrolled? Either the professor has good intentions or he hasn't found the excuse yet. She frowned. Are there really teachers that bad? Then, loyally, anyway, all the teachers who teach us seem fine. I did not argue. A professor teaching undergraduates has no conflict of interest with them. Their grades do not touch his income or his rank, so of course he is a good man, and it costs him nothing. For the graduate students under him, the grants and the projects and the papers are all revenue. That is why so many of them call their supervisor boss. I walked into that empty classroom and understood immediately. It was not his clothes and it was not his face. It came off him like temperature. A man in his 20s sitting the way people sit at the end of a long illness. Are you Dr. Ding Han? He closed his laptop and looked up. Jiang Yue stepped in. Senior Ding, Mr. Tang is interested in one of your papers. His expression improved slightly. A beautiful woman does cure some things. Which one? I put a printout on the desk. I had considered reading the title out loud and decided against it out of respect for the English language. He came alive. You can understand this paper? No. He deflated so fast I finished the rest in one breath. But our technical director can understand it, and he thinks extremely highly of it. I'm here to invite you to our company as a technical consultant. Name your price. Guidance. Yes, the algorithm in your paper may be very helpful for one of our products. Jiang Yue added, Dr. Ding, Mr. Tang is a good person. You don't need to worry that he'll lie to you. I noted that she vouched for me and said nothing at all about my company, which was the correct call, since my company did not exist. He sat there for a long time. Then he said, Mr. Tang, don't you know I have character flaws? Aren't you afraid my data is fabricated, or that I'll come to your company and do nothing? I only believe what I see. And in the relationship between a supervisor and a student, the student is structurally at a disadvantage. As for whether the paper is real, I trust my technical director completely. If he says it's useful, it's useful. Another silence. What's the monthly salary of an average developer at your company? Programmers are paid well, in general, not in Zifu. Zifu has famous universities and no internet industry, which means the city produces excellent graduates and exports every single one of them, and the ones who stay are competing with each other for a very small number of chairs. 10 to 15,000 a month. 13,000, I said. Good. His face lifted. 15,000 a month and I'll work for your company. I had to take a breath. You may not be aware that our company is a startup. Wouldn't it be a waste of your talents? He laughed at himself, which was the worst sound in that room. Do you think I can graduate, given my situation? And then he told me. He had written a paper independently. His supervisor announced he did not want first authorship himself and was giving it to one of the senior students instead. He refused. Since then, he had been suppressed continuously until he arrived here. That was a paper I wrote with everything I had. It was the paper I was proudest of since I started studying. It's one thing for the supervisor to take first author, but why should a senior who rarely even comes to the office take it? Jiang Ye, carefully. But you were originally going to give first authorship to your advisor. Why wouldn't he want it? He explained it without heat, which made it worse. If the supervisor is first author and the student is second, the academic community assumes the student did the work. If a student is first author, then I, as second author, am classified as other, which is worth nothing, and without this paper, I have to delay graduation by a year. Jiang Yue went quiet, and I watched a 22-year-old woman calculate what she would feel if a single sentence from a teacher cost her a year and her work. I'm sorry, Senior Ding. I shouldn't have believed what people said. I'll clarify it for everyone. I advise you not to get yourself into trouble out of sympathy. You underestimate the influence of a man that close to Yellow River Scholar. I cut in before she could commit to anything. If you knew all along you couldn't graduate, why haven't you looked for a job? My supervisor has been in the profession 30 years. He has mentored countless students. He has 6 junior advisors under him, each with their own students. With that network, what decent job could I get in a city the size of Shifu? Of course, there are companies they can't reach. Those companies make low-quality web games or run peer-to-peer lending or do overseas live streaming. I might get arrested the next day. I stood up and put my hand out. Dr. Ding, welcome. And only after he shook it did I tell him the truth. Our company is still in preparation and has limited funds. Your salary is $20,000 a month for now, adjusted later based on performance and how we do. I hope you won't mind. He gave a crooked smile. I know you're a startup. Your R&D director can get the boss to hire a man on the strength of one paper in a bad journal. How big can the company be? But even in this state, it's better than where I am. I took them both to lunch, and he was quiet but not impossible, and I stopped worrying that I had hired a bomb. In science, one genius outweighs 1,000 soldiers. In a company, the team matters more, and a genius who cannot exist among people can destroy a team faster than he can help it. Over the meal, I got the rest of it. He cannot get the doctorate. He cannot go home, because he was the famous prodigy of his village, and his parents put everything they had into the idea that he would come back a doctor. So he told them he was still studying, and stayed in Shifu and worked. That was his entire plan for his life. I transferred him 20,000 yuan on the spot as a settling-in allowance so he could rent somewhere and stop existing in a dormitory. He actually cried at the table. A doctoral graduate from a school like that can walk into a settling allowance of hundreds of thousands anywhere in the country. Housing, a job for a spouse. One advisor had taken all of it off him, and 20,000 yuan from a man with no company made him cry in a restaurant. I decided at that table that whatever else happened, he was going to end up further along than every single person in that research group. The other thing the system gave me around then was that Yu Song, the tea house man, had a wife who was having an affair with his own apprentice, and that every Saturday she sent their child to her parents and met the apprentice at home. None of my business. Except the man had handed me a bowl worth 300,000 yuan and had refused to take money for it in the end, and his scheme, while unattractive, only ever caught people who arrived intending to rob him. In that trade, skill is the whole contract. If you are not good enough and you still want to take advantage, you deserve what you get. So I decided that if an opportunity arose, I would help. The opportunity arose because I told him I needed decorative pieces for a company entrance, specifically things that look real and are fake, and asked if he had any at home. Sure, come to my house anytime and pick one. I did not name a day, because if he told his wife in advance, she would simply not be there. I turned up on a Saturday morning. He knocked on his own front door for 3 minutes, and his key would not turn. What's going on? Locked from the inside this early? I looked at the shoe rack, neatly arranged, all his. Eventually, his wife opened it in a nightgown and yawned at us, and the man who had been about to explode turned into a puppy. In the study, I picked a pair of large blue and white vases, because they were large and because I know nothing. Then I asked where the bathroom was, used it, flushed, and came back. Old Yu, can I smoke in the house? He threw me one from a soft pack. Your taste in cigarettes is quite fancy. What do you mean? When I flushed just now, there was a yellow crane tower butt in the bowl. That wasn't yours? He went very still. No, I always smoke this brand. Then maybe I saw it wrong. He looked at his own shelves for 4 seconds. Brother, you look around. I need to step out. He closed the study door. 10 minutes later, there was a scream and a sequence of crashes. The bedroom door was open, His wife was on the floor with her hands over her face, and a young man, thin as a stick, was kowtowing. "Master, spare me." I was momentarily possessed. There was very little hate on Yu Song's face, mostly tiredness. "Boji, do you remember how you became my apprentice? I found you in the hills with a shovel and a group of men who were all arrested a month later. You walked 3 days behind me until your shoes wore through. I know. Master taught me how to make a living. I'm worse than an animal." Then his wife put herself between them and said she wanted a divorce and half the assets, and that the apprentice had kept her company when her husband did not, and that they were true love. And the apprentice on the floor yanked her backward by the arm. "Master, it has nothing to do with me." "Why are you so useless? It's the 21st century. What is this master business?" He shoved her down. "What do you women know? Do you think my master's money came from reselling relics? If you want to die, don't drag me." At which point, Yu Song started laughing and clapping. How exciting! Then he turned to me in the doorway. "Brother Tang, you've seen quite a show today." "We're in the same boat," I said, because it was all that was available. "You must have taken a liking to those imitation Hao vases. Send me an address. I'll have someone deliver them once I've dealt with these messy affairs." He had worked out what I wanted while his marriage was ending in the next room. At the door, I said one more thing because I had put it in motion. "Don't be impulsive. Remember what you told me. Don't let anyone die." He smiled, and I did not enjoy the smile at all. "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." Walking home, I ran the arithmetic on him. Solid wood furniture with proper joinery, a shop in the historic core, a car worth over $1 million, and an apprentice that afraid of him. It is not the old society. A trade relationship does not produce that kind of terror. I had a brief, cold moment about having provoked him, and then remembered Captain Zhang Jing and relaxed. This is not the West. There is no organization in this country that outranks the sky. Every monster here keeps its head down. 2 things happened that week that mattered more than any of it. The first was that Qin Xuan and I signed an office lease. 800 square meters on the 23rd floor of a tower in the Economic Development Zone, southeast corner, with a park directly to the south so the light comes in. 4 private offices, 2 meeting rooms, 4 small rooms for servers and storage, desks, chairs, and repairs included, which meant no maintenance staff and no cleaner on my payroll. 100,000 a month rent, 50,000 property fee, discounted by 20,000 total because Qin Xuan had already been at them for a week. I asked to pay monthly instead of 1 deposit plus 3 months up front because 390,000 in one hit plus several hundred thousand of equipment plus social insurance starting immediately would leave me one bad surprise from 0. The manager could not do it. Head office rules. Qin Xuan smiled at him and applied pressure so politely that he waived a month of the property fee to make her stop, and I signed. Then, when the staff had gone, I sat down in the general manager's chair and turned it around and looked at the trees in the park. This is my office. Qin Xuan stood behind the chair and put her hands on my shoulders. I found out much later what she was thinking at that moment, which was that she had spent the first day of knowing me convinced I was a rich boy burning his father's money, and had now watched every yuan of it arrive from somewhere I would not explain, and had decided she did not need the explanation. The second thing was a shopping mall on a Sunday and a plastic hammer. The system had told me that a mall in the east of the city was running a Guess the Weight event. Spend 2,000 and you get a card. Whoever guesses closest to the real weight of a gold bar wins a necklace with a market price of around 130,000 yuan. The real weight was 79.3613 grams. The gold bar on the podium was the size and shape of a standard 100-gram bar. I took Qin Xuan and Nana clothes shopping first, which is the correct order of operations, and which I enjoyed more than I expected. Buying clothes for myself takes 11 minutes. Buying clothes for a woman takes as long as you can stretch it. Nana was my accomplice throughout. Every time I said a dress looked good, a 3-year-old said, from behind my leg. Qin Xuan paid for everything herself. I tried to pay secretly and was made to get a refund, standing at the counter, in front of the assistant. By 4, we were at the event, and the plaza was full. The rules were simple. Take your receipt, get a number card, write your guess on a giant screen, closest number wins. Almost everyone had already written. The crowd was clustered around the bar, arguing. It's clearly 100 grams, just write 100. Don't you know about tolerances? And if they scraped a bit of dust off, it'll be under 100. So we should guess slightly under. Is it possible the organizers guessed you'd think that and made it slightly heavier? I looked at the screen. 99.843496, 100.235621, 101.234567. 6 decimal places. Nobody was going to duplicate anybody. Not one number was below 90. Nana, I said, do you want to go up and play? Her eyes went enormous at the screen. Yes, but Nana can't write. Uncle will teach you. It's very simple. Draw a circle. Then draw another circle right underneath it. Then draw one more circle a little bit apart to the right of those two. Did you learn it? I learned it. Nana is so smart. Staff were already collecting the markers. I carried her up. Wait a moment, we haven't written. There was 1 minute left, so they handed a 3-year-old a marker. The crowd, who had been settling in for a draw, all turned to watch what number the tiny girl was going to write, and watched 3 wobbling circles resolve into the number 80, and smiled the smile adults do. Ah, a man brought his daughter to play. For a second there we thought he knew something. One person did not smile. A boy of about 6 pointed at her. Mummy, that girl can't write. She can only draw circles, and her circles are super ugly. Nana's whole face came down. Nana can write. Nana can write up to 5 now. And then she looked at the floor. I carried her off the stage. The boy came over to continue, and I handed Nana to her mother and turned around and took 1 step toward him, and his mother arrived at a speed I have rarely seen, smacked him, and dragged him off, lecturing him about manners. For the record, I was never going to touch a child. I would have taught the mother. On stage, they brought out a jeweler's scale and put the reading on the big screen, and the host tried to build suspense and was booed by 400 people until he gave up and put the bar down. 79.3613 grams. 400 heads turned at once and looked at a 3-year-old. Oh my God, I'm not even as good as an illiterate child. That's not right. That bar is clearly a 100-gram speck. Why is it so much less? You mocked the little girl. If you'd gone up to write, why couldn't you win? Nana had not understood any of it and had buried her face in her mother's shoulder. Nana, I said, you won the prize. Her head came up. Really? Really. Uncle never lies. The host asked her to come up and claim it, and Qinxuan put her in my arms and pushed us both toward the stage. On stage, the host asked Nana how she had arrived at 80 grams. She looked at me. I only know how to draw circles. 400 people laughed at once. Then the host, holding the box, asked who she wanted to give the necklace to and whether she had anything to say to that person. Mummy. She could not get past it, so I took the microphone. Let me speak for her. Nana wants to say that Mummy works hard for her, and she wants to give this necklace to Mummy. Mummy deserves the best things in the world. Then I put the microphone in front of her. Is that right, Nana? She nodded so hard her braids moved. Below the stage, Qinxuan had gone down on her heels with her hands over her mouth. She had taken that child to hospital alone with a fever, holding her while registering, paying, collecting medicine, and sat up all night with her and had not cried. She had worked all day and cared for a child all night until she could not keep her eyes open and had not cried. She could not get through a 3-year-old failing to say thank you on a stage. Mummy, why are you crying? Are you upset that Nana couldn't speak? Nana will definitely be a graceful child next time. By then, I had carried her back down, and she was wiping her mother's face with both hands. Mummy's happy, Qinxuan said. My Nana knows how to care for Mummy now. At dinner, I opened the box and the stones threw light around the table, and Nana announced that she did not know how to do the clasp and that Uncle should put it on Mummy. I looked at Qinxuan. She smiled with her eyes and tipped her head forward slightly. The pendant sat between her collarbones and made every other thing at that table look like it had been bought at a station. Then she said, without any change in tone at all, "How did you guess the weight of the gold?" I did not stop chewing. I picked a simple number that was easy to write and let her go up and play. I didn't expect her to win. Really? She was smiling. There was something under the smile that I did not want to be under. So I gave her a version. Since the organizer brought out a bar that looks like a standard 100-gram bar, it cannot actually be 100 grams. Otherwise, the event turns into a competition of who writes more decimal places. So they've tampered with it. Either they filled it with a denser metal, or they hollowed out some gold. Between the two, hollowing is more convenient. I drank some water to hide my face. You're really good at figuring people out, she said. Uncle is awesome, said Nana. That is the only answer I have ever given Qin Xuan that was constructed entirely backward from a known result, and she believed it, and I want to record that I did not enjoy lying to her as much as I had expected to. Then Zhao Min called me at 8 in the evening and said she wanted coffee. The coffee was 58 yuan a cup and tasted burnt, and I said so, and she laughed and said that when she first studied abroad she thought the same thing and drank it until she stopped noticing, the way she had drunk alcohol until it stopped being spicy. Then she pushed a portable hard drive across the table. The source code you wanted. You said Monday, after the contract. There's no problem. The signing goes ahead tomorrow. It's just that the acquiring company is strange, and I was worried about complications, so I'm giving it to you early. Strange how? I checked them. Nothing wrong with the funding source or the qualifications. In fact, they have almost no legal disputes, which is unusual for a company that size. How do you not have disputes with anyone? They don't even have a labor case. Then she hesitated in a way she had not done once in either of our meetings. And their negotiator doesn't feel like a Chinese person to me. His Mandarin is standard and his features are East Asian, but his manner is off, especially the suit. Only what Westerners call old money pays that much attention to a suit. You're saying foreign capital. Just a feeling. With your company's situation, would a foreign company go to that trouble? She leaned back. You're underestimating what Guangda is. Almost all industrial software in this country runs on foreign architecture. Guangda's calculation engine is genuinely self-developed. Even Guangda's domestic competitors are foreign engines with a new coat of paint. And the market for it is dying. Demand isn't what it was, that's all. Old buildings need renovating, old roads need maintaining, and somebody always wants a better new building. If this industry looks dead to you, it's because you're used to 20 years of a rocket. It is still the largest construction market on Earth. She looked at the hard drive on the table. And only the largest market grows the most advanced technology. Your vision is excellent. What's on that drive may be worth more than you imagine. I had not known any of that. I thought I was buying a good product because users said it was good. I didn't expect you to know this industry. You thought I was a rich girl selling her father's business. She laughed at herself. Zhao Min, PhD, Columbia. Research topic, informatization and industrial transformation. Then why not take over the company? I only know how to talk theory. I don't understand the intrigues. She stood up and put her hand out. I fly out after the signing tomorrow. Consider this my last contribution to my former homeland. Smooth sailing. I knew from her face that she was not planning to come back. And then, 4 days later, that same week, the system told me an old woman was going to die in a park. Hong Shu, former chair of the Provincial Constructors Association and former chief economist of Sifu Construction, 67. She was going to fall during her morning exercise at Cultural Park, and nobody would help, and treatment would be delayed, and she would die. There was a business reason, and I will not pretend otherwise. A retired industry giant endorsing a new product is worth money. But the actual reason was older. When I first joined Guangda, they sent me to hand out flyers at an industry summit, because that is what you do with new salesmen. I did not know how to read a face or open a sentence. I held flyers out at people. Hong Shu walked past with a group of industry figures, and I stepped into their path, which is not done. One of the old men called security, not just to remove me, but to dismantle my company's booth. She spoke up for me, patted my shoulder, and told me to work hard, learn more, think more. That is the entire debt. It is not large. I was going to pay it anyway. Cultural Park has a lake in the middle and a path around it. 40 minutes in, I saw a knot of people ahead, pointing at something on the ground and doing nothing. Silver hair, on her side. Trying to get something out of her pocket and shaking too hard. Young man, you mustn't. If something happens, they'll blame you. Saving her is more important. Everyone here, please bear witness for me. 2 female university students had their phones out already. Big brother, go ahead. We'll be your witnesses. I followed her eyes to a small jar labeled quick-acting heart pills, shook one out, and put it under her tongue. She swallowed, took one breath, and lost consciousness. It's over. I told you not to. Now you've killed her. I called an ambulance and followed the operator's instructions, which were to lay her flat and specifically not to be clever and attempt first aid I was not trained for. Then I looked at the ring of faces still discussing my legal position and lost my temper for the only time that year. Shut up. Who can go and guide the ambulance in and tell the park staff to open the fire lane? Nobody moved. Several walked away because the entertainment was over. I understand standing back. I understand fearing blame. I even understand not calling an ambulance. I do not understand a dozen adults declining to walk to a gate. The two girls stepped forward. Big brother, we'll go. At the hospital, I paid the deposit and waited outside the emergency room, and a nurse with very good eyes above her mask asked if I would mind staying until the family arrived. The family arrived in the form of a man of about 45 in a white shirt with hair like a diagram and a secretary. He looked at me and said, "You're the one who hit my mother, right?" I have been prepared for many things, not that. Is this how you treat someone who saved her, without distinguishing right from wrong? When I arrived, someone had already posted on video that a young man hit an old woman while exercising in Central Park, with a photo of you. What else do you have to say? Then he put his index finger against my forehead. If anything happens to my mother, I'll make you pay with your life. Do you believe me? I caught the finger. He was a man who had sat in offices for 20 years, and he cried out immediately, "Let go." You like short videos, I said, word by word. I'll post one right now of you attempting murder at a hospital entrance. Does that make you a murderer? He turned to the secretary. Xiao Tang, cripple him. Anything happens, I'll take responsibility. What are you doing? A tall woman came running down the corridor barefoot, carrying her heels, and got between us. Big brother, Mum is in there. Her life is in the balance. What are you doing? This kid hit Mum and won't admit it. You're a group general manager and you're still this impulsive. Then she turned to me and delivered a very smooth apology on his behalf and told me the nurse had already been instructed to refund my 10,000 yuan deposit by the original payment method, which was the moment I decided I was done with that family. Because a normal person transfers the money to you personally. Sending it back through the hospital by original method is a demonstration that one word from her makes a nurse break procedure. So I can leave now? She stepped in front of me. There's no conclusion yet on how my mother fell. If it turns out to have nothing to do with you, then you are naturally a benefactor of the Hao family. But if it is related to you, something in her eyes, then don't blame us for being impolite. Are you finished? Move aside. I got halfway down the corridor and turned around. No need to be a benefactor. I cannot accept your family's gratitude. As for revenge, come at me. I'll take it. Then I went and spent 500,000 yuan on computers. There is an entire industry now servicing the fact that companies are born and die constantly. IT outsourcing firms sell you second-hand equipment at 70% of new, maintain it for free, and buy it back at 20% when you go under. It is a vulture business, and it is also extremely convenient, and they were very keen because fewer companies are being founded every year. 30 high-spec machines for R&D, 20 ordinary ones, network, server room, installed and debugged by the end of the following afternoon. Then Qianbo called with the important number. 10 people are willing to come over. 7 developers, 3 test engineers, 5 can arrive tomorrow. Salaries uniformly 30% above their Guangda base. Social insurance and housing fund at the maximum rate. He thought about it. With that treatment, I can get a few core people from the graphic calculation team. Others might be harder. We're a new company. We recruit the rest from the market and tell them, whoever starts by Wednesday gets an extra 5 days of salary this month and 5 extra days of annual leave. Every day later, 1 day less of each. Normally, people take a week off between jobs. I did not have a week. I could not buy time, so I bought it with money and holidays, which are the same thing in a different currency. The company opened on a Wednesday. I know exactly what happened on the morning of the opening because I spent part of it standing next to a rubbish bin dressed as a migrant worker, but that comes later. At 10, I stood in front of 20-odd people in a conference room and gave the only speech I have ever prepared properly. I'm going to make 3 points. Everyone in the room did the small, knowing smile that Chinese office workers do when a boss says he will make 3 points because it means 40 minutes. Don't laugh, I mean 3. Vice President Qin, time me. 15 minutes. First, the future. I put up a chart of the annual sales of Guangda's graphic quantity calculation product. Last year, 1.3 billion yuan. The room made a noise. Even the 10 people who had come from Guangda made a noise, because R&D staff never see the sales figures, and none of them had ever been told what the thing they built, line by line, actually generated. And that was only the Northwest. Nationally, that product category is worth tens of billions. We hold the core source code. If we capture 1/10 of Guangda's old share, that is 130 million a year. So congratulations, you have chosen a good industry and a good company. Second, share. It's too early to talk about equity and option rules, but I can promise this today on behalf of the company. When our output value exceeds 100 million, every person in this room can choose between 500,000 yuan in cash or stock options. When the company lists, every person in this room can choose between 2 million in cash or shares. The room went up. I let it. Then, because I could see the 2 or 3 people doing the calculation about whether this was a picture of a cake, the company will sign contracts with each of you putting these incentives on paper. Third, obey the law. I put up 2 characters and let them believe it was the stick. Then I changed the slide to the words labor law. There is one iron rule here. We obey the law, and specifically, we obey the labor law. 5 days, 8 hours. Nobody breaks it. Not you, not me. Exceptional overtime must be approved by Vice President Qin and paid according to statute. Zhou Min, the UI designer I had hired the previous week, stood straight up. Mr. Tang, stop talking. I want to go back to work. You won't let us do overtime, and you're dangling money at us. I need to get started so I can get the incentive sooner. The room fell over. The reason for this, I said, when I could, is partly so you can have lives, and partly because we are a technology company and I want your work to be inventive rather than a pile of mechanical hours. The company obeys the law. I expect you to obey the law and professional ethics. And I scanned the room while I said that last sentence. Everyone was relaxed except one man, a developer named Zhao Long, who was looking at the table. Because the night before, the system had told me that Zhao Long had been sent to me by the company that bought Guangda. I had wondered whether I was going to have to be clever about him. Watching him fail to look at me for 4 seconds solved that problem. He was an ordinary engineer with no talent for this. Oh, one last thing. Laughter. Didn't you say 3 points? Tonight there's a dinner for the company's founding. 2 rules. Nobody is compelled to come, and nobody talks about work. The applause was not the applause I used to hear at Guangda, which was the sound of a room performing, which was strange given that every single thing I had announced was already theirs by law. Then, 2 officials from the Economic Development Zone Management Committee arrived. They were both young. I did not underestimate them for it. Mr. Tang, you're too kind. What leaders? We're 2 small soldiers. 2 things, and then we'll go. First, to confirm your company is real. We integrate cutting-edge technology into the existing product, secure the Northwest, and then compete with other regions on technical strength. For that, we hired a doctor from Sifu Jiaotong University who specializes in 3-dimensional graphics computation. I pointed through the glass at Ding Han, who at that exact moment was arguing with Qian Bo while holding a whiteboard marker like a knife. All of this is in your documents. The scale is small, but you're doing real work. No false reporting, no concealment. Work hard. The committee plans to establish several benchmark enterprises here, and the leadership has high hopes for you. I doubted any leadership had ever heard of me and said the correct thing. Second, support policies for high-tech enterprises. Here are the documents, and your company is designated a high-potential micro-enterprise. The government is providing you with a talent apartment. I stared at him. Currently, you hold the right of use only. Ownership transfers when your cumulative tax payments exceed 100 million. I offered them dinner. He smiled. One more thing. In future, at least inside this zone, you can deal with us on a completely business-like basis. Even if I wanted to eat your meal, I wouldn't dare. On his way out, he glanced at the flower baskets by the door. I didn't expect Mr. Tang to have such a wide network, he said, and left. I turned to Qin Xuan. Did you order those? No. People have been sending them since this morning. Aren't they your friends? I went and read them one at a time. The first was Zhang Yue's, in a running hand that was far too confident for a girl of 22. The second was Yu Song's, apologizing for being busy dealing with things. The third said, the Shifu Police Bureau wishes Tongzhou Software a prosperous opening. Not Captain Zhang Jing personally, the Bureau. The fourth said, Shifu Construction Group wishes Tongzhou Software a prosperous opening, not a subsidiary, the group. a construction group with over 100 billion yuan of annual output, which I had never in my life had contact with. As a salesman, I dealt with their third-tier subsidiaries and once got as far as a business manager at a second tier. As a site technician, I never met my own branch manager. By then, everyone in the company had come out for lunch and was standing around reading them. Mr. Tang's network is impressive. Even the construction group will take this whole province lying down. He's even got the official side. Shame we're not opening a foot massage parlor. Can you stop thinking about that? Although it is a pity. It'd be great if we had connections at the construction commission. I stood there with a group of people constructing a fictional version of my background, and I put on the face of a man who cannot possibly comment and said, "In the end, it still comes down to strength. Let's eat." Then I called Captain Zhang Jing. Tang Hao, you're not being fair, starting a company in secret. If the director hadn't told me, I wouldn't have known you'd become a boss. Are you afraid I'll eat you out of house and home? Why did the bureau send a basket? How would I dare decide for the bureau? The director instructed it. He said you rendered meritorious service, you're a friend of the Shifu police, and told me to express appreciation on behalf of the bureau. That night, the last basket explained itself. I came home to a corridor with a dead light and someone smoking in the dark outside my door. Tang Hao, you've kept me waiting a while. I knew the voice, Hong Shu's son, which meant she had died and he had come. Cao Wei, danger! My cousin had just come out of the lift behind me. He had been discharged from the special forces years ago, and his body has not been informed. He went past me the way weather goes past. There were 3 sounds. By the time I had my phone torch on, my cousin had a man face down on the floor of a rented corridor with his knee somewhere structural. Then the lift opened again, and an old woman came out with the tall daughter. And the old woman said, "What is happening here?" That is how I ended up with the former chief economist of Shifu Construction, sitting in my rented living room, while her daughter applied ointment to her brother, and he made small noises. "So," I said, "you were lurking in the dark outside my door in order to apologize to me. If you could find out where I live, couldn't you find my phone number? Couldn't you have called?" He grimaced. "You saved my mother, and I had that attitude. Isn't coming in person more sincere?" He touched his cheek. "I have a short temper. If I'd called and you'd provoked me, I'd have argued with you again." I could not fault the logic, and I could not stop wanting to throw him out. And I could not do either, because my cousin had put him on the floor in under 2 seconds. Hong Shu spoke. "This is my fault. As soon as I woke up, I wanted him to apologize. But I was afraid his temper would ruin it, so I wanted to wait until I could walk and bring him myself." Then she stood up. "My son has been spoiled since childhood, and his career has been smooth, so he grew this arrogance. I, an old woman, apologize for him." Her son struggled up. "Mum, don't be like this." Then to me, "Tang Hao, I was wrong. I believed the internet and misunderstood you. You saved my mother's life, which means I owe you a life. Name anything I can do." And then he went down on his knees, which aggravated whatever my cousin had done to him, so he fell over sideways. His mother watched all of this without moving a muscle and looked at me. "Fine. Let bygones be bygones. We were too rough today and injured someone. As for demands, forget it. I don't save people to collect." Then I noticed the bag on my table with the logo of Shifu Construction Group on it, and my whole evening reorganized itself. "Those flower baskets at my company, that wasn't you, was it?" It was me. My mother was awake by then but couldn't get out of bed, so I had my company send them. "You can represent the group?" "I'm the head of the business department," he said, with a flash of the man he had been in the corridor. "So, to some extent, yes." I had a sentence ready about how a wretch like him became a group executive and then remembered who his mother was and swallowed it. Reasonable. At the door, on his way out, limping, he turned around. "I hear your company is developing graphic quantity calculation software. The Ministry of Construction is holding a quantity calculation competition. Our company has the right to participate. How about we cooperate? We provide the people, you provide the software." I wanted it so much, my teeth hurt. Only large construction groups can enter. It is national. It is judged by a ministry. But it was so obviously a repayment that I could not take it cleanly, and I had just finished announcing that I do not save people to collect. He read that off my face in about a second, which told me exactly how he had gotten his job. "Don't think I'm giving you special treatment. I'm doing this for our own performance. I heard you obtained Guangda's source code. Besides, it isn't only my decision. The final participation plan needs approval from above. Which was an exit, held open for me, by a man I had watched being dropped on a floor 40 minutes earlier. Thank you very much. I'll have someone from my company come to yours tomorrow to discuss details. Designate a contact. After they left, my cousin, who had been sitting through all of it eating my fruit, said, "That guy's going to be a problem later, you know." He was wrong, as it happens, but that is the last thing that went right for a while, because the next intelligence I received was about my father. Daily Intelligence 2. Host's father, Gao Hong, has early-stage cancer. If surgery is performed within 3 days, the cure rate is 99.99%. Within 10 days, 95%. Within 1 month, 68%. I have never been more grateful for that blue window. There is a line in a textbook about how the child wishes to care for the parent, and the parent is no longer there. When you are 8, it is a sentence you have to memorize. Somewhere in your 30s, it turns into a thing that happens to people you drink with. 3 years ago, I was at a small reunion when a classmate got a call saying his father was in hospital. Nobody took it seriously. He went home by himself. 12 days later, there was an obituary on his feed. That man had dragged a bad leg through his whole life to get his son through a master's degree, and the son had just graduated and was about to start earning money. 99.99 within 3 days. 95 within 10. I was not going to shop around in that gap. But the normal path is registration, examination orders, queue for tests, wait for reports, and that is 2 days if nothing goes wrong, and the day after next was the weekend. So I called a scalper. Ticket touts do not queue anymore. Everything is systems now. What they sell is extra slots added to a specialist's daily patient count, and the money is split between the specialist and several links in the chain. Which means they know people. It was past midnight. He picked up on the third ring, wide awake. Which hospital? Which department? Any specific requirements? Tomorrow morning, 2 people, full cancer screening. As fast as possible, and the results expedited. He paused. That won't be cheap. I need it fast. Name the price. Registration, 1,000 per person. 9 tomorrow morning at the Provincial People's Hospital. Someone will meet you with the orders already written and walk you through. Examination fees at triple. Good. Can we arrange surgery in advance? Money is not an issue. He actually laughed. How can I book surgery when the illness hasn't been diagnosed? Don't worry. There are enough top-grade hospitals in Shifu. If you can pay, I can find one. Then, the harder part. My parents live 300 kilometers away. Driving out and back would not make it. High-speed rail is an hour and 20. I bought them tickets. Departing 6:50, arriving 8:10. Then I called my father 4 times before he answered. Xiao Hao, it's late. What happened? I had a whole speech ready. Dad, our company has a benefit. Free cancer screening for employees' family members. It expires tomorrow, so I've bought you 2 tickets for the early train. He asked nothing. Okay, send me a screenshot of the train number. I pushed anyway, because he had agreed too fast and I did not know why. Pay attention. I had a genetic screening and it said my genes carry a higher probability. You 2 are in the high-risk age band. I know. Your mother and I will come tomorrow. We also want to see you. I sat in the dark and felt something in my chest let go, because my father is a man who does everything meticulously and seriously, and always has. And he had just agreed to get on a train at dawn on 20 minutes' notice without one question. The tests ran all morning. We cut every cue. I was embarrassed the entire time and did it anyway. By 2, the reports were done. The doctor looked at them with what I can only call professional delight. You are really lucky. I've been a doctor for almost 20 years, and I have never seen skin cancer caught this early. Surgical removal at this stage has a cure rate near 100%. My father gripped my mother's hand and was silent for a moment. Doctor, how much will this illness cost? I cut across him. The cost doesn't matter. Please check the earliest available surgery. The doctor checked. We operate at weekends too, but recent slots are full. It would be Wednesday at the earliest, which is what the normal pace of medicine looks like, without money. Outside, I handed my parents to Wei Dong and called the scalper. Skin cancer, surgery by Sunday at the latest. Money is not an issue. Wait for my call. Half an hour, and then 20,000 yuan of Q fee, and my father was admitted to the City 3rd Hospital that afternoon, into dermatology, because minor skin cancer excision is done by dermatology and only goes to oncology when it needs chemotherapy. I got a single room with a fold-out bed for a family member. Then a nurse came in to take blood pressure and temperature, and I recognized her eyes over the mask. "Aren't you in the emergency department?" The eyes stopped. "How do you know me? I was wearing a mask then and I'm wearing one now." "It seems you remember me too," the eyes curved. "The brave hothead. Everyone in our department remembers him. Quickly, tell me how you recognized me." "You first. How did you end up here?" She sighed. "A rotation. The director here personally spoke to our director, said dermatology needed nurses, and asked me to help out for a while." "Then it's fate. I'm Tong Hao. What's your name?" "You tell me how you recognized me." "Your eyes are too distinctive. It's hard not to." She turned and left, and 4 seconds later put her head back around the door with her eyes narrowed to slits. "Tong Hao. Remember, my name is Fong Lei." When the door closed, my mother was smiling at me in a manner I have seen only at other people's weddings. My father said, from the bed, "Your old man just got diagnosed with cancer and you're busy chasing girls." "You don't have an incurable disease," my mother said, poking him. "Don't you want to hold a grandchild?" "Son, Mum supports you. Use these few days while your dad is in hospital." "Can you both stop being so futile?" I spoke to her for 90 seconds. Which is when my father, from the pillow, said, "If you're not interested, when I get home I'll arrange a blind date. Master Zhang at the works still asks about you. You and his daughter played very well together as children." I sat up. "You wouldn't secretly arrange something. You know my temper. If I don't want to do something, nobody can make me, and don't blame me when you lose face." "How could we ever make decisions for you?" my father said, to the ceiling. "We told you to go to a university closer to home. You went south, so far that coming back takes days on a train. After graduation, we told you to sit the civil service exam. You said a job where you can see the end of your life is boring. When you hit a wall at work, we told you to come home. You weren't willing." I did not have anything to say to that, because in my youth I had thought all of it was small thinking, and sitting in that room without a cheat in my pocket, every single one of those decisions would have been the right one. That night, at 17 minutes past 9, someone tried to hurt my father. The intelligence had told me at midnight the head nurse of that department, a woman named Ma, was going to swap the medicine Fong Lei had prepared for bed 18 with plain saline in order to get Fong Lei removed, because the department director had taken an interest in Fong Lei and the head nurse had been the interest before that. The last bottle was saline with potassium chloride, which replaces electrolytes after surgery and does nothing dramatic, which is exactly why she picked it. If it had been an antibiotic, she would have been risking a death. This way, it was a nurse being careless, and a nurse being careless gets moved. At 9, I pressed the call button. "The medicine for bed 18 is almost finished. Please wait a moment, slow the drip, I'll be right there." Here is what happened at the nurse's station, which she told me later. She found the tray for bed 18. 1 bottle. Saline plus potassium chloride. Correct. She picked it up, stepped out, and ran into head nurse Lee, who had come specifically to ask how she was settling in, and who was so warm about it that Fong Lei decided the warnings from her friends in emergency had been unfair. Then the head nurse said, "Look, your shoelace is loose. Tie it so you don't fall later." It was not loose. It was slightly untidy. She put the tray on the table by the door and bent down. Then she picked the tray up and pushed open the door of bed 18, and I was leaning on the wall inside it, waiting. She went pink. "Move aside. I need to change the medicine." I looked at the tray in her hands. The previous bottles all had your handwriting on them. Why doesn't this one? "This one has it too. I checked." She turned the bottle. The space where the mark should have been was empty. "Hold this." She shoved the tray at me and ran. She came back a minute later out of breath with a correct bottle, pushed me out of the way, changed it, opened the flow regulator she had closed, and only then let her shoulders down. "I'm sorry, I definitely checked. I looked at my parents, both of whom were asleep, and pulled her into the bathroom and shut the door. Have you worked out why? Maybe our head nurse swapped it. Only she could have, when I wasn't paying attention. Her voice went small. But it's hard to prove now. Nobody will believe me. Isn't there surveillance? She looked straight up at me. Do you believe what I'm saying? Shouldn't you be the angriest person in this hospital right now? I believe you. You wouldn't lie. Why? Because your eyes tell me you're innocent, which was a line, and also true, and also not the reason. Thank you. But when I came in tonight, I heard workers in the lift saying today is system maintenance day. All the cameras are down. So I have to swallow it. I don't even know why she's targeting me. I took out my phone and opened a video. Her eyes went very wide. How do you have a video of her swapping my medicine? You were in the ward. My driver came up to bring me something. He saw your head nurse carrying a bottle of fluid furtively outside the inpatient area, thought it was strange, and filmed it. Which is the truth. Wei Dong notices everything and reports none of it unless asked, and that was the one time in his employment that the habit produced a video. So you knew all along I was innocent, and you pretended to believe me anyway. Sister, is this the time? Shouldn't you be thinking about how to fight back? Don't call me sister, I'm much younger than you. I have never been able to follow that woman's thought process. Don't say your driver filmed it, she said, suddenly all business. Your father still has days here, leave the rest to me. Can you do it? She held up one small fist. Trust me, I'm very capable. 20 minutes later, I arrived at a crowd in time to hear head nurse Li say, no matter how sharp your tongue is, do you have proof? And Fang Lei point at the camera above her own head. It's all recorded up there. We'll know when we check the surveillance tomorrow, won't we? And the head nurse sneer and say, we'll go and look with the medical affairs department tomorrow morning. If there's nothing, I'd like to see what you say then. Which is exactly what a person says when they know the cameras were down. Which is exactly what Fang Lei wanted her to say. In a corridor, in front of 40 patients. You wanted her to summon every leader she could, I said afterward, so that when the video appears, she can't bury it. You cunning fellow, you saw through me. The next morning, it went the way she had built it. The monitoring room reported no footage. The head nurse performed. The leadership criticized Fang Lei for carelessness and for slandering a superior. The head nurse said the hospital could only keep one of them. If I weren't the party involved, Fang Lei told me later, from a bench in the garden, feeding pigeons, I'd have felt sorry for her. Then she played the video on the central control screen. Then the leadership tried to bury it and discovered that a disciplinary inspector happened to be on site that morning. Then the head nurse asked the department director to save her, and the department director, in front of 6 senior officials, did the arithmetic on his own career. And then she told the room about the affair. So she's fired and he's demoted to ordinary doctor. I still don't know what got into her. You're smart. Think about it. Could it be? It's very likely what you're thinking. Disgusting. Then, quieter. Thank you. Without you, I couldn't have stayed here either way. I told her I helped because we both liked the same book, which I had read 4 chapters of on my phone in 2 hospital queues, purely because the system had told me she loved it. My father came out of surgery with all his indicators perfect and enough energy to argue with me about whether he could wash himself, and the doctor said discharge in 3 to 5 days. And then I came back from a lunch to an empty room. Bed stripped, cupboard empty, nothing on the table. Nurse, where is the patient from bed 18? He was discharged and left a while ago. He was supposed to stay until tomorrow, but he insisted, so we issued the certificate. My mother's phone rang out. My father's went straight to a hang-up. My mother's rang out again. I had Captain Zhang Jing's number open and my thumb on it when my mother called back. Your father, honestly. He bought tickets from the North Station and took me to the South Station. We nearly missed the train. Mom, what are you doing? The doctor said tomorrow. Why did you leave? And behind my back? Silence. Let your father tell you. Then, after a while, my father's voice. If I hadn't left, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to resist hitting you. I told you since you were small never to do business. It went in one ear and out the other, didn't it? When did I ever do business? I said that stubbornly, and I was genuinely bewildered because I could not work out how. Still pretending? Do you think I'm a fool because I'm an old farmer? Look at that car. It's so flashy. What company gives a car like that to a manager? Your uncle already told me your business has grown so big that you have bodyguards now. Cao Wei, special forces, discipline, confidentiality, absolutely no ability to shut up in front of his own father. Dad, I don't understand. Why are you so against me doing business? He was quiet for a long time. Actually, you had an older uncle. I did not know that. He was clever and sweet-tongued from a young age. He was just a bit lazy. Wouldn't work the fields, wouldn't study. Spent his days selling a bit of fruit and vegetables at the market. Later, when he grew up, he caught the change in society and went out to make a living, partnered with people, opened a company. The letters he sent back said business was very good and that he would soon bring the whole family to the city. I was 15. I had never left our county town. I looked forward to your older uncle coming back to collect me every single day. What I finally received was his death certificate. I sat down on a hospital bed. The police station said he jumped off a building. The company had gone bankrupt, and the creditors would not stop. Your grandfather heard the news and had a heart attack and died of the shock. Then he paused, in the exact way he had paused all my life before saying something he meant. Because of business, I lost my father and my brother when I was 16. My hope for you is that you can live a safe and peaceful life. And if you weren't in danger, why would you hire bodyguards out of nowhere? I sat there and did not have a single word. Dad, it's different now. Times have changed. No matter how much times change, isn't it still the people with power who succeed? Otherwise, out of all the flour mill owners in our village, why is the only one still running the village secretary's second son? He sighed. All right, you've grown up, and I can't control you. When I was your age, you were already in primary school. If you want to go out and make your way, then go. But there is one thing I want to tell you, so listen carefully. Dad, tell me. No matter what, don't do anything foolish. If it really doesn't work out, come back to the old house. We still have 6 mu of land and an orchard. We won't starve. And the Gao family is a big clan in that village. No creditor would dare cause trouble there. I made a sound into the phone. I understand. Originally, I had prepared 200,000 for you this time, but looking at how you spend money, you don't seem to need it. In case your business fails, you'll still have money to marry when you come back. All right, hang up. Since you're going to pursue a career, do it well. Your mother and I won't stay here and distract you. The surgery's done. I'll have regular checkups at the county hospital. I sat in an empty single room for a while. Then I transferred 100,000 yuan to my sister. Brother, why are you transferring money to me? When you're home, make sure Dad and Mum don't work the fields themselves. Hire people, and keep an eye on their food, clothes, and everything else. Did you win the lottery? Your brother has become a big boss. You've become a big boss and you're not going to help your own sister? Wait a bit, your brother will take you flying soon. And that is the last completely ordinary week I had, because the next thing the system told me was that at 8 the following morning, at the intersection of Zhouan Road and Tianchen Road, I was going to be crushed to death by a dump truck. I read that line 3 times and then relaxed, which was the stupidest thing I have ever done. It names an intersection. Avoid the intersection. There is obviously a site nearby in the excavation phase. Dump trucks are normal. Done. Then I lay in the dark and got cold anyway, because without a blue window, I would have driven through that junction at 8 in the morning thinking about a brand roadmap. The next morning, I took a long detour through the new districts in the north, where the roads are wide and empty and half the junctions still have temporary lights. Red light, no cameras, no cars. I stopped at the line anyway, because I am a law-abiding citizen. Then a roar behind me. I glanced at the mirror. Dump truck, coming fast. Why are there dump trucks out at this hour? I thought. They run at night. Wait, a dump truck. I did not decide to move. My foot went to the floor and the car went, and in the time between my brain reacting and the vehicle actually starting to travel, I could feel the weight of the thing behind me through the road. Accelerate! I have never been pressed into a seat like that. 3 seconds, the longest 3 seconds available. He came up on my rear bumper close enough that I stopped seeing his grille and started seeing individual bolts, and then 1,000 horsepower finally beat 40 tons and the gap started to open. Through the junction, he did not slow down. The road on the right was closed by municipal barriers. 1 lane, oncoming traffic on the left. Dump trucks in cities are speed limited to 60. That one was doing well over 100, which means somebody had removed the limiter, which is not a thing that happens by accident on the morning you were scheduled to die. I was doing 140 and the gap was not growing, and there was a sedan stopped at the next red light. I want to lay out the arithmetic I did at 140 kilometers an hour. Hit the car in front. Dead. Do not hit the car in front. He pushes me into it. Dead. Change lanes. Cars turning right, continuously, out of the opposite side. I honked and flashed. The sedan did not move because the sedan was sitting at a red light doing exactly what it was supposed to do. 15 seconds on the light. 30 meters. Then a gap opened in the oncoming turners and I went into it. I got through two cars with, I would estimate, the width of a hand on each side, and I was concentrating hard enough to read the shape of the other driver's mouth, and it was not a compliment. Then I was across the junction diagonally, over a crossing, and standing on the brake with both hands locked on the wheel. The world outside the glass bent. The anti-lock system hammered my foot. The wheel fought me both ways like there were two hands on the other side of it. The belt cut into my chest until I could not get air in. The chassis banged on every expansion joint. The car stopped a meter from a concrete block. I turned around. The sedan that had been in front of me looked like something had walked over it. The whole passenger compartment was flat. Pieces of body panel were spread across two lanes like paper. Both rear wheels were somewhere else. The dump truck had gone over on its side further up, with its load spread across the road in a long mound. I sat there and could not lift my right foot off the brake for some time. Then I called an ambulance and the police. "Officer, this is murder. How is this a traffic accident?" I said that 4 times at the traffic police station, at increasing volume. "Comrade, I understand your shock. The accident is under investigation. Our preliminary conclusion is an accident. A modified dump truck with the speed limiter illegally removed, which lost control due to mechanical failure. Furthermore, you were only frightened. The driver in the car ahead of you has died. We need to focus our resources on the victim. Please understand. He deliberately tried to murder me. Investigate his movements. Did he also go to the intersection of Zhouan Road and Tianchen Road this morning?" Which was a very stupid sentence, and I knew it was stupid while I was saying it, because I could not explain how I knew that name. "What's going on here?" Captain Zhang Jing was in the doorway, and the traffic officer looked at him the way you look at a lifeboat. He heard both sides, sent the officer out, closed the door, and poured me water. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine. You must investigate this. This was an attempt to murder me." "It's good you're fine. Drink the water first." Then he told me what he had already done on the drive over, which was to have his team pull the driver. His background is very clean. No criminal record. His accounts have received no unusual large sums recently. And I've read the traffic team's report. It is comprehensive and there is nothing wrong with it. But I opened my mouth and closed it, because the true sentence was, "A blue window told me at midnight," so I took a detour, and it still found me. "There are suspicious points," he said when I did not speak. "Dump trucks operate at night in convoys. Why was there a single one out in the morning? And who has the capability to modify a heavy truck to over 120? What you need to do now is rest. Leave the rest to me." At the door, he said, "Think again. Have you offended anyone recently? If you have suspects, text me." And then, as I turned away, I did not see his eyes narrow, and I only know they did because he told me months later that this was the day he stopped believing in my luck. I went to the office and sat in the general manager's chair and made a list of everyone I had annoyed. Zhao Min. I called her, and she answered furious at 11 at night in New York, having just fallen asleep after a flight, which was an alibi with jet lag attached. Then she said, unprompted, that she had known the new owners would not hand me the code, and was glad she had copied it out early. Crossed off. Which left one name, and it was not a name, it was a shape. A buyer with no legal disputes anywhere, an oddly perfect suit, and a sudden urgent interest in the only genuinely domestic calculation engine in this country. Nobody in China arranges a contract killing casually. There are cameras on every corner. The state takes murder personally. An organization that can produce a modified 40-ton truck, an unconnected driver, and a report with nothing wrong in it is not a company having a bad week. So I did two things. The first was to ask Yu Song to look into it, and he agreed instantly and said that if the force behind it was inside Shifu, he would dig it out within 3 days. The second was to call my cousin. Brother Tang, why are you calling me in the middle of the day? I told him everything except the window. Come and help a brother out? All right. Wait, I'll check tickets. He hung up on me. 5 years in the military did not fix his loyalty problem, but it did fix his sentence length. Then a message. All flights and rail sold out today and tomorrow. I arrive Shifu International at 8 the day after. Theoretically, if the people behind this failed on the first attempt, they'll lie low for a while to avoid being traced. But don't relax. Avoid sparsely populated areas. It also solved a problem I had been sitting on for 2 days, which was that the system had told me my cousin's company was about to sell him to a scam compound in northern Myanmar under the cover of a group tour. He was on the tour list. I had been trying to work out how to talk him out of it without sounding insane. Now he was canceling it himself to come and stand next to me. He arrived with a soldier's walk and a hug that reorganized my spine, and then told me he would not be my bodyguard. Brother Tang, if I were your bodyguard and you were in danger, and I covered your retreat and told you to run, would you run? I did not answer. If I stayed, I would be luggage. If I ran, I would be a man who left my cousin on a floor somewhere, and this is not a film. A knife wound bleeds, and enough bleeding kills anyone. Also, this comrade of mine is better at protecting people than I am. You used to boast you were the best in the world. Head to head, he isn't my match. At protecting someone, he is far past me. I was always the frontal breach. He was selected partway through to guard a leader, a frontline leader. You understand the value. How does a man like that end up retired at your age? Some things are beyond one's control. I can't discuss the leader's business with you, and don't ask him either. There are rules. Wei Dong turned out to be about 175, solidly built and completely forgettable in a way that felt deliberate. He sat in a restaurant and I lost track of him twice while looking at him. 10,000 a month, and within my capabilities, I'll ensure your safety. 20,000 a month, and as long as I don't die, you don't die. I gave him 25,000 a month plus a year-end bonus of no less than 2 months. Okay, boss. The following week, I did 2 things that I would like to say were dignified. The first was hiring a UI designer. I had already met her without knowing it. She was one of the 2 girls in the park who filmed me and went to guide the ambulance. Her name is Jo Min. She sat in my waiting room among 15 candidates, one of whom was rehearsing a self-introduction in English for a company with no foreign business for reasons I still do not understand. She recognized me, assumed I was another candidate, and told me cheerfully that she was going to tell the interviewers she was a lesbian. Why? You're a man, you wouldn't know. Companies are most afraid of women my age who haven't had children. As soon as they hear I want a family, they reject me. So I'll say I like women, and they'll stop worrying. We designers are half artists anyway. It's normal, right? I said that was impressive, then hid in the interview room's side cubicle to make a call, and did not make the call, and listened. She was outstanding. How to design an interface so a user understands a product without being taught. How to cut clicks out of a workflow. Opinions with reasons attached. Ms. Zhou, you're very strong. We'll notify you of the outcome. Hey, wait, don't you have anything to ask? We have all the information we need. Wait, I have something to say. Then, at speed, in one breath. Although I am 28 this year, I have no plans to marry or have children and will absolutely not have such thoughts in future, so you can rest assured family will never affect my work, because I like women. She went so fast that Qianbo only caught the last clause. Ah, I'm a man. What does you liking women have to do with me? I laughed so hard in that cubicle that I had to come out of it. Tang Hao? This is our general manager, Gao. Then I said the thing I had gone in there intending to say. Ms. Zhou, this company will never discriminate against a candidate for marrying or having children. That is an entitlement women have by law. Maternity pay is largely covered by the Social Insurance Fund, so we have no standing to discriminate against a pregnant employee. For workload and assessment, we will not differentiate by gender. However, lying is unacceptable here. No penalty this time. Consider it a warning. She left, looking betrayed by the universe. 4 minutes later, my phone buzzed. Lingmin, today I learned what it means to know a face but not a heart. Remember that big brother in the park who saved the old lady? Today, I discovered he's the most cunning man alive. He's the general manager of the company I interviewed at, and he pretended to be a candidate. I actually told him I was pretending to be a lesbian, and he was listening from behind a partition. I want to die. I replied, "Why don't you check who you're sending messages to?" Huh? Let me just die. The other party recalled a message. The other party recalled a message. The other party recalled a message. What's the point of recalling now? You passed. She is one of the 3 most competent people I have ever hired. The second undignified thing was that on the morning our company opened, I stood outside our own building dressed as a migrant worker, fighting an old woman for rubbish. The system had told me at midnight that at 8:30 a Qing dynasty stamp worth 280,000 yuan would appear in the recycling bin downstairs inside an old book. Our office is next to a park. Retired people exercise there and then work the nearby bins for cardboard and bottles. So I would be competing with pensioners at 8:30 on the morning the entire staff of my brand new company would be arriving to see their boss going through a bin. I borrowed camouflage from the student couple who had kept theirs from military training, plus a wide-brimmed sun hat with a gauze face panel that covered my entire head. Rubber shoes and work gloves from the hardware shop. Changed in the car park. Then I got to the bin at 8:10 and discovered that the sanitation workers had already emptied it, which meant I could not wait for the book. I had to intercept everything going in. So for 20 minutes, I was a volunteer waste sorting guide. Milk cartons have to be drunk completely. Only then are they recyclable. Bubble tea cups are wet waste, unless you finish the pearls. Hey, little girl, batteries are toxic, hazardous waste. An entire office building went to work that morning past a fanatical sorting official who had appeared overnight, and several of them checked their phones to see whether the policy had been restarted. Young man, why are you picking up rubbish at your age? An old woman with a bulging woven bag who had clearly worked several bins already. Our site foreman ran off and we didn't get paid. I've got no choice but to collect rubbish for food money while we blockade the boss's house. Young people these days have it so hard. Then she pushed her entire bag at me. Take mine as well. No, it wasn't easy for you to collect these. If I'm giving it to you, take it. Then what about you? My pension is higher than your wages, son. I'm bored. I looked at her properly then. The posture, the shoes, the way she used the word pension. Retired intellectual, filling her mornings. I took the bag because refusing twice would have been an insult and stood there in a stranger's camouflage feeling like the worst man in the province. Then a young woman in office clothes came out with a cardboard box. Wait, what's in your box? She dropped it on the ground and covered her nose. Waste paper and old books. Am I not allowed to throw them away? You are. Leave it to me. Humph, ugly migrant worker. I did not mind. Empathy is not standard equipment. Magazines and 3 books of the affected young literary type. I shook each one, and out of the last one an envelope fell. Modern envelope, simplified characters, and in the corner, a stamp I recognized from a phone screen at 1 in the morning. Inside was a love letter. Dear Lucy, the first time I saw you, I felt we had met before, in a previous life. The 1987 stamp on this envelope represents my love for you in that life. And what I am about to say is my irresistible love for you in this one. I read 4 more lines and stopped for the sake of my breakfast. But give the man his due. He glued a 100-year-old stamp to an envelope to court a woman, and she put it in a box with 3 books and threw it away. I put the envelope in my pocket, binned the rest, went back to the car, and changed. Then I went up to my own opening day, walked through a conference room, and heard the following. I ran into a pervert downstairs, a young man fighting an old lady over rubbish. I thought he was a sorting guide. There's no policy restart, and his acting was terrible. I turned to leave and heard, behind me, don't say it, that pervert's build was quite similar to Mr. Tang's. Yu Song removed the stamp for me with a hairdryer, a solvent from a small box, and rubber-tipped tweezers, with the expression of a pilgrim, and then said, "What a treasure," and paid me 300,000 for it, which was 20,000 above what the system had valued it at. I tried to argue him down to 250. He refused. Take what I give you. It's worth that, and you said whatever price I named you wouldn't argue. The first time we met, we had each tried to swindle the other over a bowl. Now we were arguing in the other direction. I have thought about that a lot since. That week, the system also told me there was a box of Republic-era silver dollars buried on the north bank of the Jing River. I spent 90 minutes on that riverbed at night with a borrowed metal detector, dug up an enormous quantity of scrap metal, including a completely rusted ship's anchor, which is real because that river used to be navigable before the water dropped, and then hit something a meter down with a clunk. A stone, I thought. Then I thought, the soil here is 10 meters of loess. There are no stones. 92 silver dollars, Tianjin Mint. The wooden box had been soil for 80 years, and the coins had simply stayed where it used to be. I knew the shape immediately, because my family had one when I was small. My father used it to press marks into joss paper for grave visits, because in our village, purchased paper is not real until an old silver dollar has been rubbed across it. I once took it to school to blow on it and listen to the ring like the men in films, and the gatekeeper offered me an ice cream for it, at which point I understood it was worth something and put it back in my father's drawer. He sold it a few years ago at 20,000. They go for a bit over 10 now. I sold 92 for 1,060,000 yuan to an old man who counted them by eye in 4 seconds, and who then stopped me at the door and gave me an invitation to a private auction and had to send someone to find a spare envelope because they had 3 places and had already given all 3 away. I could hear the argument about that through the wall. At that auction, I paid 400,000 yuan for a landscape called Dwelling in the Deep Mountains by a dead painter named Bai Qiuyuan, while Qin Xuan sat beside me in an evening dress I had made her buy, having completely misunderstood how these events work, and told me quietly that it was messy and had too many lines. I told her the rocks combines 2 schools separated by 300 years, which I had learned from an encyclopedia entry the night before, and she looked at me with an admiration I did not deserve and enjoyed enormously. 8 days later, Bai Qiuyuan had a solo exhibition in New York. I sold the painting for 5 million yuan to 3 men who arrived at my office together, one to pay, one to inspect, and one whose only job appeared to be watching the other 2. That is the entire list of ways I made money that month, and I have laid them out in order because I want it understood exactly what my position was when the following happened. The Ministry of Construction quantity calculation competition was in 11 days, and before that we had to decide what our product actually was. Qianbo put 2 options on a screen. Ding Han had already cut the calculation for a 100,000 square meter building to 20 minutes. From there, 2 roads and only 2. 1. Keep the current accuracy, get to 10 minutes. 2. Stay at 20 minutes, get the error below 1 part in 1,000. I recommend 1, Qianbo said. Our accuracy already matches LiDAR, and almost nobody complains about it. Engineering is a field where close enough is the culture. Speed is what users complain about every day. Ding Han disagreed immediately, which was new for him. I don't know the client's business, but the average margin in construction is single digits, and our precision alone moves half a percentage point of it. That is unacceptable. Conservatively, Qianbo was right. The industry had lived with that precision for a decade. I called a break and asked the system, and it told me 3 things. That the ministries were about to publish a development plan for the construction industry whose material loss target was 1.5% and whose cost reduction target was 8 to 12. That every major central and provincial construction group in the country was drafting refined management rules requiring calculated quantities of primary materials to sit within 0.2% of actual, and that in the competition, accuracy was 60% of the score. I could have simply ordered it. Ordering it kills the room, and if it worked, everyone would think I was lucky rather than right. So I built the argument backward from the answer. You've been in this industry for years, I said to Qianbo. Dr. Ding says construction margins are tiny now. Was it like that in previous years? Of course not. During the infrastructure boom, some projects ran 30 or 40%. So when the margin was 30%, an error of 0.5% was invisible. Now the margin is 3%, and half of it is your accuracy. Where does a company that might lose money put its attention? Increase income, reduce expenditure. And they can't increase income. Qianbo did not like it. He agreed anyway and added on his own that if we had capacity later, we could ship option 1 as a performance mode. That is why he is the technical manager and not a technician. The version shipped on a Monday. Duan Lei's people from Sifu Construction took the trial build, and on the Wednesday, in the imperial capital, in a hall containing every major construction group in China, the power went out. Half an hour. Announced as 30 minutes and restored in 31. Every product in that room was saving on a 1-hour default, because when the old Guangda software saved, it stopped working for 2 minutes, so nobody set it lower. We had rewritten the save to run in the background. The perceptible cost of a 5-minute autosave was that the interface felt very slightly less smooth. I had asked Chanbo to set it to 5 minutes that morning. He had thought it was for safety in general. It was, in the sense that a man with a weather forecast is generally safe. Shifu Construction came out of that hall at 4:05, 5 minutes after the deadline, and their estimator apologized to his boss and said they had entered a beam cross-section wrong and had to redo it, and had only made the submission because our recalculation was fast. Duan Lei had been telling me all day that third prize would be acceptable and second would be a surprise, and had explained why at some length, and none of it was about software. Our scale is large because our government supports us. Companies in the South bought their way out through market competition, one cut at a time. Put everything else aside, the caliber of their staff is something we cannot match. There's a young man from Nanzhou Construction here today with a bachelor's and a master's from Tsinghua who can estimate the quantities of a building by looking at it. How do you expect us to compete with that? 7 third prizes were announced. Not us. 5 second prizes. Almost all central enterprise bureaus, plus 1 company from Shanghai. Not us. Duan Lei, who is not a subtle Nan, said, "This time our people dragged you down. I'm sorry." 3 first prizes, split among the strongest bureaus of the largest central enterprises. Not us. I let go of it. We had submitted 5 minutes past the deadline. Speed was 30% of the score. Then a ministry official with gray hair and a very good voice announced the single special prize. Shifu Construction. Duan Lei grabbed my arm. Holy cow, did they just say Shifu Construction? We were seated far enough back that I could only see the logo on the screen as a shape. That's your group's logo, isn't it? It should be. Nobody else uses that color scheme. Then the host invited the Shifu Construction team to the stage. I sent Chanbo up because we had won it together. On stage, the presenter asked what they thought the reason was. The estimator from Shifu Construction, who was still in shock, looked at Chanbo for help, and Chanbo took the microphone. First, we modeled and calculated accurately, according to the requirements, and completed within the stipulated time, which was true if you count the last 4 minutes generously. And more importantly, we used Tongzhou Software's quantity calculation product, which uses a fully domestic calculation engine and innovatively applies a new graphics processing technique. Its calculation precision far exceeds that of mainstream quantity calculation software domestically and internationally. I sat below and enjoyed myself. Who says engineers cannot speak? Then the presenting official did not let them leave. He took the microphone and talked for 4 minutes about how the construction industry could no longer develop extensively, that the situation was severe and refined management was the condition of survival, and that everyone present was from a state or central enterprise and had a duty to set an example. Which is when I understood why we had won. Shifu Construction, on merit, was a first prize, on their absolute best day. The special prize was not for them. It was a ministry using an award to point at a direction and paying 1,000 gold for a horse's bones. Fine. I did not need to be the reason. I needed to be standing where the money landed. Duan Lei, who had spent the afternoon planning a celebration, canceled it. The attention on us is different now. This is unfamiliar territory. We celebrate on our own ground. At Shifu Airport, there was a welcome of a sort. No banners on the tarmac, no reporters running at me, no small girl with flowers. There was a staff member who walked us to a reception room and 2 young officials from the Economic Development Zone. Also, there was 1 camera woman who had once charged me 800 yuan for 2 hours. Mr. Tang, congratulations. In a few weeks, you've made a big name. Then, the policy. Our Economic Development Zone doesn't have its own construction company. To support you, the leadership has given their word. Every project started in this zone will use Tongzhou Software's product for auditing. I did the arithmetic while thanking him. It is not the projects. It is that every construction group with a project in this zone now has to open an account with me, and once a subsidiary uses a product, its group is a phone call away. Duan Lei had told me on the plane to be prepared, and I had asked why, since Shifu Construction won the award. You need political sensitivity, he said. Think again. The award is a competition result. For a city government, what matters is that a private company founded in their own new zone got a ministry to say the words domestic calculation engine out loud. The camera woman drove me back into town in the station's car, and the host in the back seat asked about my rags to riches story and, twice in different clothing, about my history with Guangda. I said no both times, politely, because there are about 40 people in that story who are still alive. 2 days later, Hongshu came to my office, unannounced, with 3 people. I called her Chairman Home because, although the chief economist title had been retired for years, she was still honorary chair of the Provincial Constructors Association. If I hadn't been lecturing at Shifu Construction today and heard they were waiting for your official release, I wouldn't have known. She had brought their competitor, a young estimator named Manhwa, and put him in front of a computer, and for 2 hours he and Chen Bo argued, agreed, argued again, and were separated twice by an old woman with a walking stick. Then he built a model and ran the calculation. "This one's small," he told her. "It'll take 15-20 minutes. Shall we rest?" Chen Bo said, "Let Chairman Hong rest. You get a drink of water and come back." 20 minutes is your trial build. Our official version isn't that slow. Don't brag. I understand the basic principles. Your trial version was already 50% faster than old Guangda, which is close to the limit. On this hardware, how much faster can it get? Shall we bet? Result inside 10 minutes. That what? Leadership of this competition. Whoever loses does what the other says, unconditionally. Done. And if you really have a product that good, forget the competition. I'll go back and apply to procure it. 6 minutes and some seconds later, the progress bar was at 80%, and Ma Hao announced with total confidence that the progress bar was fake and the last 20% would take 15 minutes. Calculation complete. Our progress bar is indeed fake, Chen Bo said. The real speed is faster than the bar. Ma Hao opened the report and went through it item by item. It was a training model, so he knew the correct answers. Then Hongshu stood up and told him to move. She sat down at a computer with the posture of a woman who learned to use one at 50, opened a spreadsheet, and started typing numbers and linking them with formulas. She was calculating one item by hand, using the traditional method. It took her 20 minutes. Then she sat and looked at the number at the bottom for a long time. 0.061%. Young man, tell me seriously, in real projects, can you control every item to this level? We've verified across every business type, Chen Bo said. The error has never exceeded 1 in 1,000. Good. She clapped once and turned to the girl who had come with her. Did you write it all down? Take more photographs. Post it on every media channel the association has, tomorrow. Chairman Hong, are you... I originally intended to endorse you in a personal capacity. I didn't expect your product to be this good. Since it is, if I use the association's resources to promote you, nobody has anything to say. At the car, she patted my shoulder. A few days ago, I suddenly remembered that we met a few years ago. You were very green then. 2 days ago, the ministry called us old people to a meeting. Refined management is the general trend now. I don't know if you're lucky or far-sighted. In short, work hard. We Shifu people are used to staying in our corner. You go out. The market came apart within a week. By the second Friday, Tongzhou Software had invoiced 55 million and collected 12. A third of the collections came from one man. His name is Wen Li, and I hired him knowing he was a fraud. The system had told me the night after his interview that he was employed by 8 companies simultaneously and drawing 30,000 a month in base salaries alone by turning up occasionally at each. He had been in my top 3 on merit. On his first morning, HR came to me distressed because he was refusing to have social insurance paid. I made him tea, let him explain how he was saving the company money, poured a second cup, and said, "Which company is your social insurance paid to? Switch it. We pay at the maximum." "I don't understand what you're talking about." "Our HR system can see your contribution record. I haven't asked her to look yet. Shall we confirm my guess?" He stood up. "Mr. Tang, business is business. Since this isn't going to work, I'll take my leave." "What do you think would happen if I reported you?" "Mr. Tang, is that necessary? Leave a little room." I drank tea until he sat back down. "What do you want me to do?" "Resign from all of them and work here properly. Your output must be at least 2 million in 1 month. If you're under, then you're a fraud with tricks and no ability, and I'll handle it officially. And if I'm over 2 million, you won't report me? How could that be? Our company is a pioneer in obeying the law. His face went gray. Don't worry. At that point, I'll personally refund the money on your behalf and help you obtain letters of understanding. For a man who has the victim's understanding, refunds voluntarily, and has caused no social harm, there is a high probability of a decision not to prosecute. And a suspended sentence does not affect your work here. He sat there while his own future went up and down like a lift. Okay, I hope Mr. Tang doesn't go back on his word. He closed 9.8 million yuan in 2 weeks, all of it in orders of tens or hundreds of thousands from small private firms no other salesman wanted, because a boss who owns his company decides in 1 afternoon and pays in 3 days, while a state-owned enterprise takes 2 months and 4 departments. 3 weeks later, I handed him a folder containing letters of understanding from all 8, and he could not speak for about a minute. Then, without being asked, he told me that New Guangda had offered him a 30% kickback to route my clients to them, and that he had not agreed and had not refused, because he was keeping a way out. And now? I know you have a grudge against them. If I can't take New Guangda down, I won't have the face to run a branch. I had known about that approach for 11 days. If I had confronted him, I would have had an employee who was afraid of me. Because I waited, I got a man who told me himself. Which brings me to the morning that a man tried to make me famous. The system told me at midnight that New Guangda's general manager, an American named David Stone, had given his deputy, Xiao Jin, a final ultimatum to resolve my existence by Monday, and that Xiao Jin intended to stage a traffic incident, provoke my bodyguard into assaulting him, and arrange for self-media to be present, and then publicize in Chinese and foreign media that a Chinese businessman had, out of commercial jealousy, had a foreign investor beaten in the street, thereby raising international concern about China's business environment. I want to note the elegance of that plan. It costs nothing. It requires no crime on his part, and there is no possible response, because every second of it would be true. It also told me the police already had enough criminal evidence on Xiao Jin, and were deliberately not arresting him in order to reach David Stone. So the next morning, I spent 20 minutes in a residential compound teaching Wei Dong how to be a coward. If someone attacks you, what should you do? He thought about it. Dodge. Think again. Stand there and let him hit me? Think again. That's it, just like that. By the end, if I raised a hand at him, my palm was already touching his face and he was on the ground twitching. If I raised a foot, I was somehow pulled forward and he was already lying down. You must remember, I told him, your opponent may use any method to frame you, so you have to be more cunning than he is. He looked at me for a while. I will only be faster than him. I also called Captain Zhang Jing and complained until he told me one useful thing, which was that they could not touch Xiao Jin because he was involved in other cases and they could not aware the target. And if he were detained under Public Security Administration penalties, that would be good. We could even interrogate him at the station and might get a breakthrough. It's just that we have discipline and cannot entrap, otherwise. Then, suspicious. What do you want to do? Nothing. New Guangda has been badly beaten in the market, and I'm afraid he'll come at me personally. If he hits me, I can't just stand there, can I? Don't mess around. Win and you go to jail. Lose and you go to hospital. I don't need to say more, do I? Then I spent an entire day being available. We drove north to south across the city on the busiest roads, where dump trucks are banned and speeds are low. Nothing happened. We went to a mall, where Wei Dong bought clothes for his daughter and I bought toys for Nana, neither of us checking size or suitability, receiving a large number of strange looks. We had a foot massage, the ordinary kind, he complained. By late afternoon, I had run out of legal activities for 2 grown men and was starting to look like a man conducting an entrapment operation, so we went home. 2 junctions from the compound, a white sedan changed lanes into us with no signal. Wei Dong stood on the brake and left black marks on the road, and I got a warning shout out about half a second after he had already stopped. The sedan sped off. Damn it, Wei Dong said, which was the most emotion I ever saw from him. Malice, we had both assumed. It was stupidity. Then something hit us from behind hard enough to push us 10 meters up the road. Black BMW tight against our rear. Wei Dong reached for the door and I stopped him. Don't rush, let's observe. A man got out, close to 1 meter 90, heavy, in a suit, with the bearing of a man who has been photographed for a company website. I recognized him from that website, Zhao Jin. He had come himself. He walked up the side of my car, swearing, at length, in 2 languages, and then, because nobody was getting out, walked around to the front, looked through the windscreen and saw Wei Dong sitting motionless and me on the phone. Then he took a small bottle of red paint out of his own car and threw it at my windscreen. It did not crack. It ran down the glass onto the bonnet, which was worse, because on video it reads as exactly one thing. Then he made a number of gestures at me through the glass, common in the West, which the glass rendered silent. I want to say something about that moment. I had known this was coming. I had prepared for it. And sitting behind a windscreen covered in fake blood while a man performed rage at me for a camera I could not see, I still had to physically hold myself in the seat. I checked the car's cameras, which had recorded all of it and were still recording, and waited another full minute by the clock. Then I nodded to Wei Dong. Xiao Jin watched the door open, saw the bodyguard get out instead of me, and was visibly disappointed, and then visibly satisfied, because a bodyguard would do. He walked up and delivered a barrage at Wei Dong, at close range, at volume, for about 90 seconds, until his voice ran out. Wei Dong looked at him. Then Xiao Jin slapped him. I found out later, from the man himself, what he had been thinking while his hand traveled. He was going slowly on purpose. He wanted it blocked. He had consulted somebody about traditional medicine specifically to learn how to dislocate his own shoulder against a block and then fall against the car so that the paint would transfer onto him. And if the bodyguard lost his temper and actually hit him, better still, because then he would not need an editor. His palm arrived and something brushed past it. He opened his eyes. The annoying Chinese bodyguard was on the ground, 3 meters away, having apparently traveled there, and was trembling. From inside the car, I saw a man of 190 slap a man of 175 hard enough to send him flying, and slide a further meter on the road surface. I had known exactly what was going to happen, and even I sat there for a second thinking, has he actually killed him? The contrast was extremely convincing. I got out and knelt and called his name and got nothing, and my chest did something unpleasant, and then I felt the smallest possible tug on my hand. That man could have had a career. What's going on here? Is someone injured? Traffic police on motorbikes. Officer, this person not only rear-ended me, he assaulted someone. My friend has been beaten unconscious. Xiao Jin came out of it fast. Officer, I did not touch him. He lay down on the ground himself. This gentleman is amusing, I said. I watched you slap my man to the ground from inside the car. The traffic officer was in the worst position of anyone present. One party was clearly an overseas Chinese, and any misstep is an international matter. The other party he recognized, because the last time I had been in a traffic police station, I had brought a criminal investigation captain with me. He called the command center and asked for criminal police, and specifically refused when they offered to send officers from the local station because there was no reason for another man to be in this. Mr. Tang, your friend's condition is urgent. You should go with the ambulance. You know me? When you were appealing at our brigade, I was standing nearby. Then since you know I've already suffered one injustice, you must redress this one. Certainly, certainly. At which point Xiao Jin found his angle. So you two already know each other. I want to file a complaint about unfair law enforcement. The officer did not look at him. You have the right to complain. Please wait for the criminal police, and if you continue with excessive or insulting behavior under the People's Police Law, I am permitted to take all necessary measures. At the hospital, Wei Dong woke up in the ambulance the moment the doctors touched him, and then produced perfect results on a CT, an EEG, and an ECG, which is to say, results healthier than the doctors. The doctor read them, looked at the police officers standing behind me, sighed, put on a head mirror, examined Wei Dong's ear canal, and asked whether his hearing had decreased. Wei Dong looked at me. No, he said, it's very clear. Any dizziness or tinnitus? No. The doctor looked genuinely disappointed and told the police there was nothing significant. In the corridor, Wei Dong said, the doctor hinted so clearly, why didn't you let me claim a perforated eardrum? Because a perforated eardrum is a second-degree minor injury and would have made it criminal. Perjury is illegal, I said. Even without a minor injury, it's enough to detain him for a few days, and a few days is enough. He did not ask what it was enough for, which is the entire reason I employ him. Then, outside the hospital, a Maybach pulled up and the window came down on a western face. Do you mind if I give you a ride? I checked the street. Mr. Stone's fare is too expensive. I'm afraid I can't afford it. He frowned at the surname and then smiled. Mr. Tang knows us very well. Mutual. How about we discuss a business deal, Mr. Tang? Name your price. We want your company. I had assumed he had come about Xiaojin. He had come shopping. Your country's people. The style hasn't changed in 200 years. Coercion, plunder, whatever works. Since you know my background, you know we have never failed to get what we want. Is that so? In the Northwest market, you've used a great many methods. Why haven't you got it? I admit you have some small tricks. You do not understand what you are facing. To use your own saying, do not overestimate yourself. What you encountered before was an appetizer. The threats are over, I said. Is it time for enticement? 1 billion. He said it quietly, which was well done. As far as I know, Mr. Tang still drives a 500,000 yuan domestic car. Oh, and it was just hit. He lives in free government housing. With this money, Mr. Tang can fully enjoy life. Mansions, imported cars. You will not have to live hand to mouth. Since you're so sincere, I said, I can't be ungrateful. He started to look pleased. 1 billion US dollars. Why not sell it to you? His face went off like a light. Mr. Tang, don't be ungrateful. It seems your authority is also limited. Then I asked the question I actually wanted, because a man who is angry answers things. 1 billion yuan is already far beyond what Tongzhou software is worth. There's one thing I don't understand. What is the purpose of all this effort? That is not something someone of your status should concern himself with. Let me guess. The quantity calculation market across this country is worth close to 10 billion, but the product is tied to local rules. Every region has its own, and for someone of your status, integrating that market is extremely difficult. Guangda, among all the companies making these products, sat in a remote corner and was not powerful. The only difference is that Guangda had a self-developed calculation engine. He sneered. I didn't expect Mr. Tang to be a patriot. To become a mature capitalist, you should understand that capital has no borders. Why does that sound so familiar? I said. I assume you stir up trouble in global markets without relying on those dozen or so aircraft carriers. He looked at me for a moment with no expression at all. We'll meet again, he said, and the window went up. I stood on the pavement and watched that car until it was gone. Now it's up to Captain Zhang Jing. That afternoon, a story went up. Commercial competition or retaliation? After Tongzhou Software's owner started his own business, he failed in commercial competition and, enraged, had his bodyguard beat up his former employer's executive. The photograph was me, sitting in a car with a cold expression, while Wei Dong stood over Xiao Jin in front of it. They had photographed the 11 seconds between him getting hit and the police arriving, from the one angle where a man lying on the road and a man standing over him tells the story backward. The comments arrived faster than the article. Only established for a few months, and he dares to lay hands on his former employer? I suggest the tax authorities investigate the source of Tong Hao's first pot of gold. General Manager Zhao personally taught Tong Hao how to do business, and now he beats his teacher. No matter how big the grudge, having bodyguards beat someone in the street is gangster behavior. Should such an enterprise be on the government procurement list? He used a patriotic persona to scam subsidies and then brutally beat an international friend. There were rational people pointing out that several details in that photograph did not work. They were underneath 4,000 identical comments. I was in a dealership at the time, being driven around in a Hongqi because my other car had a bonnet covered in red paint, and because Wei Dong had pointed out that if I intended to sit in the back with a driver, I should stop sitting in a sports car. Qin Xuan called first. Tong Hao. Something big has happened. The news that you beat someone is trending. Netizens across the country are boycotting you. You've got it wrong. Not netizens across the country. The netizens who are currently speaking online. At a time like this, you're still being glib. The you I remember wouldn't be this reckless. You trust me that much? My trust is useless. The netizens need to trust you. Then everyone else called. Colleagues, friends. Zhang Yue offered to mobilize the campus media of the National Top University Alliance on my behalf, which is a sentence a 22-year-old should not be able to say, and I declined it and filed away that she could. Then an international call. Tong Hao, you've caused quite a stir. I wasn't wrong about you. Zhao Min. Big Boss Tong, you still remember me. She had been investigating New Guangda from America out of pure curiosity and had found more than one financial group behind David Stone, and she had also found something else. They've published a column in an English-language paper attacking you. I'll send it over. The headline was about an American executive detained in China amid rising tensions, with political retaliation suspected. The body of it did two things. It framed a criminal detention as a business environment story, and it speculated, delicately, about my political background, which meant that somewhere in a foreign newsroom, my father, who grows apples, had been promoted. I read it twice, checked the Chinese internet, decided the temperature was correct, and sent one message to about 20 people. You can post it now. Thank you all for your trouble. Within half an hour, multi-angle, high-definition footage of Xiao Jin was everywhere, because I had one dash cam facing forward and a panoramic camera system, and the traffic officer's body camera, and, as it turned out, 4 separate self-media accounts that Xiao Jin himself had arranged to be present, all of whom had filmed the entire 90 seconds before the slap, because they had arrived early to get establishing shots. His own witnesses buried him. The country watched a man of 190 spend 90 seconds shouting racial abuse at a stationary car, throw paint at it, make gestures at the man inside, and then knock a smaller man 3 meters up the road. The reversal was not the same shape as the attack, and that is the part I still find interesting. The attack had come from a few large accounts followed by thousands of identical anonymous comments. The reversal came from local news, from small accounts, from a travel blogger who had no reason to be involved, from a photography studio, from strangers, in 100 different voices. And then the silent majority noticed the difference in texture, and started asking why the first wave had all been phrased identically. Which was the end of it. Meanwhile, in a room I was not in, Zhao Jin had been sitting in a chair for 6 hours, and had been shown, in order, a recording of him negotiating with a dump truck driver, photographs of that meeting, and a list of everything he had done in China over several years. He had assumed the recording was AI. He was informed it had been through forensic analysis. He had assumed the photographs were fake. He was invited to explain how. He had also assumed his boss would arrive with a lawyer. His boss did arrive. His boss sat in a reception room for 3.5 hours while Captain Zhang Jing apologized for the slowness of the procedures and explained that this is our characteristic. His boss then announced that he would go and request assistance from his embassy, and Captain Zhang Jing offered to make one more inquiry, took a call, listened, said, "Okay, I understand," and asked whether Mr. Stone would like to wait a little longer. At which point David Stone said no. He was confident that the law would be enforced impartially, and left. Everything after that took 9 hours. Zhao Jin chose. The team moved. And in an office building where only one floor had lights on, Captain Zhang Jing walked to the end of a corridor and found a man in a brown suit sitting in the general manager's chair with his back to the door, smoking a cigar. The man turned around and smiled and said, "Officer Zhang, what brings you here?" "Where is your general manager?" "I am the general manager of New Guangda now." The suit was identical. The build was similar. The man was Chinese. "If I'm not mistaken," Captain Zhang Jing said, "you are Chinese." The man flicked ash onto the desk. "I only know that I am Mr. David Stone's man. He pulled me out of the mire. Anything else has nothing to do with me." "You truly are cheap. Take him away." Then the city closed, and armed police checked every exit, and the surveillance network came up with nothing, which meant he was already outside it. I was in a car when Captain Zhang Jing called and told me, with real shame in his voice, that the chain of evidence was complete and they had lost the man. He can't fly. To leave, he'd have to go overland to the Yunnan border. Every major route is being checked, but so far the city network hasn't found a trace. I'm afraid he's already out. Then, in a completely different tone, "I remember you found the lead about the driver's mistress receiving payment. You have quite a few sources of intelligence." "Are you implying something?" "At a time like this, as long as we can get a lead on David Stone, anything is negotiable. If he escapes, we are in serious trouble." Understood. I understood 2 things. He was telling me to use whatever gray channels I had and that he would not look closely, and he was not doing it for me. Nobody bends that far for one attempted murder. Whatever David Stone was, it was bigger than my company. So I used the week's targeted question and asked where the general manager of New Guangda was and what he planned to do. The answer was 3 lines. That after escaping, he had intended to fly out of Shifu International, learned en route that the city was sealed, feared the camera network, and was currently hiding in Ruyi Village. That he had already contacted someone to collect him the next morning in a construction waste truck, and that his route was south, over the southeastern border, illegally, and then back to America. Ruyi Village. I sat in the back of that car and laughed for about 10 seconds. Ruyi Village is Shifu's most famous urban village. 400 years old, a few square kilometers of self-built houses and alleys, population composed of original villagers, small traders, migrant workers who cannot afford real apartments, and a category of business for which the village is nationally famous, in the way that certain streets are famous. It is the one place in this city with a low density of cameras. It is also raided regularly. But that night, every police officer in Shifu was standing at a highway checkpoint looking for a foreigner in a car, because nobody in the world would guess that the general manager of an American-backed company was sitting in an unlicensed guest house in an alley eating a 5 yuan bowl of noodles. I called Yu Song first and talked about nothing for 4 minutes so that there would be a phone record of a conversation with a man who knows people. Then I called Captain Zhang Jing. Let's discuss something. You can't pursue anyone else tonight. Don't worry, don't you trust me? I heard someone say that on the streets of Ruyi Village they saw a foreigner with an extraordinary bearing who looked very much like David Stone. Ruyi Village. Then he said a word. That old fox. He's got some tricks. All right, I'll make arrangements. Don't worry, your aunties won't be investigated this time. I told Wei Dong to drive there. He glanced at the mirror. It's a bit early for this time of night. I've never been. This is my first time. I know. My point is that I am going there tonight on business. I understand. I want to be honest about why I went. It was not to watch. Since the last upgrade, the system's information had become more and more tied to my own life, and although I had not worked out the rule, proximity looked like part of it. If I was going to spend a night hoping for a second data point, I wanted to be close. Which is how I came to be parked on Ruyi Road at midnight when the following happened. At 12:03, the system gave me the exact house. 6th self-built building counting east from the southeast corner of the village, backing onto Ruyi Road, and the note that the police would reach that guest house shortly. At 12:20, I heard glass break, then a head came out of a small window on the first floor of the building I was watching, and stopped. I put my window down. It was David Stone. He was stuck, upper body outside, shirtless, lower half inside, and there was blood running down his ribs where the frame had taken the glass out of the way of his shoulders and left the edges. Behind him, the door had been rammed and had been braced with a chair, and in the 2 seconds that chair bought him, he had put his fist through the window. The white streetlight was directly on his face. He was still working at it. Then the officers inside reached him, and I watched them stop, because a man that firmly wedged with that much glass in him cannot be pulled backward without taking most of him off. Captain Zhang Jing arrived at some point after that and started shouting for tools and for the medics to come up, and I know why, and it was not compassion. If a foreign national had bled to death in a window in an unlicensed guest house in Ruyi Village, that would have been an international story for 30 years. David Stone eventually stopped struggling. He lay in the window frame and looked out at a road, breathing, and worked out what I worked out at the same moment, which was that the man who had offered 1 billion yuan for my company at a hospital entrance that morning could no longer feel his own legs properly. Then a truck went past with its lights on, and the whole street went white for a second, and he saw the Hong Chi parked opposite, and me in the back of it. He looked at me. I mouthed 3 words at him, "We'll meet again." Then I put the window up and told Wei Dong to drive. On the way home, Wei Dong said, with real regret, "Following you, apart from that one time with the ruffians, I haven't had a chance to act. I thought tonight would be it." Isn't it good to collect your salary quietly? Take tomorrow off. 2 nights later, I nearly lost the man who made the product work, and not to a competitor. The system told me that Ding Han was being worked by a woman who lived across the hall from his rented flat, that he had already transferred her his remaining 12,000 yuan, and that he had promised her his entire project bonus for her seriously ill mother's treatment. I read that and felt heaven making a point. The moment I start scheming, my chief technical mind gets taken apart by an amateur. I called him in, talked about work for 40 minutes while he explained his architecture to me in a language I do not speak, and then asked how he spent his evenings. He went pink. I don't know her feelings. I just think she's a really good person. She's my neighbor across the hall. One night she was drunk and didn't have her keys, so… a romantic encounter. It's not what you think, he said immediately. I let her wait for the locksmith. Nothing happened, which was the worst possible answer. If something had happened, it could be blamed on appetite, and there would be hope. Nothing had happened, which meant he was a pure love warrior, which is untreatable. So what's your plan? I want to work hard, earn money, and make myself better so I can be worthy of her. That is inspiring. That is also a doctoral candidate deciding he is not good enough for a woman who has taken his last 12,000 yuan. I nearly told him. Then I did the arithmetic on what happens when a boss tells a lonely man his girlfriend is a fraud, which is that the man keeps the girlfriend and loses the boss. So I found a woman instead. Zhou Min came in, sat down like a man, and said, "Did that dog Qian Bo tell you about me and Ding Han?" "You want Ding Han. Didn't I say I came back to Shifu to settle down? High education, strong ability, and with a boss like you, his salary will climb. And he's honest. He's a potential stock. I have to grab him." "You're very realistic. When it comes to marriage, you have to be." Then I told her the situation and watched her face go through several weather systems. She hit the table. "Damn it. I lost to a bar girl. Look at you. If I were Ding Han, I wouldn't choose you either." Then she said, in a voice at a pitch I did not know she had access to, "Brother, are you saying I can't act cute?" And blinked at me, and I felt my scalp move. "The mission to save Dr. Ding is entrusted to you. Just wait for the wedding. You'll be giving a double red envelope." Then her eyes went sideways. "But find me someone to expose that woman when I need it." I called Yu Song, who agreed instantly, having recently developed a taste for playing guest roles. 3 days later, Zhou Min took Ding Han to lunch at a restaurant of her choosing, spotted a woman sitting alone across the room, and cheerfully suggested they invite her over. Ding Han went white because it was her at an hour when she should have been asleep. Zhou Min went over and introduced herself, twice, as a colleague. The woman said she suddenly had something to do. At which point, a middle-aged man in a Zhongshan suit arrived, put an arm round her waist, and asked Ding Han in front of an entire restaurant whether he wanted to swap. Ding Han threw a punch. Yu Song moved his head 6 centimeters, pressed his elbow, and put him into a chair without disturbing one table. "Young man, women like this are all over the street." Then he walked out with her. For the record, Yu Song cleared that performance with me twice. The woman was never in any danger, and he told me afterward, unprompted, that he had checked and her mother is alive, well, and living in a 2-bedroom flat. Ding Han sat in that chair with his face changing color, while Zhou Min asked if he was hurt. "Do you think I'm ridiculous?" "No, it's not your fault. Brother Ding is kind." Then, carefully, "And that older sister may have been forced onto that path. Everyone has their circumstances." Then she tucked her hair behind her ear. "It's just that you're Tongzhou Software's technical expert now. If this got out, it wouldn't be good for the company, or for Mr. Tang. And can your parents accept this kind of thing?" Which is when I stopped worrying about Ding Han and started, mildly, worrying about Ding Han. That would have been the end of it, except that 4 days later, the woman came to his flat at 10 at night to apologize sincerely, and when he refused her, she told him she was going to accuse him of rape, and her tone did not sound like a bluff. He called me while the police were knocking on his door. "Mr. Tang, I sent you a video on WeChat. Could you help me find a lawyer?" He had seen similar cases in the news, so that evening he had casually switched on the camera that came free with his broadband installation. I have watched that video. She spends 11 minutes deploying a genuinely professional set of techniques, and he sits at the far end of a sofa answering her in complete sentences about why this is not possible, like a man being interviewed. "I always thought she was a kind girl forced by life," he said. Then, "The police are here. Thank you for your trouble. Don't be nervous. State the facts. Don't be led into saying anything ambiguous. When you sign, read it. With evidence that solid, nothing will happen." Nothing happened for 5 hours. I sat in the lobby of that police station from 10 at night, and the officer on duty told me twice that there was no point staying and eventually put his jacket over himself and went to sleep. Inside, they had Ding Han in a chair, and they were doing the thing. When you carried her to the sofa, what were you thinking? I didn't carry her. She fell onto me, and I pushed her onto the sofa. What were you planning to do when you pushed her onto the sofa? I didn't push. She leaned. It was a reflex. You should ask her what she was planning. The whole process is on camera. Surveillance has blind spots. Between 9:25 and 9:28, and between 9:44 and 9:50, you were out of shot. And after she left, you switched the camera off. What did you do when you chased her out? First, I switched it off because my camera is old and has to be off to copy files to a phone. You can verify that. Second, after she left, I stayed in my flat until you arrived. Then the officer hit the table and said the DNA extracted from her body matched him, and that if he confessed now, they could still treat him leniently. And Ding Han, who had been awake for 19 hours, said, "Impossible. First, you cannot have completed judicial procedures in this time. Second, even with the fastest short tandem repeat typing, purification, amplification, and analysis takes at least 24 hours. That is the exact moment I stopped worrying about him permanently. They came back later with a paper for him to sign, admitting molestation rather than attempted rape, and explained that it was in his interest, and he read it and threw it on the table. I didn't molest her. Everything was her initiative. I won't sign. I'm thinking of your interests. I won't sign for something I didn't do. At 5 hours, I decided I was not going to win this with patience, and I went outside and called Captain Zhang Jing, who was still at his own desk on the new Guangda case, and who did not immediately agree to anything. Send me the video. I'll confirm it now. I'll give you a reply tonight. Even if he can't be released on the spot, I can at least guarantee your employee gets fair treatment, which was not what I wanted and was exactly what I should have wanted. I went back in, and the duty officer, awake again, said, "What kind of big leader did the boss find?" I said nothing. 40 minutes later, a middle-aged man in plain clothes slammed his hand on the desk and asked the duty officer whether that was how he worked a shift, and then asked urgently where Mr. Tang was, and then apologized to me personally, twice, before I had said anything. I'm the station chief. I didn't expect that one night away and my subordinates would make a mess. The officer handling the woman didn't even report that she had a nightlife background. Ding Han came out 10 minutes later. Are you all right? I'm fine. He glanced at the officer beside him. I just haven't slept, so I'm a bit tired. The chief walked me to my car and asked what I thought should be done about the woman who had made a false accusation. How can a common citizen express an opinion on that? Do whatever you deem fit. Just follow the law. In the car, Ding Han thanked me, and I told him I had done nothing and that his own camera had done it, and he did not press. He was not a fool. He had been treated one way for 4 hours and a different way for 4 minutes, and he knew exactly what had happened in between. If you want to thank someone, thank one person, I said. Who? That depends on your good fortune. Perhaps she'll tell you herself one day. 3 weeks later, I sat in the back of a provincial hall and watched him receive a Science and Technology Progress Award. Second prize. I had known that for 11 days, so I had not intended to come. Then I learned 2 other things, and came. The first was that his own former supervisor's research group was in the same room, receiving the special prize, and that the second name on their list was the senior student who had taken his paper. The second is that Zhou Min had told him she liked men who were stronger than her, and that if he won a provincial award of any level, she would consider his confession. Ding Han sat in that hall with his hands on his knees like a man at an interview. Are you that nervous? I asked. Aren't I afraid of not winning? Chen Bo, who had written none of it and was there for the certificate, said, They already told us it's second prize, and when we applied you were completely indifferent to fame and fortune. I personally don't care, but doesn't the company need this? Then he went up and gave an acceptance speech that I had not seen and did not expect. He thanked the state correctly. Then he said this. Here I especially want to thank Mr. Tang Hao, the general manager of our company. He pulled me out of the quagmire of my life and gave me enough trust that I could put all of myself into the work I love most. And I thank everyone at Tongzhou Software for their tolerance. I am a person who can do nothing except write code. Low emotional intelligence, inferior, weak, poor at communicating, and very ordinary looking. But at Tongzhou Software, I only need to write code well in order to earn everyone's respect, praise, and applause. 10 rows in front of me, a professor listened to a former student call a university a quagmire in a provincial hall. Then the special prize was announced, and that professor went up with his group and thanked the leadership and the school, and then said that the achievement was inseparable from the efforts of his students, especially one, and handed the microphone to the young woman standing beside him. She had been awake since 4 in the morning. She had had her hair done professionally. Her clothes were not revealing and were extremely well fitted. Thank you, Teacher Wang, for your kind words. I merely dedicated all the time that should have been spent shopping, dating, and enjoying life to scientific research. For me, scientific research is the greatest enjoyment, and truth is my only lover. The hall made an approving noise. Qin Xuan, beside me, said, "That girl is so excellent. I'll never have that opportunity in my life." I looked at Ding Han's hands, which were white, and said, "You certainly won't have that opportunity. You and she are not from the same world." Then, before Qin Xuan could hit me, compared to her, it would lower Vice President Qin's status, wouldn't it, Manager Feng? Qian Bo, examining his certificate, said without looking up, "That's for sure. She's just a little doctor, and who knows what's going on behind the scenes." Then a young man in the group asked the host if he could also say a few words, and the professor smiled and said they had taken up enough time, and next time. "Okay," the young man said, and then, while the group was halfway down the steps, he took an amplifier out of somewhere. "I hereby report, under my real name, that my supervisor, Wang Kai, and student Song Mei have an improper relationship." The professor turned to run back up the steps and slipped and went down on the stage. The young man kept going. "And ever since Song Mei joined our group, relying on Wang Kai's favoritism, she has taken the academic achievements of others. For example, for today's award-winning project, her only contribution was spending a night in a car with Teacher Wang the day before submission. The senior student stood in the middle of that stage and then sat down on it. "Mama, why did you have to ruin me? I'm your senior." 400 people in the room, every one of whom worked in a university or a research institute or a government science department, sat absolutely still and watched a young man, an old man on the floor, and a woman, and not one of them took out a phone because of where they were. Ding Han took out his. I put my hand on his arm and pointed at the ceiling camera and shook my head. He put it away. In the car afterward, he said, "I'm not as brave as him." Courage alone won't get you what you want. Today was not a good occasion. Why? Half the provincial science establishment saw it. An important meeting was disrupted. Won't he be punished? Precisely because of that. From this afternoon, his behavior is synonymous with whether this meeting was a success. He'll get some disciplinary action. His professorship will not be affected at all, because his enemies in that field would not dare raise today's incident, since raising it means raising the meeting. He was quiet. "So that's why you didn't let me record it. If you'd recorded it, we would both currently be having our phones examined. And you did humiliate your senior today, didn't you? Don't you hate her?" "I hate her. I hate the teacher more. Without Song Mei, there would be other Huas." "Then become strong. His academic career ends here. There'll be no further progress for him. You only need to catch up." "Okay." He did not notice, in the footwell of my car, a second phone that had been recording for 2 hours and 11 minutes. I have never used it. I have it. 6 days later, in the banquet hall of a hotel in the northern suburbs, I stood in front of 158 people under a screen that said Tongzhou Software Milestone Summary and Commendation Conference. They all went quiet and looked at me with an expression I had not earned in my previous 30 years. I picked up the microphone and scratched my head. What was I going to say? The room fell over, which was the point. "That's better. You are all looking at me like I'm a failed art student," someone shouted. "Then should we find a pub? Let's finish quickly. Afterwards, if you want to go, the company reimburses it." Then I did the numbers. In under 2 months, we had gone from about 20 R&D staff to 168 people, with a research center, 3 departments, 2 regional companies, and 5 offices, and preparations underway for a second research center in Shanghai. Comprehensive market share across the entire Northwest, 79%, including the group that had just signed a letter of intent, an estimated 85. Then I put up a slide with a single question mark. "What is our current output value? Mr. Tang, are you filming a talent show? Switch to the entertainment industry. We'll vote for you." "How much is it?" I said. Zhou Min stood up first. 400 million invoiced and 180 million collected. Basis? The company started planning this ceremony a week ago. By normal logic, collections would have hit 100 million around then, so I guessed higher. Good answer, no prize. No prize? Are you messing with me? Then a product manager stood up and produced an entire model out loud, working from Guangda's old annual figure of 1 billion, adjusting for our lower unit price, adjusting for share, applying a collection coefficient of 0.5 because construction clients pay at year-end. 500 million invoiced, 200 million collected. Your reasoning is very clear, still no prize. Then I clicked. Invoiced, 1,151,920,000 yuan. Collected, 521,590,000. Some of them were still counting the digits when the rest started shouting. No way. We don't have a market that size. Mr. Tang, have you been dealing drugs behind our backs? Even drug dealing isn't that fast. He robbed a bank. So touching. Our boss risked his life for our bonuses. We don't have a market that size, I agreed. The reason is simple. We collected 3 years of it at once. The Guangda veterans said it before I did. 3-year contracts. Exactly, but not the way Guangda did it, with discounts and lock-ins to force people into 3 years. This time, the customers proposed it. Because when they actually used the product and saw what it was worth, they became afraid that we would do what Guangda did, cultivate the habit and then raise the price every year and harvest them. So they came to us and asked to buy 3 years at full price. I watched 168 people understand, at the same moment, that the thing they had built was so obviously good that customers had voluntarily prepaid for 3 years to lock in the price. Then I put up the slide that said incentive plan, and the room went completely silent, which is the most flattering thing a room has ever done to me. When this company was founded, I promised, on behalf of the company, that when output value exceeded 100 million, every colleague present that day could choose between 500,000 in cash and stock options. Now it's time to fulfill that. 1 million yuan in cash per person, of which 500,000 may be converted into company shares. I would like to describe what 20-odd people look like when they realize they have earned half an apartment in 2 months. I would also like to describe the faces of the 140 who joined later, which were doing something more complicated, and which I had planned for. Of course, those who joined later are also part of this family. Colleagues who joined after founding will receive a bonus of between 100,000 and 1 million yuan, based on the performance evaluation from your direct supervisor. In other words, if your contribution is large enough, you can also receive 1 million. Then I looked at the group at the back, who were still in training and had not yet done a day of work. And even if you joined last week and have no performance score, you receive 100,000 yuan Sunshine Award. I have been in rooms that cheered. I have never been in a room that made that sound. I handed the rest of the evening to Qin Xuan and stepped down off the stage because 100 million yuan of other people's money was leaving my accounts that week and I did not need to stand under it while it happened. And because I needed her standing on that stage. The company had 2 regional general managers now, both of them men who lived close to money. Neither of them had any bad ideas yet. Nobody does, at the start. So I wanted the woman who signs their expenses to be the person the company had watched hand out 100 million yuan. That is the honest version. There is another version. 2 days before that ceremony, I gave Qin Xuan a folder. She opened it in her office and closed it again and came and stood in my doorway with her jaw set. I've already received what I'm owed from the incentive plan. Why are you giving me shares? Do you know what 5% of this company is worth now? I know. If I weren't worried about losing control when outside capital comes in and dilutes us, I'd have given you more. I don't want it. Too late. The transfer registration is complete. She turned her head away. This company was founded by the 2 of us, I said. You should be asking whether you got too little. Don't try to fool me. Anyone could have done the administrative work in those first weeks. You just trusted me more. The company grew because of your decisions and the resources you brought from Guangda. You said it yourself, because I trusted you. Trust is also a rare thing. She opened her mouth and did not use it. Just take it, I said. Consider it an early dowry for Nana. That is the closest I have come to saying the actual sentence, because here is what I had worked out by then and had not said to anyone. The first person that system ever gave me for free was Qin Xuan, and the first thing it told me about her was that she was going to be fired for leaving work at 6 to collect her daughter. Everything I have built since is a company where that cannot happen. I would like to claim I designed that. I did not. I found out what I was building somewhere around the 4th week in a Western restaurant while trying to talk a woman into a job by saying things I thought were nonsense. 3 days after the ceremony, an email arrived. The address was one I had not used in over a year from when I was a salesman at Guangda. My current external address is a different one, registered later. Subject line, Tong Hao, this should interest you. I opened it in a virtual machine like a paranoid man, and had my own network security engineer take my computer apart afterward, and he found no virus in the file, and no signs of editing in the audio, and no way at all to trace the sender, who had routed through an overseas address and encrypted the account information. Could the official cybersecurity teams find it? I asked him. It'd be difficult. Shifu's, at least. When I was at my previous company, I worked with them. I know their level. The recording is 4 minutes long. In it, Ding Dewei, the chairman of the largest construction software company in this country, is drunk and boasting. He is explaining how, 20 years ago, the man who was most qualified to compete with him for the chairmanship of their company made a catastrophic error on a critical project and lost all standing internally, and how that man has been content ever since to stay a sales manager and enjoy his freedom. And he explains that the error happened because Ding Dewei sold that project's information to a competitor, and that some of the money he used to buy the man's shares afterward came from the sale. That man is currently the best salesperson in China's construction software industry, and is standing between me and the East. Somebody sent me a weapon. Somebody who knew my dead email address. Somebody who knew who my enemies were going to be before I did. Somebody who had that recording and sat on it for 20 years and chose this month. I have run every name I have. Zhao Min is in New York and has no reason. Yu Song would have handed it to me in a tea house and watched my face. Captain Zhang Jing does not use encrypted overseas relays for a friend. Which leaves a person or an organization that has been watching me since roughly the week a wanted criminal sat down 11 meters from my seat. I do not know if they are on my side. I know they are extremely well informed and that they have decided I am useful. Captain Zhang Jing told me something at a dinner around then that I have not been able to put down. He said that men like David Stone, using every method available to take apart local industry, are not rare. That a number of capital groups that started in this country have joined them, some of them without meaning to. That I should stay alert because one day it may be our own people who trick me. And then he said that there are also organizations on the other side. That in the Republic era, overseas Chinese who had made money abroad organized to help this country, and that this tradition has never broken. That because of the current situation, their help now is covert. That some of them cultivate agents domestically. He said the word agents twice. Then he said he could not tell me anything else, and asked how my company was doing. So, 11 weeks ago, I was in seat 42 of a hard seat carriage, 10 hours into 54, eating noodles I had picked up off the floor of a train, and the largest number in my life was the 280,000 yuan I owed to banks who were about to stop being patient. Last week, I stood on a stage and gave away more money in 90 minutes than that company had paid me in 3 years, to people who cheered a rule that says they have to go home at 6. My father has a scar on his back and a checkup appointment at the county hospital. There is a woman in this city who owns 5% of my company, and a 3-year-old who thinks the correct way to write the number 80 is 3 circles. The man who hired a 40-ton truck to remove me is in a cell. The man who signed the invoice for that truck spent his last night of freedom stuck in the window of an unlicensed guest house in Ruyi village, bleeding onto a road, looking at me. And somewhere out there is a stranger who knows my old email address, knows the names of my enemies, and has been quietly loading a weapon into my hands from a country I have never visited. He has not asked me for anything yet. He will.